9th, 2021 to March the 20th, 2021.
That's on the last page. Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. People move to admit 83.
And I have no objection to that.
83 is admitted.
Okay. So the slide I'm going to show you, it's a snippet of that. We're going to go back to Exhibit 83 throughout your testimony.
Okay.
Specifically, because we're talking about March the 9th right now. March the 9th, 2021, the phone call to either his mom or dad to his father, James Crumbley. It was a missed call at 7:31 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And his mom called him at 8:38 p.m. March the 9th. I'm sorry, March the 10th.
Correct, on the 10th.
Okay, so the time those text messages were being sent to his mother, there were no phone calls or texts back in that relevant time period.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to back up a day to March the 8th to give this context. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 84. Sir, 84 is the portion of the Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley, pages 386 to 388 from March the 8th of 21. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
People move to admit 84.
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is admitted.
Okay. So I'll direct your attention to the screen. This is blue again is Jennifer, green is James. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because this chat specifically was deleted from Jennifer's phone.
That's correct, it was.
Okay. So Jennifer's words, Ethan going to bowling. Was James right?
IDK, I don't know.
Okay. And she writes, what do you mean IDK? His response,
I don't know exactly what I said. We'll know after he gets home.
okay. And Jennifer wrote, does he have his phone? Why isn't he home yet? He should be home by now. That's March 8th, 21 at 3:12 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Then she writes, freaking out. And James's response,
He does not get home until 3:16.
okay. And then Jennifer wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit.
Correct.
That's March 8th, 21, 3:13 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And James writes, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work.
That's correct, he did.
Okay. So for context, this is the day before those text messages were sent by the defendant's son to the defendant.
Correct.
I want to move on to March the 17th of 2021. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed 85. Sir, 85 is the Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley, pages 432 to 435 from March 17th. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, it's a printout of a Facebook chat.
Okay. And you've, of course, seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Because you were the one that pulled the information?
Correct, yes, sir.
What number is that?
85.
85.
People moved to admit 85.
Your Honor, I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Okay, sure. It's hard for me to determine from this list
Your Honor, I
which
believe,
exhibits have been subject to previous rulings, just so you know.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I do object to 84 because there's portions of it that don't need, are not admissible, in my opinion.
84 is already.
I'm sorry, 85. I'm sorry, 85. There are portions of 85 that the defense objects to, and they have not been previously ruled upon by the court. May we approach?
Yes. Do you want to go in the hallway? I don't know. Because
I think we first need to find what the actual objection is.
The
Because we
objection,
have a foundation to chain, we have a foundation to found, I'm sorry, we have a stipulation to chain in the foundation. He's already testified to a number of portions of this very same Facebook thread.
it's hard for me to know if I've seen this one before or if I know what it is.
this has not been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay.
I object to portions of page 432. It does discuss a topic that has been ruled to be inadmissible. So I'm asking that those portions of 85 be struck. They're irrelevant.
Okay, can I see it?
May I approach?
Yeah, that might help.
May I approach?
That may or may not help.
You have 85.
Do you want to?
I'm gonna give you another break, okay? For 5 or 10 minutes. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. You can step down if you want to, it's up to you.
Is it okay if I do that?
Yeah, you can step, yeah, it's up to you. Most people don't want to stay seated there, so.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
All right. So an issue came up, I'm hoping that we're not going to have to exclude the jury with every exhibit. So some of this I'm relying on memory. So a year and a half ago, some evidentiary rulings were made. This might be an overgeneralization, indicating that the fact that there was alcohol in the home in and of itself was not relevant, right? And then there was a ruling about, I don't think I have the prosecutor's attention.
Oh, I'm listening, Judge.
What's your,
Sorry.
okay, what,
Sorry.
yeah, what's, okay,
He's just bringing me up to speed. There wasn't room for me to interrupt.
okay, all right, so, there was a ruling about,
Council moved to exclude certain pieces of evidence, and this court made a record that was June the 27th of 22.
okay,
And in that record, actually it was page 40 of the transcript, the court specifically said, the court said that the court indicated that it was based upon a preliminary examination transcript. As the court recalls, neither party stipulated the exam transcript for the factual basis, and the court indicated that more evidence is being found even as we speak. I don't want to paraphrase because that's not a verbatim quote.
Okay,
And in defense counsel's opening, so to bring the court up to speed on the record, counsel asked to approach and objected to any reference of alcohol. There's one text in this text message thread or Facebook thread between James and Jennifer. Jennifer on March 17th says, "Gonna get drunk and ride my horse." James responds, "Well, don't get drunk." They have a couple of more text messages in the midst of a conversation that is pertinent to our proofs. And that's because the next exhibit will be text messages from the school shooter to Jennifer Crumbley about seeing demons. And then there'll be evidence of a lack of phone calls,
okay,
lack of text messages back. And to get back to the court's ruling, the court said no evidence of alcohol or substance use unless it does show some type of parental neglect.
okay,
So these particular messages are the same time, the same date where the defendant's son is experiencing or stating that he's experiencing hallucinating. So
Okay.
this is all relevant.
And Your Honor, my point is, on Exhibit 85, there are texts that do not need to be included to make the point that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were at the barn and not with their son. We're objecting to the texts that include buying beer, being drunk on a horse. They are irrelevant. They are also irrelevant to someone being a hypervigilant parent. I would consider myself a hypervigilant parent, and I have some cocktails once in a while. That issue is not relevant. The alcohol is not relevant. It's just an unnecessary part of this text to make them look like they're out drinking, when the whole point is that they're out with their horses and not with their son.
Judge, it's not counsel's idea of what the point is.
no, it's not just that they're out with their horses and not with their son, and there's no crime, there's obviously no crime committed by people with children having cocktails, and half this room would probably be in jail, but that being said, the issue is whether or not the shooter's texts are being ignored. That's the point of it.
Right, Judge. And there is, as an offer of proof, there's substantial evidence that has been excluded that shows the substance use of James and Jennifer Crumbley. Substantial. We're not introducing any of that because of the court's ruling. But directly on point to this, in the midst of a conversation, it is relevant. It's material, it's probative, it's under 401, people we know.
Okay, well, am I able to see a specific picture of, because some of it might be, some of it might not be. So I don't want to do this while the jury is waiting. Is there more things like this that it's if the shooter is having some trauma, feeling some trauma, and reaching out to his parents and they're ignoring him, that evidence to me is obviously relevant.
Correct, Judge.
So if
I'm not objecting to all of 85. I'm objecting to the portions about alcohol.
okay,
Judge, the door has been open. Counsel specifically said, I think more than once, that her client is a hyper-vigilant mother. Nobody says anything about having a cocktail, but when there's evidence to show that they are drinking when the son is texting things to the mother, no call back, that's important, and it's important to show the jury what they actually did and spent their time on.
okay, can I see the text thread again? And is that the only one, because the jury's pulling their heels on that? Is there any more like this?
There are more like this. And
Okay, well, maybe we need to do this at 6 o'clock tonight, or should have been raised last night. Okay,
Judge, these exhibits were turned over a long time.
I know,
No. I got all these text messages a long time ago.
okay,
I found out what they were planning to use from the boxes and boxes of information. I found that out
It's ridiculous.
on,
Okay, you've had this
excuse me, on
discovery.
Tuesday night. Yeah, I've had this discovery, but I can't file a motion to exclude every single line of these things. I filed many motions.
okay,
I filed a motion about the alcohol. This part of the text that they told me 2 days ago they're gonna use includes alcohol. I'm just asking that the alcohol portion be struck.
okay. I understand that, but I know that there's a lot of exhibits, and I know there's a lot of documents, but we could have had a massive motion in limine fest a while ago, right? So I am loath to make the jury sit there while we're going line by line through evidence. That's very problematic to me.
I didn't intend for this issue to take a long time. I thought this would be a simple objection to just take out the text about drinking, and that's it.
Okay, but, okay, so she says, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse, okay, so that might not be specifically relevant, but at what time is he,
When she's on her horse, that's when he's texting her.
okay,
And just because she's on her horse and he's texting her, doesn't mean she's looking at the text and ignoring him and saying, I'm gonna have a drink instead of a, I mean,
okay, my understanding was there was a large period of time where he was texting her and she was with her horse, and then maybe sent a picture of the horse, I don't know.
Correct.
Tell me.
right,
Yes,
she's
that's
out
what
of,
Janice-
you're gonna hear testimony from other witnesses that the cell phone signal doesn't work out where the horse place
Well, then
is.
that's argument for council to make.
It is.
Right, but the fact that they're having beers out there with the horses is not relevant to the point the prosecution's even trying to make about the fact that they're unavailable and not responding to their son.
Okay, there's a text from James Crumbley. This is not when I like to do this. Okay. Okay, she says, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. When do you say he's trying to contact her?
That was a day during the week when she was at work. After work, she went to the barn, the text being around 5:50 PM. When she's at the barn, we know that from pictures and metadata.
Okay, then cans.
So the court is aware there are no other, we took all other reference out prior to trial of alcohol use in accordance with this court's order. Of course, that's subject to the door being open.
The door was not opened by me saying that she's a vigilant mother.
Okay, so they go to the barn after work. Is that correct? Do we know what time approximately they go to the barn? Because this text is at 1:30, right?
Those texts are from during the day when they're making plans to go to the barn after work.
Right.
And then
Wait, that's not what I asked. What-
I believe the text says something about leaving now at,
Okay, so when are they at the barn in relation to his texts about demons?
At the same time,
Okay, but is that at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8
the
o'clock?
first text, the house is not haunted, 6:03 PM.
Okay,
There's a picture of James on a horse taken by Jennifer. There's a picture of Jennifer on a
and we
horse
have
at
no
the same
objection to
time.
that.
okay, all right. So she says, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse, that she's expressing her intention for that evening.
Correct.
I'm going to allow that text, but not the next one about, well, don't get drunk, we are definitely gonna have some drinks, I need to stop and get me a 12-pack of Budweiser bottles, please, I'm gonna keep that out. All right, and, all right, I'm gonna keep that out. She is indicating her intention to go later and ride her horse and get drunk. And when she's riding her horse, when she's at the barn later, is when he is texting and getting no response. So I think that could be relevant to her ignoring her son. All right,
Yeah, problem.
sure. But this text from James Crumbley, I'm going to exclude. Is there anything else in there that needs to
so
be excluded?
Just for the record, page 432,
Yeah,
the second text.
yeah,
message
the one
back
from James
Crumbley.
Crumbley. Is there anything else in there?
I'm looking now.
Yeah. Because I don't want to,
No,
we were making good headway yesterday, but now we're moving at a snail's pace, so.
well, Your Honor, there's also a text responding to the one about buying beers. Jennifer just says, okay, but glass is not a good idea. I mean,
Yeah, that, you can strike that too, because it's referring to the text above. It's not relevant.
so it would just be those two portions.
Okay, yeah, can you strike that? I don't know how easy it is to do it up here, but,
It'll just take a minute.
okay, all right.
This one?
Are there any other issues such as this? before-
I'm
Yeah.
looking right now, Your
Okay,
Honor.
okay, well, we shouldn't be looking right now.
We don't.
Your Honor, I mean, the next exhibit has been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay,
I'm,
good, that's a good way to do it.
okay, exhibit 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92,
We're
94,
trying
91st,
on the fly
Okay.
to edit an exhibit
Okay, go
or
ahead.
an objection we just got, and now there's the,
Okay, I want to find out if there's any looming issues, because
we do too.
they're gonna
because
get their 10,000 steps here.
We do too.
Your Honor, I did not think this objection would be such a process. I simply was asking for like one little part of this to be struck, and
Okay,
objections during trial are common. This is
Okay.
just a very simple.
all right, but is there anything else coming up that would require the jury to step out? There's photos.
Well,
I don't know what objections to step photos.
I have objections to many photos that are gonna be brought in through a different witness, but what are they planning to use? Because I have 450 right now. If I know what's coming, I can tell the court.
Okay, well, there's a list of exhibits, and there's, coming after that, after the text messages are pictures. It looks like there's pictures of James and Jennifer.
And we have no objection to those.
Okay, I just want to know if,
Your Honor, if I could just say,
Yeah.
there's a lot of inquiry as to exactly who we're calling next, which exhibit we're, and, this isn't a math formula. We really are changing this organically because we're working.
I get it.
So we're trying to be cooperative, but things
Okay.
do change.
I know, and you're not required to divulge your trial strategy and your order and all that. I just I'm moving a lot of people around, and I just want to know if there's anything else that needs to be handled right now on the record.
The only other objections, I believe, with respect to this witness, at least for the next very long time, are objections the court's already ruled on. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay, so at least we can get through, I mean, this whole page of exhibits with no problem.
All right.
Okay, perhaps council can meet with us after court today to go over the next proposed exhibits, and then we can see what objections.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just because I don't want to take jury time.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so,
So 85 is modified and we're,
yes.
thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
I think so.
Okay. Everybody know.
With all, when you see all of those.
We're at 85 right now.
Yeah, no, okay, these ones. Just tell me how far you wanna go, because I do agree with all those. Up through 100. Right, we're just already, that'll be easy. And then I don't have any objections. I mean, yeah.
That's fine.
I didn't expect it. Yeah.
You see that. I apologize, there's a large volume of information, and we want to streamline it for you as much as possible, all right? You're still on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we're on exhibit 84, I think. All right. This is between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Again, Jennifer is in blue, James is in green. We'll start at the top because I don't recall where we left off. Does he have his phone from Jennifer, March the 8th?
I'm sorry, you said you're on exhibit 84, but I believe it's 85.
84 was admitted.
84 was admitted. Yes, because 85 is March 17th.
The 84 was on March 8th.
Okay, so you're on 80, I'm on 84, okay, but mine
84 is
just,
on March 8th, and this one is on March,
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is 84 on the screen.
that's 84, yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, there,
He went back.
it scrolled down, so I,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
James responds with yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Okay, Jennifer's response, I'm serious freaking out. Is he home yet? And then, okay, now we're moving on to 85. So James and Jennifer Facebook messages. This is from March 17th of 2021. And you've seen this before.
Yes, sir.
And this is admitted pursuant the order that we just had on the record, correct, Judge?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, March 17, 2021, 1:23 p.m. Jennifer writes, cool, leaving at 4 today. Fuck this place. James's response is what?
LOL, you have your stuff for the barn?
Okay. And then Jennifer's response, yes, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's March 17, 2021, 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
There's a response back. And then what does James say?
James says, okay, then cans, you have the debit card.
And Jennifer's response, I know, hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? He says yes. Correct?
Right, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Now, on that same day, did you find any text messages from Jennifer's son to her of a concerning nature? This is March 17, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is People's Proposed 86. I don't believe we have an objection to this.
No objection, thank you.
Is this 86?
86.
86 admitted.
Okay. All right. What does Jennifer's son write to her on March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.?
He says, okay, the house is now haunted.
And then what?
Some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Then it follows with, I got some videos.
Okay, Your Honor, I apologize. This was previously the subject of a motion. I do object, however, the court has already ruled it's admissible. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yes, I
Okay.
have already ruled on this, so you're in here.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Okay, please, at the top.
And then Ethan says, continues with, and a picture of the demon. It's throwing bowls. The word bowls is in all caps. He then says, I am not joking. It fucked up the kitchen.
And the next message after that?
He says, I'm just going to be outsider for a while. Can you at least text back?
Okay, so that's from 6:03 to 6:29. The last text, he at least text back was 6:29 p.m.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the next response from the defendant to her son is when?
2 days later, it's 4:11 in the afternoon. Where's your dad?
Well, this is People's 87 and 88. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these two exhibits.
No objection.
Okay, 87 is the picture, 88 is the metadata with the picture. So, could you please tell us when and where this picture was taken?
It was taken, the GPS similar to the previous ones at a horse barn. He's on a horse. It was taken on March 17th at 6:03 p.m.
Okay, 6:03, that's the same time that the text messages regarding the house being haunted and saw a demon?
Correct.
Okay, and this is actually found on Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
That's correct, it was.
And who's that a picture of?
That's James Crumbley.
And that's St. Patrick's Day, correct?
Correct.
This is exhibit 88 and, I'm sorry, 89 and 90. 89 is the photograph, 90 is the metadata.
And we have no objection to 88, 89, or 90.
And this is also St.
Can
Patrick's.
can you move for the admission before you put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This is also St. Patrick's Day 2021, is that correct?
Correct, same day.
And this is an image also on Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
Correct.
Okay. And when was this taken?
On March 17th at 6:03 p.m.
Okay. Same location?
It appears so, yes.
I'm going to move you on to exhibit 91 and exhibit 92. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these pieces of evidence.
There's no objection.
91 and 92 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Again, we're still talking about St. Patrick's Day, 2021. What time was this picture taken?
This was taken at 6:28 in the evening.
Okay. Again, is that time and date significant to you as an investigator in this case?
Yes, it is.
Why?
It was the time when Ethan was sending, the shooter was sending the text messages.
Okay. And this is also on Jennifer Crumbley's phone,
Correct.
91 and 92. '93 and '94.
We have no objection to 93 and 94.
93 and 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Exhibit 93, also a picture captured on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. This is also St. Patrick's Day, 2021, and this is at 6:30 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Same location as the other photographs we just went
Sure,
through?
yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to Exhibit 83. This has already been admitted. This is the phone log found on the shooter's phone. So the time we're speaking of, those text messages where he sent his mother indication that he was seeing bowls fly off the shelf from the demon, that was between 6:03 p.m. and 6:29 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we already saw that there was not a text back from Jennifer Crumbley, but tell us about the phone logs. What do these show?
It shows a phone call from Jennifer Crumbley at 7:24 p.m.
Okay. So that's about an hour and a half after he texted about the house being haunted.
That's correct.
And that was a 19-second call?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to move on to March the 19th, 2021. This is a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer regarding their son that day. This is People's 95. I don't believe I have an objection to this.
No, there is no objection.
95 is admitted.
Okay. Again, Jennifer in blue, James in green.
Correct.
Okay. She said, "Is he awake?" And what did James respond?
James responds with, yeah.
Jennifer wrote, "How is he?"
James then responds with, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, W-A-Y, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
Okay. And then her response as well, "He was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why." That's March 19th, 21 at 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
About 48 seconds later, she wrote, "All I know is he needs to eat, go to work, and work hard and not complain, and he can get his stuff back."
Correct.
And then March 19th later on, you responded, "I didn't get it." That's Jennifer Crumbley's words?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Because you did have Mark 95 down for admission, correct?
Yes, that's
Thank you.
admitted.
Okay, now the next day, March the 20th, did you find text messages from the school shooter to his mother, the defendant, of a concerning nature from that day?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 96. I believe this was subject to a previous ruling.
No objection, aside from what was already noted.
No.
96 is admitted.
Thank you. But we're still on 95 on the slide. James wrote, "Jesus, yes, he said," referring to their son, "Let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guy's room, LOL?" And Jennifer's response is what?
OMG, oh my God.
Just-
Which exhibit is this?
I have to back up just a little bit,
Okay.
Judge. Sorry, thank you. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, this is Exhibit 95. This is from March 19th, 2021. We've already gone through these. At 9:41 a.m. when Jennifer wrote he was really worked up and out of control. In the same text message conversation, there's no breaks in this exhibit. And the conversation continued. James wrote what?
I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night, ...
And Jennifer's response was,
Does he seem better?
and then
No melatonin.
James wrote what?
I know,
And Jennifer wrote,
but he hasn't had one before, so I should have only given him half.
And then James' response is, he is doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol.
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer's response was, is he okay to work? That's at March 19th at 11 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response,
Was, yeah,
and that's
Yeah.
also, it's 11:13 a.m.
correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer wrote 11:38 a.m. on March 19th. Does he remember what he did?
Correct.
Okay. And what was James's response?
James responds with, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him and he is doing school.
And then her response is,
Okay then, geesh.
okay, thank you. And this is 96 that we just admitted. This is from March the 20th of 2021. And again, did you find text messages from the school shooter to the defendant of a concerning nature?
Correct.
Okay, in the blue, that's all the school shooter's words?
Correct.
Okay, what did he write to her?
He starts with, I finished picking up the room. That was at 2:38 on the 20th.
2:33?
2:33, I'm sorry,
Okay.
yes. He then says, I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf.
And then what?
This stuff only happens when I'm home alone.
Okay, that's March 20th, 2021 at 2:34 p.m.
Correct.
And this is the same date and time?
Yes, it is.
And what did he write?
I picked the clothes back up though.
Okay, that's March 20th at 2:34.
Correct.
And when was the next response to that?
By Jennifer was on the 22nd of March at 8:17 p.m.
Okay, so I'm going back to exhibit 83, which is the phone log found, recovered off of the school shooter's phone, specific to these days. Okay, so we just went through March the 20th, and those messages were sent about 2:30 in the afternoon, if you recall, is that right?
Yes, sir?
Okay, and were there any phone calls in that time period?
No, there was not.
Okay. In fact, the next call was 6:37 p.m. on March the 20th.
Correct.
No objection. Oh, sorry, you can say the numbers and that's no objection.
97 and 98, Judge, I believe will be admitted.
We have no objection.
97 and 98 are admitted.
Thank you. So, sir, were we able to tell where James and Jennifer Crumbley were yet again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is 97 and 98. 97 is the photograph, 98 the metadata. This is March 20th, 2021 at 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, if you recall, the text messages from the school shooter were sent to his mother about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay, so tell us where Jennifer and James Crumbley were at this date and time.
They're riding the horses again.
99 and 100
No objection.
Is it 99?
and 100.
No objection to either one?
No objection to either one.
99 and 100 are admitted.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, now this was taken off of the last picture. Was taken off of James Crumbley's phone, 97, 98.
That's correct.
99 and 100 were taken off of Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
Correct.
Okay, so the capture time here, March 20th, 2021, 11:58 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so then that would indicate to you that they were at the barn at least from that period of time until at least 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Sir, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that the school shooter had only one friend?
Yes.
And did you also learn that that individual was abruptly taken from the state of Michigan about a month before the shooting occurred?
Yes, he was.
And did you review the text message thread between the school shooter and that other individual?
Yes.
Okay. You've looked at the entirety of the phone of the school shooter as well as James and Jennifer Crumbley's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
If you could give us an idea, the volume of the data found in the text message thread between the school shooter and his friend.
There was over 20,000 text messages just between the two people. I've done exams on phones where the combined number of text messages isn't that much.
So what's the relative size and data between that particular text message thread and any other thread between the school shooter and anybody else?
I think the most text between any other person might have been near 500, just an individual person.
I'm gonna show you a portion that's been previously admitted by this court of that text message thread from April the 4th of 2021, April the 5th of 2021. That's exhibit 101.
And the court's previously ruled on this.
All right. 101's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So we have names redacted. 101 was found on the shooter's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in this instance then, the green would be his words, the shooter's words.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Tell us what he wrote to his friend on April the 4th of 21.
The shooter wrote, like, I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance. And I corrected the spelling of the word distance.
It's April 4th at 11:56 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
The shooter said, I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to, quote, suck it up.
And then what?
He then says, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
So that's April 4th, 2021, 11:57 p.m. His words, my mom laughed when I told her.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, April the 5th at 12:06 a.m. So we were looking at a conversation right up until midnight, April the 4th, and now we're in the early morning hours of April the 5th. What did the shooter write?
Shooter wrote, but I'm having bad insomnia, RN for right now, and paranoia.
And then what?
He then says, I need help.
And the next slide, or the next text?
I was thinking I calling 911 so I could go to the hospital.
And then there's a response from his friend on April the 5th
Correct.
at 12:12 a.m. And then what did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, but then my parents would be really pissed.
Now, April the 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m. What did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again. Then he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
Okay. Next text.
He then says, like I am mentally and physically dying.
Before we get to exhibit 102, in the course of your forensic examination of James's phone, Jennifer's phone, and the school shooter's phone, you're able to look at certain apps that are installed, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you discover if an app called Life 360 was installed on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what is Life 360?
Life 360, it's a tracking app that friends and family can install on their phone so they can know where they're at. I have it on my phone, and there's a family group, and my kids are on it, and I'm on it, my wife.
Did you find that app on James Crumbley's phone?
Yes, it was.
And through that app, you can see where someone's at and where they've been. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you look through the school shooter's phone as well, the defendant's son.
Correct.
Was that app installed on his phone?
No, it wasn't.
So it was just installed on James's phone and Jennifer's phone.
Correct, it was.
And that was on April the 5th of 2021.
I believe that's when it was installed, yes.
That's the same day as these text messages, like I am mentally and physically dying and asking to go to the doctor.
Correct.
Exhibits 102 and 103.
I'm sorry, are these, this is 102 and 103? We have no objection, sorry.
102 and 103 are admitted. I'm sorry, did you say that the date of the installation was April 5th? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the screen here, we can see the timestamp purchase date, April 5th, 2021. That's on Jennifer Crumbley's phone, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And exhibit 103 on James Crumbley's phone, we have April the 5th, 2021 as well.
Correct.
During the course of your evaluation of all the electronic information, digital evidence available to you, did you uncover evidence in the spring of 21 of Jennifer Crumbley talking to a friend about what she saw as depression in her son?
Yes,
And were you able to review a Facebook conversation between Jennifer Crumbley and actually the school shooter's only friend's mother?
yes,
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm clear with you. In April of 2021, which is the same month of these text messages, Jennifer Crumbley texted her son's only friend's mother, correct?
correct.
Okay. And in that conversation is when you uncovered concerning text messages as an investigator to this case.
Correct.
This is 104.
Thank you, and let me just take a quick look, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no objection to this, thank you.
104 is admitted? It's just 104, right?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, this is April 29, 2021. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumbley's search warrant return, correct?
That's correct.
So she's agreeing to these.
Correct.
All right. So what is she writing?
She's charged with Ethan isn't bowling tonight. Just want to let you know. Not sure if they need a partner or not.
Okay, and then her son's friend's mother, also named Jennifer, writes, "Is he feeling okay?"
Correct.
And the defendant's response?
She responds back with, yesterday he wasn't, and he's been acting kind of depressed, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, this conversation continue?
Yes, it does.
What does the defendant write?
The defendant says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering at school. He really doesn't feel good. I can't get anything out of him.
Okay, and the person she's communicating with writes her son's name too. He stayed home from school today. The only time he's happy is when he's with the school shooter.
Correct.
And then her son has 2 E's and 2 D's. I'm wondering if he's worried about that. That's the other individual worried about her own son.
Correct.
Okay, that's 5:24 p.m. on April the 29th.
That's correct.
The conversation continues. What does the defendant write?
Defendant says, yeah, this is all new to me. I'm not used to Ethan being moody. He's usually pretty happy, and we'll talk about anything. I do know Ethan's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in. Social, do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. He just got to a point where he got so far behind, we were out of town. He's having difficult time making it up.
And then the other individual writes, I'm sorry, her son's struggling too. To be honest, I'm sick of fighting with him about it. Stupid online school really messed him up. I'm thankful her son has the shooter as a friend. They laugh and have a great time together. That's April 29th at 5:31 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what does Jennifer respond?
Jennifer responds with, yeah, me too. I'm just glad they're still getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I just told him to do the best. Don't worry about it. Next year is a new year.
Okay, and then what's the next text?
She says, maybe if, referring to the shooter's friend, feeling better, if he wants to come over after work on Saturday, he can take him up to go bowling and make up their scores. He's more than welcome to stay the night and go to work in the morning. We set up a little shooting range in the backyard for Ethan's BB gun. They could do that.
Okay. Okay, and the response was her son's been excited to shoot.
Correct.
Okay, and that was April 29th, 2021?
Yes?
Okay, now, around this time frame in the text message conversation and the videos on the school shooter's phone, did you discover extremely disturbing information?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm not asking you to go into detail, but as an investigator, it was important to you.
Yes, it was.
Okay, and in fact, it was in the days after these messages were sent.
Yes, it was.
Okay, and the school shooter shared that with his friend, his only friend he had.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that his only friend was taken out of the state,
Correct.
and it seemed to be without notice to the school shooter.
Correct.
Okay. Did you uncover evidence that either James or Jennifer Crumbley commented on the fact that his only son was taken, or his only friend was taken out of the state?
Yes.
This is exhibit 105.
Yes, I have no objection to 105, thank you.
105 is admitted.
And you said that was around about a month before the shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, this is from Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook, again, to the mother of her son's only friend.
Correct.
Okay, and this is October 31st, 2021, 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, and what does she write?
Jennifer writes, James filled me in on Ethan's friends last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything.
Okay, and then November the 3rd, she wrote what?
She says, how are you guys all doing? Been thinking of all of you a lot.
Okay. And you know from your investigation, this is the time frame when the shooter's friend was taken out of the state.
That is correct.
Okay, in this conversation, November the 4th, that other individual writes what to Jennifer Crumbley?
She writes, hi Jen, we're doing okay. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I worry about him constantly and miss him terribly. I know that he's where he needs to be to get better though. Thanks so much for checking on us. I appreciate you and your family. She's referring to her son, the shooter's friend, was only happy and relaxed with you guys.
And in response,
Jennifer responds with, please keep us updated. I know Ethan misses him. If you guys need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask.
and that was, again, in November of 2021 before the shooting.
Correct, on the 4th, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to the days around the shooting and what you were able to obtain as far as a digital footprint of the Crumbley family.
Okay.
Starting November 26, 2021, is that date significant to you?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
That was the day the gun was purchased.
And we heard yesterday that the gun is in the murder weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was a 9mm Sig Sauer handgun?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That's been admitted in evidence, and we heard it was bought from a firearm store in Oxford.
That's correct.
Okay. This is 106?
I have no objection to this one.
Okay, 106 is admitted.
Okay. This is just as an example, what information you can obtain from a search warrant on a Gmail account.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this is from James Crumbley's Gmail account, November 26, 2021, confirming that he was in fact at that firearm store at 12:08 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we talked about obtaining locations from somebody. This is 107.
We have no objection.
107 is admitted.
But before we get into 107, Exhibit 417, it's a video. Sir, in your analysis of the shooter's phone and Jennifer Crumbley's phone, social media accounts, you were able to obtain videos taken by the school shooter with that handgun, the murder weapon?
That's correct.
Okay. So 417, people moved to admit and publish to the jury. It's a video taken from November 26, 2021.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have to just take a look really quick, because we
Okay.
just jumped ahead like a couple.
Yeah, it's 417.
Yeah, let me just take a quick look, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right, there's a lot of.
And actually, I don't have 417 in the exhibits that I was given. Can I see? It wasn't on my hard drive that I was given. Okay, Your Honor, I have no way to play this, and I don't have this.
All these
Can I
are
just
for-
have?
I don't know what
It's a
it
very
is.
short video.
It's not on our. I just need to see what the video is. Can we just unplug the computer and can you just show it to me really quick?
Is there audio?
No.
Was it provided to the defense?
Yes.
It's
It was shown at the preliminary examination as well.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's not on the exhibits they gave me on the disc, so there's a million videos in this case, and I have no idea which video it is.
Okay.
I probably have no objection, can I just see what video it is?
Sure. Well, I guess I thought for a moment when he said it was played at the preliminary examination, it might refresh your recollection about what it was, but if you can take a quick look, that'd be great.
I don't have a flash drive player on here, so can we just turn the screen off for 1 second and just take a quick look?
Yeah.
And I apologize,
No, it's okay, there's a lot of stuff. I don't want to release the jury because their lunch is not made. I haven't made your lunch.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm having lobster today.
Okay, and so this is 417,
417.
okay. Okay, we have no objection to this one, and I apologize,
No, it's all
I
right.
just didn't have it.
No, I
Thank
get
you.
it. I get it. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Okay, so 417 is admitted.
Okay. May I, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you. Now, this is what you obtained from the shooter's phone, and it was captured 6:39 p.m. on November the 26th, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. So that video was taken the evening the firearm was purchased,
Correct.
and that is in fact the murder weapon, the 6-hour 9mm?
Yes, sir.
I have no objection to those.
What number is it?
107 and 108, Judge?
107 was previously admitted, 108 is admitted.
Okay, now, Agent Brandon testified yesterday to much about the evidence regarding the firearm, so I'm gonna move you ahead to November 27th, which is the next day, the day after the 6-hour was purchased.
Okay.
All right. So. All right, 107. This is evidence obtained from James Crumbley's Gmail account, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were able to tell what James Crumbley was doing from 8 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. on November 27th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and tell us what was he doing?
He was delivering DoorDash.
So these dots, these data points are what? What do they signify?
Those are the GPS locations that were provided when the location services was turned on from Google.
So we know he was out of the house basically the whole day.
Correct.
Okay. Now 108, we have Jennifer Crumbley's Gmail data points, and from what time period?
That's from 2:29 p.m. to 3:32 p.m.
Okay, and this is exhibit 108. It shows she's out of the house from about 2:30 to 3:30. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next day is Sunday, November the 28th, 2021. Could you get a feel for what Jennifer Crumbley was discussing based upon her Facebook messages, what her plan was doing on November the 28th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you recovered chat history with an individual named Kira Pennick?
That's correct.
Okay. And through the course of this investigation, did you come to learn who that person was?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
She was the owner of the horse farm.
Okay. That's the horse farm where Jennifer and James Crumbley would board their horses?
Correct.
Okay. So she's going to testify later on in this trial, but you reviewed their Facebook chat history?
Correct.
Okay. So that's 109. People moved to 109.
Your Honor, can I just have one moment? This is a,
It says it's a thread between your client and Kira Pennick on November 28th. That's what it purports to be.
okay, and the exhibit that I received from the prosecution is 967 pages long. So I'm thinking that what I got is not
It's
what,
pages 930 to 933. We're not going to go through 1,000 pages.
well, no, I'm
Well,
just,
let's do it.
Okay, I'm sorry, so what pages are they admitting as
Nine
these?
thirty to 9:33.
Okay, 9:30 to, okay, give me just a moment, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I got the whole file, like,
It's on the exhibit list. With
Yeah,
what
there's,
pages.
it's, the exhibit list, indicates, this exhibit list is what I got on Tuesday, I'm not sure when it was, shared with the defense, if it was the same day or not, but it says pages 930 to 933 are the only ones they're seeking to highlight.
I know, I'm just scrolling.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just taking me a little bit to scroll
Okay.
through.
Okay.
Ooh, sorry. I can't see the pages on this. I need to use my computer. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to 900. It just takes a little bit to load because it's such a big file. Okay, so it's pages 901 to,
930 to 933.
Exactly
Sorry.
what was written on the exhibit list.
and I'm trying to get to the pages. The file they gave me is much larger than 3 pages.
Okay. The exhibit
On
was,
every other exhibit, they have narrowed it down, and this one is much bigger. I just need a moment.
okay, you're good, The exhibit list says, the pages that they're.
I know, but I can't pull it up fast enough because my computer's, I'm trying to go as fast as I can.
Okay.
Okay, I have no objection to this.
Okay, thank you. 109 is admitted.
Thank you. And this is a portion of exhibit 1. Okay, so green is who?
It's Jennifer.
Okay, and what's she writing?
Was his front swollen again?
Okay, and then the response?
That is from Kira Pennick. Right, I'm the same, I'm not sure, I'm not doing chores, but I'll ask my dad when I see him.
Okay, so did you come to learn when Jennifer writes, "Was his foot swollen again?" She's referring to one of her horses.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And Kira's response?
If Billy keeps stocking up, I think you should have the vet out for him. Just want to make sure it isn't anything serious.
And Billy's who?
The horse.
And Jennifer's response?
He's got mid-fever. James is coming out in the morning to put some stuff on him and calling vet for antibiotics. And then she corrects with mud.
Okay. Billy's one horse and they have 2 horses at this point, right?
Correct.
And then what does Kira say?
Kira, then, that's crazy, never seen it react like that. Want me to just put stuff on it daily? I can. I didn't do chores this weekend, so don't know if it got done.
So the last message in this exhibit from Jennifer Crumbley to the individual who boards those 2 horses is November 28th, 2021. That's Sunday, 8:18 p.m., Sunday night.
Correct.
And she writes, "Yes, let's do Tuesday. I'll have James leave the mixture out there. I don't think he's sore from the ground. He's just fine lunging. Just need to keep moisture off his scratches and get him on antibiotics. Should be clear in a week."
That's correct.
And that's again in reference to one of our horses.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did Jennifer go to the barn that day?
Yes.
When you say that date, you mean the 28th?
Yes, thank you, Judge. This is 110, 111.
No objection to those.
110 and 111 are admitted.
Thank you. 110, this is from her Gmail search warrant return. We can tell that she's at the barn at noon on November 28th.
That's correct.
Okay, and she's back at home. This is exhibit 111 at about 2 o'clock.
Correct.
All right. Now moving on to Monday, November the 29th. That's the day before the shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what's the first thing that you see of importance to you as a forensic investigator from the day before the shooting that occurred on one of her devices?
It was a web history search or a web search.
Okay. This is exhibit 113.
We have no objection. I just want to make sure, I'm sorry, 112 was admitted.
No, 112 was not omitted. That's
Yeah, 112 was not admitted yet.
Correct.
Okay, so 113, we have no objection. Thank you.
113 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, 113. This is a snippet from a Cellbrite extraction report of Jennifer Crumbley's web history.
That's correct.
Okay. So tell us, please, what was she researching November 29th, 2021 at 3:05 in the morning?
In the second column, you can see where it says research clinical depression treatment options. There's Yahoo search that was used.
Okay.
In the third column, you can see exactly that's what was in the URL bar, the web address bar. That you typed
And that's the day before the shooting in the early morning hours?
at 3:05 a.m.
All right, now let's talk about the Facebook conversations between James and Jennifer from later that day, Monday the 29th. This is 1:14.
I'm sorry. I have no objection.
114 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. November the 29th, 2021, 8 a.m. Jennifer writes to James, "Are you at the barn?" And then about 40 minutes later, she sends a question mark. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then James responds to what?
He responds with, starting with a question mark, working on Billy.
Okay. So it appears, at least from this message thread, that he's at the barn with their horse Billy.
That's correct.
And then he sent a picture.
That's correct.
Can you tell what that's of?
It's horse's legs, it appears.
Okay. And what does Jennifer respond to that picture?
Do the fronts too.
Okay, and this is 9:21 a.m. What does Jennifer say?
Jennifer asked, did you call the vet?
And then what?
Make sure you get back in between his heel bulbs.
Okay, and James's response to that?
He responds with, I did, and then fronts too.
And that's at 9:34 a.m. on November the 29th.
That's correct.
At 9:35, what does James say?
He texts, what exactly should I tell vet? Type out for me, leaving barn now.
Okay, and then Jennifer responds, Billy looks to have scratches / mud fever. He's starting to stock up on all fours and concerned about infection. He's not lame, sensitive to the touch, and they go down when he moves. Is there an antibiotic I can get him on? We just put Desitin and antibacterial on his legs today. That's November 29th, 9:41 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then she sends a message to him.
Correct.
And what does she say?
She says, was he stocked up this morning?
And then James's response?
James responds with, he was stocked up more in the back than in the front. In fact, the front didn't really look stocked up at all. So I launched them for a few minutes before I put the stuff on it. And it took the swelling down a little bit, but I got the cream all over, in between his heel bulbs and stuff like that. I'll call the vet here in a minute.
Okay. Now, sir, it's been a little tedious going through all of the messages regarding the horses. Give us an idea, because you're the one who actually extracted that information from Facebook. You reviewed it. How often will they show concern over their horses?
Quite often.
Okay, and Jennifer's response, this is the same conversation, November 29th at 9:58 a.m.
She responds with, it made sense, LOL.
Okay, and then James responds more about the horse, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jennifer responds to that message,
Yes, she did.
and that's at 10:15 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this same day, same time period, did you uncover evidence that someone from Oxford High School left a message for Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And in fact, that was at 9:41 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so that was in the midst of the Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer about their horse.
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to obtain that voicemail from Jennifer Crumbley's phone records?
Yes.
People move to admit 115.
No objection, Your Honor.
115 is admitted.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Crumbley. My name's Pam Fine. I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Ms. Hopkins, who's Ethan's counselor. I was just calling to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of the teachers had sent an email to the office. She was concerned that Ethan, when she was walking around the room, catching assignments, that he was on his phone looking at bullets, and that sort of thing. So she just wanted to have a conversation. We did. We said he assessed the shooting range with you this weekend, and we were like, yep. Guns are a hobby for a lot of people, and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school, and things versus searching at home, like, I can get a good example of like if a teacher makes beer, at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but can't be using searches for making beer at school. So we had a conversation, he was great, he was like, yep, I get it. So I just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation with him, and, about 5 minutes, and he was like, wow. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call, otherwise, and it'll be a great holiday, thanks, bye-bye.
Okay, that was the day before the shooting at 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, did Jennifer Crumbley access that voicemail?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, this is exhibit 116.
We have no objection.
116 is admitted.
Thank you, Joe. And according to your analysis, she accessed the voicemail at 11:49 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's still in the midst of the conversation she was having with James about their horse.
Correct.
Did you uncover evidence that Jennifer Crumbley texted her son about that voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. This is exhibit 117.
I have no objection.
117 is admitted.
Okay. Now, owner Green, this is Jennifer because it's from her phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, you were able to take the whole text message conversation that existed between between Jennifer Crumbley and her son. Is that right? And if it were to be printed out, it'd be over 200 pages. So is that right?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you portions from November 29th, and we'll refer back to this. So November 29th at 11:53 a.m. This is a few minutes after she listened to the voicemail. What did she write to her son?
She says, seriously, 2 question marks, looking up bullets in school, question mark, question mark.
And he writes back, what? And then, oh yeah?
Correct.
And then he wrote what?
I already went to the office for that. It was in first hour. All I did was look up a certain caliber at the end of class because I was curious. It was on my phone.
Okay, that's 11:53 a.m., November 29th.
11:54.
11:54, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
And then what did he write?
Completely harmless. Teachers just have no privacy. They said, I'm all good.
And then the next message?
The shooter continues, I understood why. They talked to me and they said, I'm good.
Okay, then he wrote, this is nothing I should get into trouble. This is nothing I should get in trouble about. He
Correct.
wrote that to the defendant at 11:55 a.m.
That's correct.
And what was her response to that?
You're not. They left me a voicemail with a hand over face emoji twice.
Okay. And then what did she say?
She then says, did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
So she wrote at 12:14 p.m., did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
Correct.
And his response?
No, I didn't show them the pic. My God.
And then what?
I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday.
Okay. It was, I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday.
Correct.
Okay. And then what did he say?
It was a harmless act.
Go ahead.
I have this bullet cartridge in my room that I didn't, what kind of bullet it was, and it said it was a 22. So at the end of first hour, I just looked up different types of 22 bullets. And I guess the teachers can't get their eyes off my screen, SMH.
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
She responds with, LOL, I'm period, not mad. You're not, you have to learn, not period, to period, get caught, period.
And his response to that?
IK, or I know, LOL.
And then?
2 laughing emojis. And then he responds with, I just didn't want something this little to get me in trouble because, well, I didn't want to get in trouble, LOL.
Okay, and then what did he write?
The shooter says, I want to hear the voicemail when I get home though. Also, I never tried to hide me looking up the bullet. I just didn't think a teacher would be staring at my phone.
And then what did she say, the defendant?
She says, okay, I saved it.
Sir, did you find evidence that Jennifer discussed this incident with her husband James that day?
Yes.
This is 118.
Thank you, no objection to 118.
118 is admitted.
This is a Facebook message between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer's now in blue.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what did she write?
She writes, Ethan, tell you what happened today.
And his response.
James' response was, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no further discussion between the two of them on Facebook Messenger.
No, there is not.
Now, sir, I want to take you back to the day of the shooting, November the 30th, 2021. And what we'll do is go step by step with what you were able to discern from your available sources of information. Okay? All right. Exhibit 119. Well, first of all, we already talked about how you were the individual who went through all the surveillance video. Correct. And it was your responsibility to put together that timeline.
Correct.
And did you also put together the timeline when the school shooter was dropped off at school?
Yes,
Okay. And he was dropped off at 7:46 a.m. on November the 30th?
that's correct.
Any objection to this?
No objection.
119 is admitted.
Do you see him being dropped off?
Yes. It's him with the gray hoodie and had a black t-shirt on.
Right there?
Correct.
Judge, and looking at the time, this might be a good time to break for lunch, given the fact that we're starting to go through the evidence from the day of the shooting.
If their lunch is ready,
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
just because this is now that's a transition.
Oh, okay, all right. Your lunch is here, so, I wanna let you know that because you're on the stand right now, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until you're finished testifying, okay?
Lance?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. I apologize.
I didn't
Yes,
mean to
ma'am.
wake you up.
No, I'm awake, Anthony. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
all right.
I was thinking.
We're in the middle, don't do that. We're in the middle of your testimony, so you can't discuss your testimony with the other side.
Absolutely.
Okay,
You can't
step
eat
down.
lunch.
You can eat lunch, you can eat lunch, you just can't talk about things, all right? So you can step down, all right? So, can we come back at quarter to one? That's enough time, right? So your lunch is ready and in the table, okay?
All right, for the jury.
No, it's all right, it's all right. I like the jury to know that I'm telling you that, so they understand that. Okay, then you take her down. There's
Recording stopped.
Was American, small, with mustache. He had like what you use to carry your pants. suspenders. He had an old pickup, and he showed us that piece of land for photos to see if he knew someone to sell it, but he was always talking, I have a helicopter, and this is to sell it for celebrities. And Giselle Bundchen has a helicopter, and he was talking about giving Gates, and I mean, I'm like, okay. We got, Fotis got there, I got ticks, Fotis got ticks, and he got Bolsonaro there too. And this guy started calling Fotis like at 4:30 in the morning, like for 4 days in a row. I said, please block this guy, because this guy is like a...
Do you know what they was calling for us about?
Because he wanted Fotis to sell, to help him sell this property.
Yeah.
If you go to that place, like he's in construction, he has machines very old, and they were like all parked around the place. And we passed by a place and he had like chainsaw, or like the size of this table, like a ghost with like a scary face, like everything he had done, it was like a meat thing with a hook, like very creepy. And I remember I said, Fotis, hold Pavel, because we're gonna get killed here. And he called Pavel, and Pavel was checking on us all the time, like calling us. And then I don't know what happened to this guy. I never heard of him again.
Alright, so we have a laptop here. It's a satellite view from Google. So here's Jefferson Crossing, here's 4 Jefferson Crossing, and here's Eli and Deercliff. So you guys would ride out.
So wait, this is Fotis' house.
Okay, alright, so that's fine.
Yeah, we
So-
go up here, all this is the line,
Alright, so
okay.
you're traveling east through the woods, just behind the
We
property.
go behind here, that this guy gets upset. We go up here, because this looks like a power, can you open it
I'm
more?
doing it. Alright, so you're traveling along the southbound side of Jefferson. Yep,
We
and,
go up here,
yep, go ahead.
how do I go?
You gotta push down and then drag it. We'll zoom
Yes.
out there.
So, see, we go all this,
It's a trail, this is where the power lines are.
all this is power
Yeah,
line.
because they gotta cut them. Okay.
And that's, is this the restaurant or
That
there's
looks like,
more?
that looks like, I don't know if that's all of it. There's a body of water here, there's a body of water here, I'm not familiar with it.
Bueno, okay, I don't know, I just know that we go out here, we do this, and then at some point we go in between here.
Yeah,
Here we turn around and then we go back. So all this is like trails.
let me zoom in. Are you guys motoring on the cleared portion or in the
In both.
woods?
In both,
Alright,
in the
so
clear and then it becomes like wood. I mean, I can take you, but it's there. Just need,
Well, we'll see what happens. You know. I'm getting popped off the calls.
that whole loop, when we do it in motor, it takes us about 40 minutes.
So it's a big area. Any idea? Alright, is there any like landmark where you guys turn right? You're going up here.
I mean, if you put it bigger and it shows, I can,
Well, I mean, the thing is, if it's bigger, then it's harder for you to see. I was trying to zoom in for you so you can.
but anyway, we can go all the way up to Route 44, so look, Route 44. That's where we've done this. Where's
Would you wanna
Route
take a ride with them?
44?
Yeah, you need to laugh.
This is-
44 is here.
So all this, we do that.
She's away to do that.
We do that all the time.
Okay.
And 2 times we crossed even 44 and we kept going to the power line.
Well, this is all power.
Yeah, that's where we were. But this was only, bueno, me, I only did it 2 times. 1 time with Pavel and 1 time with you.
So this is property that you, Clovis, have been on, but are you saying that you have no specific knowledge that Jennifer, whose body is in here? You don't know?
I mean, I can tell you where we drive motor, but
I mean,
I
let me
never
ask
saw 40.
Is there anything else about this area that you can tell us? Because this is quite an expansive tract.
It takes us 40 minutes.
So 40 minutes round trip.
Yes, and we're back in the house cleaning the motor.
Okay, and how, I mean, I fast you guys going on a motorcycle? You on like, you go through the woods? I don't know the forest, I don't know. 30, 40?
No, yeah, 30, 35.
Okay. So 20 minutes out at approximately 30 miles an hour is basically.
In the gravel, when we go in between the woods, a little bit less because I
Right,
fall,
you
he
would
falls, there's rocks,
Okay.
we sometimes stop, move a log.
Is there anywhere if you were to hide something, like a body,
That's like a paradise.
is there,
That's
it's like, how would, when you say a paradise?
So it's big, anywhere you can put someone
Mm-hmm.
in like,
In what, like a cave and holes and water? Any idea? Let me ask you a very simple question. What do you think happened to Jennifer Lewis?
where you said, you
No,
guys,
no, no.
okay, what I know, and I see in the newspaper that she got
No,
in the garage.
no, they're asking you for only your knowledge. Not what you read in the newspaper, not what you think
And I think that she's still somewhere, hiding. Pero bueno, you guys said that you find blood, so obviously she's not hiding from who. What Fotis have told me that in the past, before they were married, I don't know when, how many years, she fought with her parents and she disappeared and she moved to Aspen. And she got an inherit of an aunt of $3 million. And she lived like for 3 years in Aspen. And she changed her name to Jennifer Bay, which I still receive in the house, magazines,
Let me ask you a question.
then
Let me ask you a question. You have how many children?
mom of mine,
And Nicole, she's 12.
yes.
Would you ever leave your 12-year-old daughter, listen, would you ever leave and go hide and not tell your 12-year-old daughter where you are? Why not?
Because I'm a healthy person, I won't do that.
Okay. Because she would be very upset, right?
It's something that doesn't even cross my mind,
It wouldn't even occur to you to do that.
no,
Because Jennifer has 5 children
yes.
and other family members. You think, why would she go hide and not tell them for a period of time where she is and she's sick?
Can I talk about the report?
No,
Well,
no,
that's
listen,
not
wait a
a-
minute, the question was,
My question is,
The
my
question
only
was-
answer that I can give is because from my understanding, she has a borderline personality
She
disorder.
got that information from photos.
This is a man who killed his wife, so.
Photos,
She told me it was
yes, I got it.
And it happened.
our impression of photos.
Yes, I got it from photos and there's a,
Listen to Jennifer.
I
Michelle.
know, but you keep calling me Jennifer, it's not.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Jennifer's on my mind,
I know.
okay? Because I worry every day and every night about Jennifer. So I apologize for calling you the name of the person who's missing now. Boy, that's please. So Michelle, here's the thing. We're here to find out where she is. Okay? We don't think that you're not the one who orchestrated this. Our impression of Otis is that he is a manipulative, controlling person.
That's
And we want to think he is really right, based on the information.
Everybody's in.
Everybody, and he said he wanted to get rid of his wife. And he did that. And we're looking to find her for her family's sake.
Killed the mother of his 5 children.
And we want help from you.
I mean, if,
Who's to say he could have done to you?
yeah, if he can kill the mother of his 5 children, somebody who apparently appears to have been wanting to get back with that mom, according to his phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
It said, here he kills the mother of his 5 children. And according to his, from what we hear from other people and his phone, he appeared to have been wanting to get back with
Sure.
that woman.
Who wanted to get back to her?
The photos went
Oh,
back
that's the
to
love of
Jeff.
your life. The man, yeah, the man you sleep with every night.
A text message to her.
Yeah. So you think, for 1 second,
So imagine what he would do to you.
so he was trying to set you up.
His first wife, was married to her for a long time, had 5 children. 2 sets of twins.
You don't
I
think,
know, and I know they're married.
Yeah.
I know you do. I know you do. Your daughter knows them well too. She had the family that she always wanted with those kids.
So not the family that she always wanted, because I believe she has a nice family and she's happy.
No, what I mean is other children. She has, yes, she has a lovely family with you, her father, your mom, absolutely.
Because you're saying we have the text messages from photos of Jennifer. We're going back to March. We have it.
But when we're actually, for
We have his phone. We have everything.
I know, but for what?
You show Michelle when he tells you.
let me tell you something about
Okay,
photos.
I didn't know.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Show her friends. I want to tell you something that everyone in this room is like. Photos lies to everyone. And the reason he lies to everyone is he cares about one person in the world, and that's himself. He didn't care about his first wife, he didn't care about his second wife, he doesn't care about you. He says all kinds of things to all kinds of people to get what he wants. Okay? He manipulates, he controls. We have no doubt he did that to you. He lies to you. So I know you. I'm trying to. So he owes you, he feels he owes you nothing. If he could put this murder on you, he would do it in a second. Okay? We don't think that's true. And we want what is fair. Yeah, we will. Return to just.
Stop. We're talking.
Can you call her?
When you catch this back. Okay? We want you to understand what's going on here. You love a person. You love
I don't want to know her.
You love a person, and love a person, and have a relationship with a person who loves only one person, and that's himself. He will do anything he can to get out of what he has done. I have no doubt that he has killed his daughter, his wife, Jennifer.
Okay.
We think you have information.
I'm going to help you, but I can walk the whole world with you if you want. I can take you to like a motor place. I can walk, I can spend a month with you guys. I can do whatever you want, but I didn't do it.
You know what I want you to do right now? I want you to stop talking to me and take some breaths. Just take some deep breaths. Okay. Okay. It's hard to come to the realization of somebody that you care about, what they're really all about. That's what he's about. And he's always been that way. And he will never change.
Michelle, was the shaving his head, was that his idea? He got him to do it? You never did that before?
To him,
Yeah.
I took it to another boyfriend.
Yeah, but from him to him, that was the first time since you've been with him that he ever did that.
No, it's done it before. Father's Day picture is in the car with his kids. I think it was in 2017. He also had his head completely
Okay.
shaved. And I think there's a picture.
But about for you shaving his head.
For you,
I know that person. I did it
Okay.
to him.
He's asking you.
Yes, he asked me that.
You know,
We made fun of it. It was something.
you didn't know what it is
No,
exactly, right? But that's the first time he asked you to do it. other times he did it to himself.
He done it in a barber shop.
Right.
He comes, that it wasn't that short, that's true. No, that's short, that short was my fault, that I put that thing.
He was bald.
Yes, less than you.
He was bald like who? Like Pavel?
No, the red I was like him, was down here.
Focus was very similar to bald
Like-
the way Pavel was, right? When you shave his head, or was it more like me?
Or more like Ken. Sorry.
No, like when I shaved it, it was like him, but he has gray hair. So it doesn't, you look like you got more hair than him.
Yeah, well, I had a lot when you first met me. I shaved it up.
We don't think you.
No, I think I made you like that.
It was like this.
I don't know.
Don't worry about it. We're not saying you knew why he was asking you to shave his head, but it's important for us to know that was the first time he asked
Yes,
you, okay?
it was.
Okay. So these are the kinds of things that can help us. Can I ask you something else, Michelle? I know I kind of false all the first, but that Friday, when Jennifer was reporting missing, when you were at church, you saw fullness in the early morning hours. That whole day, you find this kind of odd that he didn't call you at all? Did you talk to him all day? Is that odd too? Because let me tell you, we have phone.
20 times and there are days that we talk zero.
Did you try calling him that day and ask him where he was?
No, I can't do that. I mean, in my head, he's in the office, but
Right.
again, it wasn't
Okay.
for what you say.
And what did you do the next day?
Me,
You and Felix?
at 9, we had a meeting with Rania and the couple. Like for an hour, he explained all the process of work, blah, blah, blah. I showed the maps, I brought my computer because his computer wasn't supposed to be working for the server. I got into the server with my computer. We showed them the map of the whole of another project in that for this budget for this lot here. And they were from the home residents. And then he said I have to go because he was supposed to leave his kids at 11. And Rania took them to the lot and 80 mountain.
And this is Saturday, 25th.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And 40 step, and I stopped in CVS to buy a gift card for Nicole's birthday girl, a $25 credit card. Then I drove to Edna Walker. At 11:30, we were there, and Nicole, with all her friends, they got into a bus.
So let's stop there. What did photos do for the rest of the day on Saturday?
Well, he supposedly was with the police, with his lawyer.
You figured if your mother and your 5 kids were missing, you would want to help your children out and give them everything, anything. Maybe you can help out where she is. Otis did not do that. Otis actually was extremely uncooperative with this whole thing. So
He's done nothing.
He hasn't talked.
He's said a word. He won't say a word.
So he told you he was gonna talk to the police?
No.
No, okay. He just.
might get a lawyer.
He thought
He
he
told me, no, he told me, because the night before he talked to Lauren, and he said, we have to meet at 11, I don't know where, and they were meeting with the kids and Puebla, which is the supervisor. So because we drove, at some point he called me. I don't know if he was already with Jacob. And
Who's Jacob?
Jacob,
Pirate lawyer.
it was his lawyer, and he said we're going to the police because the police called me to testify, to help, or to I don't know what.
Is it normal for a missing mom when you go to find out?
Yes, and supposedly he went, I don't know, I wasn't there, and he went with Jacob.
But you would think that he would drop whatever he was doing the minute he heard that the mother of his 5 kids was missing. He'd get his ass where he should
wanted
be
to
out
go
of
to New York, but I don't know who told him, you cannot come here, better stay. I don't know if it was Jacob or Mike Rose. Well, that this conversation I did listen because we were in the office at the end of the office talking. He was. Then the police called me 2 times and Jacob
You
said.
dumping trash in Hartford the day before was extremely bizarre, right? And then the next day, Jennifer's missing and it's all
No,
news.
nothing, we found out at
Okay,
8:20 that the police came to the house.
okay, did you look back for yesterday and say, you know what? We're dumping trash all over the city of Hartford. No. Well, I didn't see photos yesterday. Why are, it's not piecing in your mind?
Just make the connection.
Okay. No, it's not just.
No, I don't think like that. I might be stupid,
No, you're trusting and that's understandable.
You're loyal girlfriend.
It doesn't cross in my mind that I'm sleeping with someone that is thinking of killing someone. If I would have not been there, with my daughter.
Well, not only did you think about it while you were sleeping with him, he involved you in the cleanup.
Yeah.
But that's even worse. I hate him because of that.
Got you in trouble. According to what you're telling us, and what could be the case, the only reason
But I was cleaning the house. I wasn't cleaning
the
the
only reason you got arrested, according to your story, was because of photos.
Yes, of
Right,
course.
right.
What else?
Going back to that Friday, that 24th. Do you know where Fotis' phone was in the morning?
It was picked up.
Would
He thought it, I guess.
would he normally have his phone with him? Doesn't he?
Yes and no.
We kind of talked about
A
this.
lot, yes. Sometimes he leaves them, he's very,
Well, listen, he has a business. It's a big money business. He has a phone, business phone, and the business phone is his cell phone. Doesn't he normally carry that cell phone with him to accept business calls? Because his wife is missing doesn't mean his business is out. It's ended, right? Right?
yes.
All right, so Saturday, wouldn't he have his phone with him?
He didn't have it.
I'm asking
on
you.
Saturday.
On Friday, right. On Friday, wouldn't you expect him to have his phone with him? Because it's
But he didn't have it.
first things first.
So listen to the question.
Wouldn't, on Friday, when
Yes.
you didn't know where he was,
Yes.
wouldn't you expect to have his phone? He had his phone be with him,
Yes.
okay? What if we said it wasn't with him? What if we said it was at the house?
In the house?
Right. What if we said that? Would that be unusual? That he left his phone behind?
All day.
For the time,
Well,
kind of around
if
the
you put
murder?
it like that, yes, but
That would be unusual?
yes.
Okay, when you call him, does he normally pick up? Unless he's busy.
Or he left the phone
Okay.
in the pond, and he comes back and then he said, oh, come with me and let's pick up the phone because I left.
So the pattern for Fotis is to generally have the 8625 cell phone with him, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know his number by memory.
Okay, it's the business phone.
The only one
It's
that
the
I know.
AT&T phone.
It's at
Okay, so
860.
478-8625. It's the one on the Ford Group business
Yes,
site,
yes,
right?
yes.
The one on the Ford Group
Yes.
business site. So if he doesn't have that phone with him, that is unusual?
Probably would say yes,
Okay.
but he has left it in the past. He leaves.
So when he leaves it in the past, he leaves it and says, oh, Michelle, I left my phone, we have to go back and get it. And he realizes it within a half hour or an hour, not 6 hours, right?
No, not
Or in this case,
Does he get a lot
14
of
hours.
Does he get a lot of phone calls throughout the day? How often does his phone ring?
Well, right now
Once an
it's
hour?
so,
Like once an hour?
I don't know by hours because I don't
This
check, but
is a approximation, like how many phone calls?
like right now I know that the business is going slow, so he doesn't get as much as
So how many
Like,
calls do
he
you think
talks-
he would get?
during the day.
During the morning? Would he get at least one?
Well, yes, at least one,
Okay.
I guess.
But
I
you're-
believe, yes.
Yours significant other, he's got guys on job sites down in the king, these guys aren't calling him saying, they go
But
out.
I'm not in the, I'm
No,
not
I know,
on the
but-
phone with
Well,
him.
for example, this case alone, I work in this case, I'm on my phone all the time, my significant other's phone. Jesus, you're on the phone a lot, because I'm working. That's what
What
this is.
when are you talking, please, I don't understand. On Friday?
Yes, right.
No,
These patterns of behavior, this selfishness.
Anything. So
Yes.
you're gonna spend Tuesday with photos, you're gonna go to breakfast. You're gonna hang out, he's not gonna work, he's gonna spend the day with you.
No.
He doesn't do that? Okay.
A Tuesday to hang out and have breakfast? No. On a Saturday or Sunday? Probably yes.
Is his phone ringing Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
This is his regular patterns of behavior, right? We're just looking for
He talks
behaviors.
over the phone, yes. Like how often? I cannot tell you. He received 100. He's not like in a stock market.
Because of the times when you're out to dinner with them or you're having breakfast and I hang out, the guys are calling me at the job site. They want to know if.
Each time he talks, he
Right,
walks. He
right.
walks all over the house.
Okay.
And not over all the house.
This is
Because
good.
the house has bad reception. So he either goes to
One
his
spot.
office,
One spot.
Right.
the kitchen, or outside the house. Those are like the 3 best spots to talk in for Jefferson.
When he arrived home that morning or that afternoon, Friday 24th, did he mention his phone at all?
No.
Did he ask you where it was? Did he mention you that he had left it at home?
No.
Did he ask you if you got any phone
And
calls?
he actually called me like at 1, I have it down, like at 1:30 something, he called me.
He called you to say what?
He called
Oh,
me
you walked in and you wanted to go.
But you remember the time that he called you, but you don't remember.
Okay, after.
And even me and my daughter, and even him, where are you? I'm in the office, I'm in the house, like, even inside the house, we call each
It's a
other.
big house.
It's a big house, so
Absolutely.
for me, that's normal to say, even with my
So you
daughter.
didn't get any calls to him that morning?
No, I didn't.
No. Oh, well, okay. So we go
And
back
when
in
he's
here.
when he's with the kids, I cannot call.
So
So
here's-
obviously I'm used to not
Well,
talking
here's
to
what-
him during the day.
So here's what we do, is we do have phone records dating back, I can't give you the exact date, we have a lot of phone records. We have your phone records, we have Fotis' phone records, we have Fotis' second phone records.
Sexual?
He's got another phone. So,
You didn't know he had
you
another?
know, another phone, the phone that when we took you guys to the real estate police with all that stuff, that phone,
No, he bought a phone with Jacob on Saturday when the police took his phone.
That's
Or
not
this is what
part
he
of it.
told
that's not true.
He
So that's
told me
another lie
Jacob.
you told
He
you.
told me Jacob bought me a phone.
No,
That's
That's a
very
lie.
That's the
nice.
same stuff.
Sure, that's a bull.
I'm telling
No,
you what
I'm
he
just
told
saying.
me, like,
Yeah,
I'm just
I
telling
agree
you.
with you.
He had that number as a prior to this. So would it be,
Is it a 208, 20?
I don't know, 203.
I don't remember.
The 203.
If you check my phone, I have 2 numbers for him. He used to have one that I don't know, and that one, yeah, I think he gave that line to Petros. But when the mom took the phone, I don't know if he stayed with that line, but I never saw that phone or that line, or I've never
so
told
we have the US Marshals and the FBI condensing all of your call records. So it's gonna be, what you're saying is normally you wouldn't talk to Fotis, you wouldn't text him or call him throughout these hours of days because he's working. You guys don't do that normally? Is this gonna be the only day that you haven't been calling him?
No, there are other days that we don't talk
Okay.
during the day.
Okay,
And especially when he's on the weekend with the
Yeah.
with the kids, because he's with the kids,
Yeah.
we don't even talk.
sorry.
And on Wednesdays, when he's in the afternoon with the kids, we don't even talk. Like we started sending one text like, "What are you guys with the are you with the kids?" Like something like that.
Well, he did leave his phone at home that morning. Morning that Jennifer went missing. Does that strike you as unusual?
Oh, I didn't see that one, but yes, probably it's weird.
What time is Fotis usually put his head down and like to go to bed? Is he late at night? Is he obviously?
Very late.
Okay, what does he do at night? Usually, what's his routine?
Just gonna pause it at 1:43:44. The defendant indicated to you that she did not see Mr. Dulis' cell phone, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did there come a point in time, specifically August 13th, 2019, where you had an opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
Yes.
What did she tell you about Mr. Dulis' cell phone on August 13th?
She indicated to us that on Friday, May 24th, Fotis Dulis' phone was in the office of the core group.
And did she speak with you about anything she did with the phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
The phone rang and she answered it.
So keep playing at this.
It probably is good idea to just take a 10-minute break at this time and come back at 12:25, and then we will go all the way until 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Yes, Jeff.
All right, this honorable Superior Court now stands in recess.
What kind of bullet it was, and it said it was a 22. So at the end of first hour, I just looked up different types of 22 bullets. And I guess the teachers can't get their eyes off my screen, SMH.
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
She responds with, LOL, I'm period, not mad. You're not, you have to learn, not period, to period, get caught, period.
And his response to that?
IK, or I know, LOL.
And then?
2 laughing emojis. And then he responds with, I just didn't want something this little to get me in trouble because, well, I didn't want to get in trouble, LOL.
Okay, and then what do you write?
The shooter says, I want to hear the voicemail when I get home, though. Also, I never tried to hide me looking up the bullet. I just didn't think a teacher would be staring at my phone.
And then what did she say to the defendant?
She says, okay, I saved it.
Sir, did you find evidence that Jennifer discussed this incident with her husband, James, that day?
Yes.
118.
Thank you. No objection to 118.
118 is in the middle.
This is a Facebook message between James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer's now in blue?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what did she write?
She writes, Ethan, tell you what happened today.
And his response?
James' response was, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no further discussion between the two of them on Facebook Messenger?
No, there's not.
Now, sir, I want to take you back to the day of the shooting, November the 30th, 2021. And what we'll do is go step by step with what you were able to discern from your available sources of information.
Okay.
All right. Exhibit 119. Well, first of all, we already talked about how you were the individual who went through all the surveillance video.
Correct.
And it was your responsibility to put together that timeline.
Correct.
Okay. And did you also put together the timeline when the school shooter was dropped off at school?
Yes.
Okay. And he was dropped off at 7:46 a.m. on November the 30th?
That's correct.
Okay. Any objection to this?
No objection.
119 is in the middle.
Do you see him being dropped off?
Yes. It's him with the gray hoodie and had a black t-shirt on.
Right there?
Correct.
Judge, in looking at the time, this might be a good time to break for lunch, given the fact that we're starting to go through the evidence from the day of the shooting.
If your lunch is ready.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Just because this is now it's a transition.
Oh, okay, all right, your lunch is here, so, I want to let you know that because you're on the stand right now, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until you're finished testifying, okay?
All right, lunch break time in Michigan there. That was a bit ago. We were behind it, but now we're caught up. They're still on the lunch break. We'll get you back into the courtroom as soon as they return. Probably not for another 40 minutes or so. Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Eric Faddis. And so we're talking earlier about the communications between parents and the sort of armchair quarterbacking on what they should have done. But if you take out the fact that they didn't think, and again, I have not heard anybody allege that they knew this was going to happen or that he ever threatened to shoot a school, and there was nothing, you know, you didn't have the internet search Dylan Klebold or anything like that that sometimes we've seen with Nicholas Cruz and other, you know, shooters. Take that out of the mix, that the shooting, they don't know a shooting's coming. Anything stand out to you in the communications back and forth that look at and seem to be criminally, you know, in either criminally in action or action there?
You know, so far, these digital exchanges between Jennifer Crumbley and Ethan, and also James Crumbley, the father, seem pretty innocuous. They seem rather commonplace. I would imagine at least some of your viewers have dealt with similar kinds of issues with their own children. You know, children have problems sometimes. You know, what we've shown here so far is they were talking about firearms. It's lawful to possess firearms and to supervise a child, is my understanding, at a shooting range. And so far, nothing terribly inculpatory, nothing damning for Jennifer Crumbley. I don't know what other ammunition the prosecution has, but we haven't seen a whole lot just yet.
Yeah, you know, this is totally legal for them to have the firearm. He's not allowed to own one, but we've seen video of him at the range, and there's the guy with the NRA vest who's sort of monitoring everything. And you know, this is in this area of the country, many areas of the country, this is a hobby, right? And the youngster is getting familiar with the weapon and enjoys it. It's therapeutic. They really enjoy it. They take all the precautions, and there's no red flags here. Even the person that called on the voicemail says, you know, hey, we just, you know, he can't be looking at this stuff at school, but we get it that this is an activity that you all enjoy. Happy holidays. So this is menacing in when we know what happened. And now it's creepy. Like, oh, look at him. There's the school shooter shooting a gun. Otherwise, it's not, isn't? Especially for this part of the world that this is an activity.
You make a really good point, Ted. You know, knowing what happened, knowing about the school shooting, and then sort of retracing steps and backtracking and trying to piece things together, connect dots, it's a little easier to do once we know of the final outcome. But if you put yourself in Jennifer Crumbley's shoes in the moment when she's texting Ethan Crumbley these things, you know, he's reassuring her, hey, there's no concern. He's not saying anything violent or erratic or unhinged or anything like that. And at least so far, it seems like Jennifer Crumbley has acted how we would expect most reasonable parents to act under the circumstances.
Let's go back to opening statements. Here is the prosecution saying Jennifer Crumbley was aware that her son was declining in mental health and yet provided the gun and the atmosphere to allow this shooting to happen. Take a listen.
Jennifer Crumbley didn't pull the trigger that day, but she is responsible for those deaths. These kids were gunned down inside Oxford High School with this gun. It's a 6-hour, 9mm handgun, purchased 4 days before the shooting by James Crumbley, Jennifer's husband and father of the school shooter. This was a purchase celebrated by Jennifer on Instagram. These are her words. This is her post. Mom and son day testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye. The evidence will prove that by the time this gun was bought, the school shooter was in a downward spiral that had begun months before. The evidence will also show you that Jennifer Crumbley was aware of that. Despite her knowledge of his deteriorating mental crisis, despite her knowledge of his growing social isolation, despite the fact that it is illegal for a 15-year-old to walk into a gun store and walk out with a handgun by himself, this gun was gifted. You will also learn that despite all of that background, this firearm was not secured in a way to prevent her son from gaining access to it.
Okay, that was the state in the opening. Here's the defense.
The prosecution has grossly misconstrued facts in this case, and I ask that you wait to make any judgment until all of the evidence has been presented and you have seen every detail of it, including Jennifer Crumbley's testimony, and she is going to take the stand and tell you about her life with her son, about the day he became the shooter, and about the day he did something she could have never anticipated or fathomed or predicted. She will tell you that when she saw the materials in this case, she learned that her son had not been her son for months, that he had been manipulating her, that he had been hiding things from her, that he had been sending text messages, alarming text messages, to other people. You will hear that the school never advised Mrs. Crumbley of problematic issues that if she had heard about, she would have jumped right on top of it.
Eric, that Ethan Crumbley at his sentencing said that my parents knew nothing about this and I hid things from them. Should this jury either hear from him or hear what he said at sentencing?
You know, I think it would certainly be helpful for the defense if they did, because that's Ethan Crumbley essentially saying, this is on me. These were my choices, and I'm going to have to live with those for the rest of my life. He's going to be in prison likely for the rest of his life. And so I don't know if he's going to be called as a witness. That would be a ton of fireworks for this case and interesting to see, but not sure if the prosecution or defense will go that far. It would be very traumatic, of course, for everyone involved.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be something else. The defense wants to call him. His lawyers are trying to prevent that as they appeal the decision that he was sentenced to life without parole as a teenager in the state of Michigan there. So we'll see how that plays out. To your point, though, that would be something if he came into the courtroom, and that would be probably very difficult for a lot of people, including the gallery where these family members have had to endure all of this and are there every day. Let's get a break here. Still ahead, we take a look at what is next for Treehouse murder defendant Ty Tucker. Did you watch this yesterday? He won-ish. A mistrial. Ty Tucker, a free man still. He has an ankle bracelet, and they say they're going to retry him. We'll talk about that. Get reaction to yesterday in Key West, Florida.
The mother of a convicted school shooter now faces charges herself.
Involuntary manslaughter and 4 counts of it.
Both James and Jennifer Crumbley failed to ask their son if he had his gun.
This is beyond neglect. It's unforgivable.
The first parents in America to be charged in a mass school shooting. This is brand new territory.
The school shooter mom trial. Live coverage today on Court TV.
After an accident or injury on the job, the insurance company will keep you in the dark as long as possible.
They didn't want to help. Their offer was an insult.
My gut said something wasn't right.
Don't stay in the dark. Let the Illinois Hammer Injury Attorneys get you the power.
It's time to get the strength. It's time to get results.
It's time to swing the hammer.
Dial 777 all 7s today. The Illinois Hammer is on the way.
After an accident, if you've received a quick offer from an insurance company, don't be relieved, be suspicious. You can bet it isn't enough. It's probably not even close. It's time to swing the hammer. We've gotten our clients 10, 20, and even 100 times more than the insurance company's original offer. That's serious money you can't afford to do without.
Dial 777 all sevens today. The Illinois Hammer is on the way.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages are unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac with thousands of satisfied customers. Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Request a free quote today. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online now.
This house is a Generac house. And you're just the person to keep it running. Because a proud homeowner has a protective instinct. And frankly, the brains to know the grid is gonna let you down sometimes. That's why when the rest of the block is lighting candles and looking for flashlights, you're ready to rock and roll. It's not just a generator, it's a power move. Request a free quote today.
Get the biggest savings this weekend at the Room Place. Save up to 30% off. Plus, take advantage of incredible hot buys store-wide. Like this stylish sofa for just $449. Or this reclining sofa only $699. Enjoy now and pay later with no interest for 5 years. And get it in your home fast with 3-day delivery guaranteed. Don't wait. Hurry in to save up to 30% off. Plus, hot buys. This weekend and this weekend only at the Room Place.
After an accident or injury on the job, the insurance company will keep you in the dark as long as possible.
They didn't want to help. Their offer was an insult.
My gut said something wasn't right.
Don't stay in the dark. Let the Illinois Hammer Injury Attorneys get you the power.
It's time to get the strength. It's time to get results.
It's time to swing the hammer.
Dial 777 all sevens today. The Illinois Hammer is on the way.
Welcome back to Court TV Live on a busy Friday here. The jury in the Jennifer Crumbley case up in Michigan is on the lunch break. So we'll get back to that moment, well, in the next 30 minutes or so. Meanwhile, got some news out of Ohio. The state has rested its case in chief in the retrial for Erica Stefanko. She, of course, is accused of conspiring to, along with her then husband, to kill Ashley Biggs. That was her husband's ex. She's the one that made that call, that fake pizza order call to lure Ashley to her death. We'll have updates later in this case. The defense case is going to start this afternoon, and she is expected to take the stand. The jury's been told that that's what's going to happen, so that will be compelling. We'll, again, update you throughout the day on that. Plus, in Florida, in case you missed it, the judge in the Treehouse murder trial yesterday afternoon, evening, declared a mistrial in Key West after the jury was unable to reach a verdict against Ty Tucker. Take a listen.
You remember the Allen charge I read you when we first were notified of this deadlock, and I told you that if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried. So that's at this point what I'm going to do. If you all can't reach a unanimous verdict, then I accept that fact. I'm going to declare this case a mistrial.
Franklin Tucker was charged, of course, with robbery, homicide, aggravated assault, and battery for that robbery that led to the death of Matthew Bonnet and injured Paula Belmont at that tree house. His case, according to the state, they're going to retry him. He'll be back in court in March 7th for a pretrial hearing. Afterwards, he joined Court TV crime and justice reporter Matt Johnson as he did over the course of his trial. Take a listen to his reaction after he found out he sort of won.
This has been a 3-week-long experience for you. How do you feel right now? What's going through your mind?
Actually, what's going through my mind is, like I was just telling you, I want to go home. I want to, see my dog. I've been miss him. But the other thing is, I'm thinking is, as we come back for the second one, I think it's March 7th is when we're going to come back and try it again. I think we're going to do a lot better the second time around. And I'm not so sure about the prosecution, so we'll see.
How are you feeling that the fact that this still is not over? This has been several years bringing it to this point. You became pro se back in September officially, and you helped pick this jury. Were you hoping for a mistrial? Were you hoping for a not guilty? Where are you with this?
I was hoping for a not guilty, that's true. When the prosecution did what they did in their close, that I wasn't, I knew that skewed the odds a little bit.
They should have found this guy
again, that's not going to happen the
guilty,
second time.
100%.
So the second time around, I get to
guilty.
come back with Todd O'Quinn, which I did not. I get
His
to come back with the other
accomplice,
witnesses I had, which I
murder.
did not.
He's
So
so
I have a feeling our return for the second round is going to be a lot better than it was the first time.
What are you planning on doing differently? Are you already starting to think about that? I know that you're still grappling with the news right now of a mistrial.
You haven't known me long, but you know me well enough to know that, yes, I am already thinking about what I'm going to be doing and how I'm going to change things. So yeah. So, like I said, the second time around, look, I barely got to put on a defense the first time. There's some mistakes I made the first time. I'm trying not to make the second time, so we'll see how it goes.
Today you tried to enter in more evidence after all the evidence was entered in this trial, even, that happens before closings. But you tried to have a particular video, an interrogation entered into evidence today. Is that going to be part of your strategy? Are you going to hope to have that introduced next trial?
It wasn't so much evidence that, again, it wasn't so much evidence. This one was, okay, the allegations they made in their close, when they made, was the comment of, there's no possible way he could have known, when they knew they had that video that came from them. And it's like, okay, no, it's one thing, okay, if you want to put up a fair fight, fine, that's good. That's what they're supposed to do. But that was not exactly, like I said, we have ethical concerns here, so.
And prosecutors were telling the judge that they're concerned about threats against themselves and their families, and you were saying that you're also receiving threats.
Oh, I don't know about threats, but I definitely get my fair share of people who don't like me, people who have negative things to say. They're posting up on my Facebook, they're posting up and, sending me emails, whatever. But look, it's the nature of this thing, it's like, okay, no, some people are always going to think I did this, no matter what, right? It doesn't matter. They could come out tomorrow and put billboards up saying Ty didn't do it, right? Some people are always going to feel that way. Fine, and for them, again, I can't say as far as, what they've been receiving, what's been happening. I mean, that's for them, again, I don't personally know. I don't know what they're actually getting at, or whether he was just playing that up to play it up. I don't know. But I do know that, yes, if you're going to prosecute this case and you're going to do it with the kind of evidence they came with, I mean, you're going to receive some criticism.
Well, there's also criticism over the fact that you've been so vocal about your story and your defense. Prosecutors were hoping to get the gag order reinstated. You argued against it. Why do you want to talk to the media and share your story?
Well, because, I mean, there's a lot of things that happened in this case that people aren't aware of. And personally, like I told the judge, I mean, I don't know if you guys caught that day. Yeah, you had to have when I did my JOA. When I said this case should have never gone to trial, it should have been dismissed a long time ago, legally, right? And yeah, that part people need to know.
Well, March 7th, you're still facing life behind bars if your next jury convicts you.
Yeah.
Is there any regrets for not taking one of the many plea deals?
No, I told you that before. And man, look, part of it, I actually even talked this over with Jerry when you saw him in there. It's like, look, part of the reason I'm here is because people do that, right? And I understand it. I understand how scary it is. I understand, you want to get home, you want to go back to work, you want to, get on with your life. I get that. But every time somebody takes a plea, when they didn't do it, well, these guys, they rely on that. They've come to the point where they rely on the plea. They looked at me shocked when I didn't take the plea, like you're supposed to take it. No, I didn't do it, so take me to court, take me to trial.
Okay, Ty Tucker afterwards. Matt Johnson. Remember the old People's Court when they do the thing in front of the judge and then the litigants would come out and talk to Doug Llewellyn like right away? This case was sort of like that. If we've ever had a defendant who just walks out of the courtroom and talks to Matt Johnson right out of the gate. Still with us is Eric Faddis. Eric, I was very critical of his decision not to employ an attorney, and I still think that he had a very good chance of walking if he had an experienced attorney, but he is an experienced attorney now. He beat, hey, there's a lot of people, their first murder case doesn't work out with a hung jury. He did very well considering everything. Your thoughts moving forward here, overall in this case, should he be retried? Should he represent himself ×2? Your thoughts?
We saw there, he's pretty confident, right? After this verdict, he got the mistrial, which is essentially a win for defense, especially in a homicide case, because now the prosecution has to go back to the drawing board, decide, hey, do we mount an entire new case against this guy, do a new trial, spend taxpayer money when a jury has already said, we can't conclude that he is guilty. And so, it'd be interesting to see what the prosecution does. I'm wondering if they're going to offer him a deal and just say, hey, look, if you cop to something lower with credit for time served, something like that, let's just all be done.
He already said no to time served. I mean,
that's right.
This dude's on a mission, and he's willing to roll the dice on a level that is extraordinary. I mean, like him or hate him, the guy has some moxie. He's ready to go to war, and it's just something else. Does he have a better chance with a lawyer, though, second time? And he would acknowledge he knows the work that it does take.
Yeah, I've got to imagine that would only increase his chances in the second go-around if he does have an attorney. There were certainly some critical errors that he made as a non-attorney during the trial. He didn't even have his witnesses ready to go. Not all of them were called in his defense. He tried to introduce evidence after the deadline, and the jury didn't get to hear it. So I've got to imagine that getting experienced legal counsel on board is only going to increase his chances of a full acquittal if there is a second trial.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Right now, the state's saying they're going, and they've got this pretrial hearing March 7th. He, in the meantime, gets to leave Key West. He lives in Portland now, so he's monitored, so he can't, leave his home, but he says he's going to come back and represent himself. At least that's where it's going right now. So we'll get a break here. Coming up, big hearing next week for convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh. We're going to look at how this evidentiary hearing could, with a big could, capital C, result in a retrial for Alec Murdaugh. Well, it's possible. We'll talk about it next.
It was a loving mother.
Erica Stefanko stands accused of luring a pizza delivery driver into a trap that ended her life.
The pizza delivery murder retrial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Could Alec Murdaugh get a new trial?
Allegations that Becky Hill tampered with the jury.
This is a very serious matter. The Murdaugh family murders. Motion for a new trial. Live coverage Monday morning, 8/7 Central on Court TV.
When is the last time you had your furnace looked at? Take advantage of this limited time offer from Dwayne Blanton. Get your furnace tuned up now for just $49. Call or visit the heating and cooling experts at myblantonservices.com.
This is your captain speaking. Welcome aboard.
Get the biggest savings this weekend at the Room Place. Save up to 30% off. Plus, take advantage of incredible hot buys store-wide. Like this stylish sofa for just $449. Or this reclining sofa only $699. Enjoy now and pay later with no interest for 5 years. And get it in your home fast with 3-day delivery guaranteed. Don't wait. Hurry in to save up to 30% off. Plus hot buys this weekend and this weekend only at the Room Place.
There's gonna be trouble.
Are you silver?
Let's have it. Scared? You the law?
Well, that's right.
I'll find you and I'll kill you.
Now all I need is a fresh horse, a saddle, and a gun.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
That's incredible! No, it's genius! I know! Oh, forget it. You'll never understand.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
Alf, what are you doing here?
I used to be a phenomenon. Now I'm reduced to a what are you doing here?
You keep me coming back for more.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a Plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
Ion Plus is your home for adventure.
Rex, go!
Mystery.
Fascinating.
And thrill.
Woo! Just keep your ear out and see if we pick anything up.
What's with the dog?
He's with me.
You're not supposed to root for the criminals.
That's what I do. No crime is unsolvable. Some simply take longer than others.
You'll always find more on Ion Plus.
Convicted double murderer Alec Murdaugh in court today for the start of this hearing that could set into motion possibly a retrial in the murder convictions. His defense team is petitioning the court for that new trial based on these allegations of jury tampering from court official Rebecca Hill. Now, no cameras were allowed this morning in court. The only reason for this hearing today was because one juror, or the former jurors here in this case, was not able to make it on Monday when the entire panel is going to be interviewed by the judge to see what they heard, during this trial and be able to go further. So there were no cameras, and well, there were, but it was able to be recorded. The judge, out of an abundance of caution, is prohibiting anything from what happened today. Like, what did the juror? No, none of the questions, none of the answers, none of it can be reported because, of course, she doesn't want the other jurors to find out, and she wants everybody to be truthful starting on Monday. So, of course, Court TV adheres by the judge's rules in every case, and we'll do that here again. But Monday, the evidentiary hearing will begin in earnest when all of the jurors come in. They're hoping to do that in the morning, and then in the afternoon, it will be Becky Hill. She'll take the witness stand, take questions from prosecution, defense, and the judge. And that will set the table for the judge to make a ruling on whether or not Alec Murdaugh gets a new trial. Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson has a look at what is expected at next week's hearing.
Alec, is there anything you want to say to your surviving family member?
March 2nd, 2023, as convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh was escorted out of the back of the Culleton County Courthouse, the state's prosecution team addressed the media out front. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson was all smiles as he singled out the Culleton County Clerk of Court for her work during the trial.
I want to thank the Colleton County Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, and her entire team and their staff. I don't know.
Becky Hill was a fixture in the courtroom during the 6-week-long trial, and she was universally praised for her management of the high-profile case.
I call her Becky Booth, that's her nickname, but Madam Clerk, wherever you are tonight,
In August, she self-published a book that she said was a behind-the-scenes look at Alec Murdaugh and the case from her perspective.
He was just like any other defendant in some ways. As the defendant in this trial, he still came in every morning and said, "Good morning, Miss Becky," every day.
But it was what she said about the jurors and about the dismissal of one particular juror that got Murdaugh's attorney's attention.
When the clerk of court wrote her book, published her book, jurors were upset about that.
Behind the Doors of Justice became the foundation of the defense team's accusations of juror tampering, and Becky Hill found herself in the center of a legal storm related to Murdaugh's motion for a new trial.
The clerk of court had improper private communications with the jurors, and the subject matter of those communications was the credibility of the defense.
As she denied the allegations, South Carolina's law enforcement division began interviewing jurors. SLED also opened an investigation into Becky Hill and her activities as clerk of court after her son, Jeffrey Hill, who was the technology director at the office, was arrested and charged with wiretapping. Becky Hill's legal troubles are front and center as the defense motion for a new trial moves forward, and Murdaugh's attorneys have signaled they intend to play hardball with the embattled clerk of court.
Okay, again, that is Monday. Our cameras will be there, and we will watch that live. A lot at stake there. Again, the judge today saying she's hoping to have this hearing, instead of being a 3-day hearing, which she cleared her calendar for, only a 1 day. She thinks she can get through all the jurors in the morning and then Becky Hill in the afternoon session. Still with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Eric Faddis. A lot at stake here for all sides. Retrying a double murder case will be no fun for the state of South Carolina. And of course, for Alec Murdaugh, it's his chance at another shot. Your take overall, what, the judge has limited what the defense wants to bring in. The egg lady is not going to be interviewed. She's that juror that was bounced early and came back to get her eggs. Your thoughts overall, what we should be looking for Monday?
Yeah, this hearing is a huge development. Ted, as you know, this Alec Murdaugh case gripped the nation. It was probably the biggest trial of the year, and now we might have to do it all over again. The fact, every time someone's convicted, especially in a murder case, there is an appeal. They're seeking a new trial, but it's not usual for the judge to grant a hearing on that motion. That usually means the judge thinks there is at least some apparent merit to the motion. And so we're going to hear from some witnesses. The clerk of court is going to be the star of that show, and I'll be interested to see whether she even takes the fifth based on the accusations of jury tampering.
Yeah, and she has some other issues going on, so that might be a possibility here. You would think it's been articulated that she won't, but we'll have to wait and see. She did a full depo with the state. In fact, today, Dick Harpootlian asked for a continuance, saying that he has just been made aware that they talked to her for some 6 hours. He doesn't have time over the weekend to prep properly for the cross, but the judge said, no, your cross is going to be very limited. It's going to be this issue and not going into other issues. So this judge is very seasoned. She was the top of the Supreme Court for a while, the presiding judge in the state Supreme Court, and she seems to have a no-nonsense sort of stake to her, and she's limiting everything. But this isn't it, is it? If Alec Murdaugh loses here, he's really back to where most defendants are anyway, and that is sending his appeal to the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, this is by no means the last say in Alec Murdaugh. We're going to be hearing about this saga for years and years, I think. So if Alec Murdaugh loses at Monday's hearing, there are other levels of appeal. There are what are called habeas corpus appeals. There are other measures that the defense can take. But I think all eyes are going to be on this hearing to learn, did Alec Murdaugh get a fair trial? A lot of people have vilified him, and perhaps rightly so, but he also deserves a fair trial. So that's going to be a big question at this hearing.
That's a big thing for people. Alec Murdaugh getting a new trial, that doesn't make any sense. But it's not about him, right? It's not about the evidence. It's about the procedure. And if something was done wrong, he is afforded every right that every other defendant is afforded. And it's bigger than him, is it not?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's of a constitutional quantum. It's extremely important that even the most demonized defendants, even if it appears they're completely factually guilty, they too deserve a fair trial and all of the protections the Constitution guarantees. Alec Murdaugh's attorneys have said that he did not receive those in this trial. It'll be for this judge to decide on Monday.
And the judge seems to think there is a there that needs to be explored, and that's exactly what Monday's hearing is scheduled for. And we'll have it for you when it takes place on Monday. And it could actually go into Tuesday and Wednesday. They've blocked that time off. Eric Faddis, thank you as always for your time and expertise. Have a wonderful weekend out there in Colorado. Let's get a break here. When we come back, they are just about to get up and running in the school shooter mom trial for Jennifer Crumbley. The jury walking in right now, and we'll get you back for more of this testimony next. Stay with us.
This is your captain speaking. Welcome aboard.
When you need a hot shower after a 6-mile fun run, we're here. When you need a warm blanket for your good boy, we're here. When it's tea time with all of your, closest friends, we're here. At Nicor Gas, we have more than 2,100 employees working to deliver clean, safe, reliable, and affordable natural gas. So whatever you need, we're here for you.
Jesse Palmer?
So you do remember, and I know you haven't been watching.
I know, but TV's expensive.
Well, now you can watch me live sports and news free. No contracts or fees.
But Jesse, how?
Tablo. Pay once and watch happily ever after. And you can record too.
That sounds like a dream.
Tablo. Learn more at tablotv.com. It's not fantasy, it's reality.
There's gonna be trouble. Are you silver? Let's have it. Scared? You the law?
Well, that's right.
I'll find you and I'll kill you. Now all I need is a fresh horse, a saddle, and a gun.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh-More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh-More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
Are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you, and 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
At Scripps News, reporting your world from the middle matters. Since 1878, Scripps has been a shining light in the middle of the storm.
Stories of survival and hope.
In the middle of the action.
You can see how treacherous the terrain is here.
The middle of it all.
This is a story that began long before
So when events unfold on every side, see it clearly from the middle. Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
There's a better way to begin your mornings.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Morning Rush. Thanks so much for being with us.
Context and conversation.
This next story, we were talking about this earlier today.
Get the stories that will shape each day.
Here with us now is meteorologist Scott Withers. We got just wave after wave after wave.
So you can get on with yours.
So make sure you stay with us as we keep an eye on this developing story.
No objection.
125. So this is the Facebook message chat, the one that was deleted from Jennifer's phone. Blue is Jennifer Crumbley, is that correct?
That is correct.
And green will be James Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. So at 9:33 a.m., what did Jennifer write to James?
Call now with now in all caps, emergency. And then she texted again less than 2 minutes later, emergency.
Okay. And she sent these two pictures, both the original and the altered worksheet to James?
That's correct.
And this is at 9:38 a.m.?
Correct.
What was James's response at 9:44?
James responded with, my God, WTF.
What is it?
WTF, what the fuck? Excuse me. Then responded, vet not here yet. It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
And we already talked about that they were concerned over one of their horses' medical issues.
Correct.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response at 9:50?
She responded, he said he was distraught about last night.
And James's response to that?
We talked about it this morning. And then he asked her, you talked to him?
Okay, and that's 9:51. And what was Jennifer's response?
6 minutes later, she texted, can you call?
Did Jennifer leave her work and head to the school?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did Jennifer Crumbley also text this picture, Exhibit 74, to anybody else at that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is Exhibit 126.
We have no objection.
126 is admitted. Now, she sent this picture, this text to Andrew Smith at 10:05 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
And that was her boss?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what did she text with a caption on this picture?
She said, I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back 11:30 to 12 at the latest.
And did she leave her employment?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is 127.
No objection.
127 submitted. Okay, this is her leaving at 10:06.
Yes.
I want to go back to Exhibit 125 briefly. Skip over it. She wrote, can you call at 9:57? And then what did she write?
She wrote, heading to his school, I'm very concerned.
Okay. So at 10:04, she wrote, heading to his school, and I'm very concerned. At 10:05, she sent that picture right here to Mr. Smith.
Correct.
At 10:06, she walked out the door of the building.
Correct.
Okay. Did James and Jennifer Crumbley have a phone conversation at this point?
Yes, they did.
Okay. This is 128.
No objection.
128 submitted. And sir, this is a snippet from the call log found on Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, well, first she got a phone call from the school. This is a phone call to the school counselor at 10:07 a.m.
That's correct.
And it's a 40-second call.
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, that was Exhibit 121, not 128.
I'm sorry. You said 121.
It's 121.
121. Okay, and your
That's
Honor,
part of the call.
121 is previously admitted.
I would just ask that the witness answer questions instead of the prosecutor stating essentially all the information as he goes along.
Okay, so I guess it's the objections leading.
Leading.
I'll rephrase.
All right.
All right, 128.
No objection?
Did James and Jennifer have a phone conversation after this?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Well, first, this is part of Exhibit 125. What time is this?
This is at 10:12.
Okay, and then what did she write?
Heading to a school.
Here's Exhibit 128 from James Crumbley's call log. What is this?
It's a call to Jennifer at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. So at 10:29 a.m. they have a 7-minute and 16-second phone conversation.
That's correct.
Did both James and Jennifer Crumbley arrive at the Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And approximately what time did they arrive?
It was around 10:20, somewhere around there, I believe.
Okay. If I showed you a timeline that indicated 10:37 arrival, that sound right?
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we had discussed this portion of the case at a previous hearing, and you had indicated they had arrived in one car and left in one car. Did you find that to be accurate?
No, it was inaccurate.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
It was, so the video system that they have only starts recording when there's enough motion to save space on the system. So they were too far away from the camera to pick up. When I initially saw them, all of a sudden they just appeared in front of one of the cars. So I assumed that they had come together.
Okay. And when did you come to find out?
That they had drove separately.
Okay. So Exhibit 129 is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video that depicts their arrival and the period of time they were inside for that meeting with the counselor. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. People moved them at 129.
I have no objection, but I'm just wondering if it's the actual video that's the
Correct.
That's the exhibit. Okay, no objection. Thank you.
129 is admitted.
So there's a timestamp at the bottom. I want to make sure we see this. 10:36 a.m. and this is November 30th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And let us know, please, when you see either the defendant or her husband.
The one vehicle was already backed in, and then there they are walking up.
They as the defendant and her husband?
Yes.
In the magnified area?
Correct, yes.
What's this portion of the video depict?
Them coming into the school.
What area of the school?
The front by where the offices are.
Okay. This is 10:39 a.m.?
Correct.
What portion of the school is this?
Looks like the front office of the school.
Now this time right here, that's a broken clock, correct?
It is correct. It never changes.
So this is 10:40 a.m.
Correct. The counseling office.
I'm sorry?
They're in the counseling office.
Sorry. Did you come to learn who this person was? Who greeted them?
Yes.
Who's that?
Sean Hopkins.
Right. He's the counselor at the Oxford High School?
That's correct.
Or one of the counselors?
One of the counselors, yes.
And the time skips a little bit. This is now 10:52 a.m. What do you see in this portion?
That's the shooter coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
With the red backpack?
Correct.
So they walked in at 10:41 and the shooter walked out at 10:52?
Correct.
This is 10:53. Who do you see?
That's James and Jennifer Crumbley coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
Now, there was something in his hand here. What is that? Can you tell?
I wasn't able to tell what that is.
Okay, Jennifer Crumbley has a piece of paper in her hand?
Yes, she does.
Did she have that walking into the counselor's office?
No, she did not.
And then right there, she handed that piece of paper to James Crumbley?
Correct.
So this is 10:54 in almost 10:55 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see James and Jennifer Crumbley at the top of the screen walking
Yes,
the cars?
yeah, they're at the top of the screen coming from school.
Thank you. What are we seeing in this scene right here?
The one of their vehicles is leaving right there, the black one. And then that third row on the far right, the other car should be leaving shortly now.
This is one of the Crumbley vehicles?
Yes, it is.
Correct. And this is 10:57, about 10:58?
Correct.
Okay. So we saw them walk in at 10:41 to the office. Their son left at 10:52, is that right? And then we saw them leave the parking lot here at 10:57, 10:58.
That's correct.
So how long total, if you know, were they in the counselor's office?
It was about 12 minutes.
What's the first thing that Jennifer Crumbley did on her phone or social media after that meeting?
She sent a message to Kira.
Okay. Is it 1:30?
We have no objection?
I think there is a minute.
So this is a screenshot.
Right.
Is that right? Okay. And these were taken from Kira Pennick's phone.
That's correct.
Okay. So the icon there, the picture on the horse, this is Jennifer Crumbley's words, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what did she write at 10:58 a.m.?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to get my son's school, go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
And then Kira's response?
Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do lesson tonight?
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else. But he was caught drawing this on his math assignment today.
And then this is Exhibit 74, the math drawing that she was sent.
Correct.
And then what did Jennifer write in this post, or in this message?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour. I have a meeting in Southfield at 3. I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there. Plus, the vet said it's better for him to move around to keep his circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
She's talking about a horse, right?
Correct.
When she said, I had to leave work for an hour, she's talking about when the school called her for the meeting.
That's correct.
And what was the response at 1:26 a.m.? I'm sorry, if you can read that.
It's, Kira responded with, OMG, oh my God, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he, then it cuts off.
Okay, that's fine. The rest of these will be in through Kira later on. What's the first thing that James does when he leaves the meeting?
Starts door dashing.
This is 131.
No objection.
131 submitted.
131. So what are we looking at right here?
That was a response from a search warrant served to DoorDash.
Okay. So we have not just the 30th, but we also have the 29th. I'm going to direct you to the first DoorDash pickup, November 30th, 21 at 11 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct. That's when he checks in.
Okay. So that was about 4 minutes or so, 3 minutes after he left the parking lot?
That's correct.
And Jennifer's text to Kira was about 2 minutes after she left
That's
the parking
correct.
lot? Okay. Did Jennifer go back to work?
Yes, she did.
All right. Here's 132.
I'm sorry, Judge Henry. Yes, no objection.
132 is admitted.
Thank you. And this is what?
Her re-entering her place of employment at 11:24 a.m.
Okay. And that's November 30th?
Correct.
Going back to Exhibit 130. First, what's the next thing she does, either on her phone or social media accounts after 11:24?
I'm sorry.
If you recall, what's the first thing that she does after 11:24 on either her phone or a social media account?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you read the very top line of that OMG needs horse therapy.
Correct.
This is 11:26 a.m. So she received this 2 minutes after she walked in the door at her employment.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and read that.
It says, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
And what did Jennifer Crumbley write back?
Jennifer responded with, okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working. He can't be left alone.
From the context of this conversation, did you take it that he was referring to her son?
Yes, correct.
And what did Kira write in response?
Does he want to ride?
And her response?
Jennifer responded, I don't know. Maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And then Kira?
Kira responded with, Mo would be perfect. And then Jennifer responded with, okay.
Okay.
Kira then goes on to say, make it a family event. Coming out to the barn, really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
Thank you. Now, did Jennifer Crumbley text her son after that school meeting?
Yes, she did.
This is 133.
I'm sorry, sorry. I have no objection, I'm sorry.
133 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, this is the same text thread that we referred to earlier, found on Jennifer Crumbley's phone between, this was on the shooter's phone. Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
Yes.
The entire text thread.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Green is Jennifer Crumbley, blue is her son.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what she wrote to him at 12:21 p.m. on November the 30th.
She asked, you okay? And then he responds shortly after that, yeah, I just got back from lunch.
Okay, and what did she say?
About 60 minutes later, she says, you know you can talk to us and we won't judge.
And his response to that at 12:42 p.m.?
At 12:42, he says, I care, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you.
Now, we'll introduce the rest of the thread. Did she respond to that?
No, not immediately, no.
When did she respond to it?
After the shooting started.
After the shooting was made public?
Yes.
How many minutes later, if you know?
Over a half an hour.
Now, you're the investigator who pulled the footage, you reviewed the footage, and you know the timeline of the shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Okay. And so at 12:42 p.m., you know that was a few minutes before the shooter went into the boys' bathroom outside of 258, classroom 258, and began to load his firearm.
That's correct.
And he emerged at 12:51 p.m.
That's correct.
Now, what's the first relevant event in either James or Jennifer's phone or email or social media accounts after 12:42 p.m.?
An alert was sent to, an email was sent to James's phone. It was high school.
This is 134.
No objection.
134 is admitted.
Thank you. This is an email from Oxford Community Schools sent to James Crumbley's email address at 1:09 p.m.
Correct.
And that's, to your knowledge, the active shooter alert that went out to all parents in the district?
That's correct.
Now, when James received this, he was still making DoorDash deliveries?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you able to pull location history from his device?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yes. This is 113. Oh, sorry, 136.
No objection.
Is this 135 or 137?
136, Judge. We skipped 135.
No
wait.
objection.
I have no objection to 136.
136.
And then, are you gonna do that?
No, we're skipping 135.
You're skipping, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my numbers straight.
136 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So this is location data from his email, the email that he received the active shooter alert.
Correct.
November 30th, 2021, and this is at what time?
This is at 1:13 p.m.
Okay. Where is this?
This is at the Meyer. It's in, he's in the parking lot of the Meyer.
Okay. And that's the Meyer off of Ray Road?
Yeah, it's the one that I responded to, yes.
Okay, so that was the reunification location for all parents?
Correct.
Did he stay there?
No, he did not.
Okay. How long was he there?
I think just a matter of minutes.
Did he call Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
This is exhibit 137.
No objection.
137 is admitted.
This is a portion of the phone call from James Crumbley's cell phone download. November 30, 2021 at 1:15 p.m. He called Jennifer Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was how long phone call?
Just less than a minute.
Okay. And based upon your analysis of his GPS locations, where was he at when he made the phone call?
He was still in the Meyer lot, I believe.
Still in the Meyer. Okay. Now, did you find out that Jennifer Crumbley left her work around that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Exhibit 138 is a surveillance video of Jennifer Crumbley leaving work. Objection?
No objection.
138 is admitted.
So this is 1:18 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is after the active shooter alert went out at 1:09 and after she was on the phone with her husband.
Correct.
Sir, did it appear from your analysis that Jennifer and James Crumbley spoke on the phone after she left work?
Yes, she did.
1:39.
I apologize, just really quick. 138 was the video we just saw. 139 we have no objection to.
149 is admitted?
And, okay, and both were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's the call log off of James Crumbley's phone. November 30th, 2021, 1:19 p.m. And how long did they speak for?
They spoke for a little over 10 minutes.
Okay, when I say they, it should be clear.
James and Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay. Could you tell that while she was on the phone with James Crumbley, did she send any messages?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you recall who she sent a message to?
I believe it was Andy Smith she sent a message to.
Do you know who else she sent a message to?
I don't recall.
Did she message her son?
Yes, she did. I apologize. Yes, yes.
Okay. So this is 140. This is location data.
No objection?
140 is admitted.
Thank you. 140. This is GPS location data for James Crumbley. This is 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, November the 30th, and this is at their home at 112 East in Oxford?
On East Street, yes.
Okay, so just to back up, just to make sure we're clear, James Crumbley received the active alert email at 1:09.
Correct.
He called Jennifer Crumbley at 1:15 while he was at the Meyer parking lot.
Correct.
And he leaves the Meyer parking lot and he's home at least 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And they had a 10-minute phone call that began at 1:19 p.m. that indicates to you that they're still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. This is 141.
No objection?
141 is admitted.
Okay, so about this time of the day, could you tell if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so this is what time?
This is at 1:20 p.m.
Okay, and this is at her location of her employment, correct?
Yeah, Telegraph in Square Lake,
Okay.
south of here.
This is 142.
No objection?
142 is admitted.
So you said that while she was on the phone with her husband, she texted her son?
Yes, she did.
This is 142.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Let me just pull it up real quick, I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
November 30th, 2021 at 1:18 p.m. Did she respond to the message that he sent her at 12:42?
Yes.
What did she write?
She said, "I love you too." Then says, immediately after that, "You okay?" Then 4 minutes later, she says, "Ethan, don't do it."
That was at 1:22 p.m.
Yes, it was.
That was after James Crumbley was at their home, 112
Correct.
East in Oxford.
That's correct.
That's while she was on the phone with him.
Correct.
You said she sent a message to her boss, Mr. Smith.
Yes, she did.
We'll go back to exhibit 126. What did she write him at 1:23 p.m.?
123, she texts, "The gun is gone, and so are the bullets."
And then what did he respond?
He responds with, "I'm praying everything is okay." And Jennifer says, "OMG," or "Oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter."
So that's right a minute after she wrote to her son, "Don't do it."
Correct.
That's while she's on the phone with her husband.
That's correct.
Did you come to find out that James Crumbley called 911 that day?
Yes, he did.
Was that at 1:22 or 1:20, or was it later?
It was later.
And was it before or after they had this text message conversation?
It's after.
Phone call.
After.
Okay. So in fact, did you find that James Crumbley called 911 at 1:34 p.m.?
That's correct.
Exhibit 143.
It's the actual cause. No, no objection, thank you.
143 is admitted.
So just so council knows, it's all listed in the exhibit list. It says 911 call. Easier.
It does, but I'm like, there's one of me. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm
Okay.
trying.
No, that's right.
Exhibit
Okay.
143.
Okay, I'm not really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to send anybody to your house right now. So they're on the active shooter situation. I understand that. There's a million guns there. I have a missing gun, and my son is at the school, and we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a test paper, and then I was down, and I saw so much cops go somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital, pick up from the high school, and then somebody told me that there was that computer, and then I went home just to find out, and I think my son took the gun. I don't know the kid, I don't know what's going on. He's really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Crumbley, C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. I just want to be careful for one second, okay? To talk to Kristen and see if I can do anything for you, okay? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Crumbley? Yes. All right, I'm going to give your name and phone number, and I'm going to have one of the defendants out there dealing with the situation. He's going to contact you, okay? What's your first name? My first name is James. Is that name Crumbley? Yes. Okay. And what's that phone number for you? 240. 760-6483. Okay, do you know what your son was doing when he left the house this morning? He had on a pair of sweatpants and like a gray shirt, a gray like sweatshirt. Okay. All right. All right, so he's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because of the right in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call so that it's possible, okay? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Sir, we saw with the location data that James Crumbley left the Meyer on Ray Road at 1:17, and he was home by at least 1:20.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the relative distance between the Crumbley household and Oxford High School?
Less than a mile.
Okay. Now, after this phone call was made, did you learn that James and Jennifer arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
It's 1:45. No objection.
Well, what is this, 144?
144, yes.
Okay, 144 is admitted.
So this is a call log. James Crumbley's phone call. Are you aware whose number that is, number 17?
Yeah, actually, it's one of the sergeants in Special Investigations, Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Okay, so this is after the shooter is taken into custody.
Correct.
Okay, so you know that he was taken into custody right about 1 p.m. on November the 30th?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and this is 1:50 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so Sergeant Bryan learned who the shooter's parents are, and he made a phone call to James Crumbley?
Correct.
And shortly after this, did James and Jennifer Crumbley both go to the substation to meet with police?
Yes, they did.
No objection. No objection to 145 or 146.
145 and 146 are admitted.
Just quickly, this is the verified. They were in fact at the Sheriff's Office 148, both James and Jennifer Crumbley. Is that right?
Correct, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry.
Correct. 150.
Oh, what? Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so they're at the Sheriff's Office at 1:58. Did you come to learn when they went back home?
It was about a half an hour after, less.
This is 1:48.
Okay, no objection.
So you're able to.
This one and 147.
Sorry, 147 and 148.
Okay, they're both in bed. Right.
So on Jennifer's phone, you can tell that she's at home by 2:30.
Right.
On November the 30th. Okay. And same with James.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is after they went to the sheriff's office and their son was in custody and they went back home.
Correct.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity in the course of your investigation to review what we have referred to as the burner phones as well as the replacement phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move ahead to December the 4th, 2021. Are you aware that they were arrested in the early morning hours of December the 4th, 2021?
Yes, I am.
Okay. This is 149 and 150.
We have no objection to 149 or 150.
149 and 150 are permitted.
So I'm showing you 150. May I approach with 149?
Sure.
So this is, why don't you tell me what that is?
This is a report from Celebrate from a phone.
Okay. And that's from her, what we call burner phone?
Correct.
Okay. And up on the screen, 150 indicates that she had set an alarm on her burner phone.
I would just ask that the witness answer the questions. Leading.
That's fine.
Assisting.
That's fine. What is that show?
This is there's a thumbnail of what is seen on the right side of the screen there, of the alarms being set at 6:30 on Saturday morning or 6:45 Saturday morning.
And that's December the 4th, 2021.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, did you find evidence on the replacement phone, which is the phone that was ported with their original numbers, that they had attempted a two-factor authentication for social media accounts?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, we had talked at the very beginning of your testimony about deleted content and your ability to recover deleted content. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Were you able to uncover some deleted content in this particular case?
Yes.
And we've talked about the Facebook message chat between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And you've already indicated that that chat was deleted from Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
That's correct.
Now, were you able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumbley and someone named Brian Malash?
Yes.
And was that through a Facebook search warrant?
Yes.
And did you uncover any messages before December the 1st of 2021?
No.
Okay. So if you were to learn that they had communicated on a regular basis through the Facebook Messenger chat, but you couldn't recover it, what would that indicate to you?
That it was deleted from the phone.
But on both ends, if you couldn't
Yes,
recover
correct.
from the server.
Correct.
Okay. Now, going through the evidence that you were able to uncover from Facebook itself, could you tell that some messages were selectively deleted?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 151.
Is this one? Okay, no objection.
151's admitted.
So this is portion of what you recovered from the Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Malash Facebook chat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
The first message is an automated one sent from Facebook to the device. You unsent the message.
Okay, and what's the next?
The next one says, from Jennifer, we're on the run again. Helicopters, not sure where to. I'll message you.
And when was this message sent?
You can see it says +0 for UTC. So you have to subtract 5 from the actual time that's displayed there, from there. So that would have been 7:31 in the morning.
And what day was that?
That was on December 12th, or December 2nd, I'm sorry.
Okay. So the shooting was November 30th. That was a Tuesday. Wednesday was December the 1st. This was the morning of December the 2nd.
Correct.
And this indicates to you that they were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
How can you tell that?
The message, the automated response sent from Facebook saying you unsent the message.
Also 151. What time and day is this?
This is, well, it's 7 p.m. UTC, which is minus 5 hours, so it's 2 p.m. on December 2nd.
Okay, that's Thursday, December 2nd. And what did she delete from her phone? What message?
She had sent him, we're fucked.
She deleted that?
Yes, she did.
Go back to Exhibit 126. Were you able to tell that Jennifer Crumbley deleted some messages she sent to Andrew Smith?
That's correct, yes.
And how were you able to tell that?
Because of the screenshots that were obtained from Andrew Smith don't match what was obtained from her
Okay.
device.
It's Exhibit 151.
No objection.
Okay, so before we get to 151, which is the extraction.
151 is already admitted.
Yes, thank you, John. Before we show that on the screen, 126 here, these are the screenshots found from Andrew Smith's actual phone.
That's correct.
Okay, so at 10:05 a.m., this is Jennifer writing this and sending this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we just gone through this. At 1:23, she wrote, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets."
Correct.
Okay. And then, what did she write after that?
I'm praying everything is okay.
That's what Andrew Smith wrote?
That's what Andrew said, yeah. Then she responds, OMG, oh my God, Andy is going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And then what?
I need a lawyer at the substation with police. Ethan did it.
Okay. And then what did she write him at 3:39 p.m. the next day? Or later that day?
Later that day. I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
And that was just a few hours after the shooting started, correct?
Correct.
And then what did he write in response and what time?
At 5:47 p.m., he responded with, I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations. And then she responded with, they're taking my cell phone.
Taking my cell phone, okay. Here's 151, and the top message is what?
The one where she says, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
Okay, so that's on these screenshots, so we know that wasn't deleted.
Correct.
Okay, now what about this message here?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations.
Okay, and then we also have this final message there, taking my cell phone.
Correct.
Okay, but in the entire Cellbrite extraction from the text message thread between between Jennifer Crumbley and Andrew Smith on her phone, there were no other messages, correct?
Correct.
So that means anything before that message, she deleted.
That's correct.
Okay. So the only thing, I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did, that was 3:39 p.m. So the gun is gone and so are the bullets. It has been deleted. OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself, he must be the shooter, that was deleted. I need a lawyer at substation with police, that was deleted. The picture she sent at 10:05 a.m. was deleted, as was the gun is gone and so are the bullets at 1:23.
That's correct.
So I'm going to turn now to the Facebook messages between Kira Pennick and Jennifer Crumbley, specifically comparing what was found on Jennifer's phone with what was found from the Facebook search warrant from that particular chat.
Okay.
All right. 153 and 153.
Did we do something with 152?
We have no objection to admitting.
This was 152, Judge. We've added this one.
Okay, you don't have any objection. But 152 is admitted.
No objection, right? Okay. And then I'm sorry, what was?
153, 153.
No objection.
Okay.
Sorry.
So on to 153 and 154?
Correct.
153 and 154 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. First, I'm going to show you 153, which was the messages left on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. I'm just going to show you the top portion of what is a Cellbrite extraction report. So tell us what we're looking at here.
We're looking at the participants involved, one of them being Kira Pennick, the other one being Jennifer Crumbley. At the very bottom of the screen, you see conversations to messages of 26.
Okay, and that's not 26 messages that you selected, that's all that's remaining on her phone.
That's correct.
Okay, and 154 is what?
That's you can see at the top extraction report, Facebook warrant return from both Kira and Jennifer, and it says instant messages 4,047.
Okay, so that would indicate that everything other than those 26 messages remaining were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Nothing further to say.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to go back to, I want to just start, you've been obviously involved in this case since the 30th of November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And since that time, you have collected and looked at an abundance of evidence related to the Crumbleys, the shooter, the shooting, everything, correct?
Correct.
And you, when you were testifying earlier, you testified that at a previous hearing, you had testified about the parents when they first went into Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, you had reviewed many, many materials prior to coming to court.
Correct.
And that hearing was a preliminary examination, which is a hearing that's before a trial, correct?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you did the best job you could in terms of explaining, answering questions.
Correct.
You were truthful on that day,
Absolutely.
as you're being today.
Yes.
And we can agree that you made a mistake about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley arriving in the vehicle together at the school.
Because of the video, how it jumped, yes.
Okay, an honest mistake.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that when you didn't have in vehicle together, correct?
Correct. I didn't know how many cars they had at the time.
You see them walk into the school together, but you couldn't see before that.
Correct.
And that's why you testified, honestly, you thought they had arrived together, but it was incorrect.
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that the more information you have about any topic and the less guessing, the more accurate the information will be that you give on this witness stand, correct?
I wasn't guessing before. I didn't know how many cars they had. I just saw them appear in front of the car.
Right, so when you testified and said they arrived in the same car, that was incorrect.
Correct.
And I'm saying that had you had more information about seeing the vehicles pull up or seeing each one get out of separate cars, your testimony would have been different, correct?
It would have been included in the video, correct.
And so my point is, you do the best job you can with the information you have.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're certainly not someone who can go back in time and see and know every detail of every single thing that's happened, correct?
Not every single thing. You could put together a good timeline with all the information that you gather, yes.
And it's fair to say for this jury, you have put together as detailed of a timeline as you can about all of the events before November 30th through 11/30th and beyond 11/30th, correct?
That's correct.
And when you are doing that, you are taking data from cell phones and other investigators, from surveillance, from all these different materials that are a part of the investigation in this case.
Correct.
And it's possible that at times when you answer a question, you may not be accurate, but you're not sitting here intentionally trying to lie, correct?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back through the investigation that you did. It's fair to say, and I think you testified, you started obviously on November 30th of 2021, correct?
When the investigation started?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And can you give the jury an idea of how much time it takes to get certain evidence, or kind of what it looked like going forward from 11/30 when you received various pieces of information? So on 11/30th, let's talk about what you saw that day. You obviously saw the surveillance camera from the school, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, on that day, did you have the surveillance camera from Jennifer's office?
That came afterwards.
Okay, that came down the road.
Yes,
At that time, did you have the text messages between Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley?
that came out, no, that would have been afterwards.
Okay, when did that come?
It would have been within a week, 2 weeks of that. We would have had to, like I explained, the process of getting the data from a phone. Depending on how much data there is, it could take a while, and then to sift through all of it. So it could be anywhere from a couple days to a couple weeks to get everything that you're looking for.
And in terms of the investigation, there were materials you had on the 30th, obviously.
Correct.
There were materials you received in the days following the 30th, correct?
Correct.
And there were some materials that law enforcement didn't have for weeks and months that became a part of this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
And as more and more information became available, you would turn it over to the prosecutor's office?
Correct.
And then you would assume that they would turn the evidence over to the defense for it to be used in court by all parties and the judge.
Yeah, I knew my job. I don't know what they're, they have to give that up. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so at the time on the 30th, it's fair to say all of the evidence that you have in this investigation, I'm sorry, not on the 30th. The 30th was the day of the shooting, and Mrs. Crumbley was arrested overnight between December 3rd and December 4th, correct?
Correct.
And it would be fair to say that between November 30th and December 3rd, your office and team and all law enforcement were working as hard as they could to collect information and collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
While you were working as fast as you could, there were a number of materials that you did not see until after Jennifer Crumbley was arrested.
Well, just because of the sheer volume of information that we were pulling together at the time, yeah, I mean, it took a while to go through it.
And when you're looking at all of the information about Jennifer Crumbley in this investigation, much of what you're doing is looking back in time in hindsight.
In hindsight, we're trying to put a story together, a series of events or a digital footprint of what had happened. We're trying to put that together.
And as you're trying to put that together, you're doing the best you can to make the timeline and the evidence make sense, correct?
Correct.
But in terms of what happened in the months before the shooting, the day of the shooting, and the days after the shooting, you obviously were not with the Crumbleys 24/7, correct?
No, I was not. I didn't know them before this.
And it's impossible to have, there isn't any way to have a videotape, for example, of all those months, that shooting day and the days following, correct?
Correct.
So you take bits of information and try to put it together the best you can to make sense of it.
Are you referring to this investigation or throughout life?
Well, both. I mean, I guess we do that in both, right?
I guess in my life, if my son had hallucinations, I would have taken serious pause with that.
All right, let's stop for 1 second. When you say hallucinations, you're saying that you would take serious pause, but in reality, you did not know the shooter before this shooting, correct?
No, I did not.
You do not have awareness if he was really having hallucinations, correct?
I would have taken some time to look into it.
You're aware that there's this text thread, and we're going to get into it later, where he's telling his parents he's seeing things, correct?
Correct.
But you weren't a part of any of the conversations or a part of that household in those days around that text message conversation, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not.
You didn't know them before this.
Okay, you're not aware of what Jennifer and James and their son had been talking about in person before and after those text messages.
Well, from the text message, I know the son on a couple of occasions asked or spoke with his friend about seeing a doctor or wanted to go see his doctor, tell his parents he was going to, tell his parents that he wanted to go see a doctor.
And while there are texts between the shooter and his friend, you have no evidence that Mrs. Crumbley has ever seen those texts, correct?
That she has read them?
Right.
No, I do not.
You have, so there's text that the shooter sent to his friend, and you have no way to know whether Jennifer Crumbley ever saw those text messages, correct?
Other than his own words say, I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow that I want to go see a doctor.
That telling his friend, I want to go see a doctor and I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow, you don't know if he really wanted to go see a doctor or was going to tell his parents, correct?
I understand that's counsel's argument, but it's improper questions. He already answered the question.
Okay, you don't know whether Mrs. Crumbley saw the text between her son and his friend.
No, I do not, ma'am.
And I'm also making the point, Your Honor, and the question is, you also don't know if it's true that he really planned to tell his parents anything. He has a text to a friend saying that, but you don't know whether that's true or not, correct?
Other than him saying on a couple occasions, no, I don't.
Okay, and when you say a couple of occasions, there's text messages on certain days that that you testified about, but there's many, many, many other days, we can agree, that you have not testified about, correct?
In reference to what?
In reference to what he said to his friend, or in reference to what he said to the Crumbleys.
I mean, did he have are you asking, did he have conversations with them? I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my question is, you've given us bits of information about certain days, about March 9th, about a date in April, about a date in November, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's a lot of other dates that you did not give us information about what exactly was texted to and from Ethan Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Correct, there wasn't much texting between them.
Okay, you also, there's certain messages that you testified about between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
There's also a lot of other text messages between them that you have not talked about.
Well, because the stuff that was talked about was not allowed to be talked about. He talked about.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
This.
Well, I think it's important, Judge.
Yeah.
Counsel can't ask questions about evidence that she sought to exclude.
Okay.
Telling this jury that I sought to exclude evidence that was irrelevant is very unfair, and that is improper.
Okay, well, there's a lot of improper things here. No one's hiding any evidence from the jury, okay? So I don't want any implication that a witness is hiding what evidence from someone. So, yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
So don't ask about the messages if you don't want to know. So.
Okay. When you're talking about the text messages, let's back up and do this differently. You went through text messages between the shooter and his friend to find evidence to support that the shooter was having issues, correct?
To build, we went through the text message to try to get an idea of who he was and what he was going through and what he had talked about with his friends.
And when you saw text messages like you testified about involving seeing things and dishes flying and demons and things along those lines, you gathered those, and that was the evidence that you've presented to this jury to support your case, correct?
Well, because those are things of importance that he was hallucinating and seeing stuff flying off the shelves. And there's no other evidence or that we could find on the phones or communication between them to say that problem was remedied, or that a phone call was made to the shooter to what's going on, or how can I help you, son, or anything like that. None of that was found. So it was important that was what he was struggling with.
Okay, you're guessing that is what he's struggling with. You're doing the best you can, but you're getting pieces of information out of text messages, and really you don't know these people or what was going on, other than what you see in these texts.
He agrees with that. He didn't know any of them before this. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Well, I keep ending up in a situation where we're trailing off and repeating, and I would just ask that.
Yeah, he doesn't know them.
When Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were at their home and law enforcement came to their house, it's accurate that the cell phones from the parents were taken by law enforcement.
The first time they came to the home?
Not necessarily the first time. I'm asking, police took the cell phones that Jennifer and James Crumbley used. Police took those phones, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And when police took those phones, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley obviously went and bought burner phones or track phones.
Correct.
And you've testified that you can see that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, or at least Mrs. Crumbley, attempted to get into some accounts that required two-factor authentication.
That's correct.
Can you please explain very quickly what two-factor authentication means for the jury?
It's so someone can't get into your account with just simply your password. When you open up an email account or you open up a Facebook account, and it tells you, put your phone number in here. So when you try logging in from a phone or a device that Facebook doesn't recognize, it'll send a text message to the number that you send a text message to. So then you enter that code into the app as you're trying to log into it. So it's two-factor authentication, your password and then a text message from the provider.
And so for things like sometimes bank accounts or portals to get into doctors, things along those lines, sometimes two-factor authentication is required where you would need your original phone, correct?
Correct.
Or at least your phone number to be able to gain access to your own accounts.
That's correct.
There are accounts that will block you out if you're using a device it's not used to seeing when you log in.
If the two-factor authentication is set up?
Yes.
Correct.
And so in this case, you could see that Mrs. Crumbley attempted to do some two-factor authentication and was unable to do so, correct?
I don't know if she was unable to do so. I know there's a text message that was received from Instagram with a two-factor. I don't know what happened with after that.
Okay, so after buying the track phones, the burner phones, it's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley went to their phone carrier and purchased new phones that have their regular phone numbers on them, correct?
Was that after the burner phones, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Crumbleys having 6 cell phones between them, the 6 cell phones include their original phones that were given to police, correct?
That's correct.
It includes these 2 track phones that have different phone numbers where you can't do the two-factor authentication, correct?
That's correct.
And it includes the 2 phones that were purchased after that so that they could have their phone numbers back on devices and then access accounts.
That's correct.
And from the phones, when you seize them, there is evidence that Jennifer Crumbley attempted to deactivate and delete a number of social media applications, correct?
There was talk about it in text messages. You need to delete this account or whatever. I don't know. Do you have something in particular that you're a certain account that you're asking?
There are text messages within the exhibits the prosecution has admitted, and I can put them up, that show Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley were trying to deactivate Facebook accounts and Instagram, correct?
I know there were text messages people texting them telling them to do that, yes.
Okay, and part of the reason people in those text messages were telling them to do that is because after the shooting, there were threats and there were a lot of threats against Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
Judge, respectfully, I don't believe this officer can testify as to the reason why people said that. He can testify that there was attempts to delete and things were deleted, but the reason for the motivation, he can testify.
Well, he can't testify about the motivation, but did you see anything? Did you see threatening messages to them?
I don't recall seeing any person. No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that when in the text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent out, she told Miss Brian Maloche, she told Kira Pennick, she told multiple people that she was being threatened?
Are you telling me that?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall. If you have something to show me, I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Did you tell Karen or Andrew something? Yeah, the further down Kara's message, the safety and stuff. The 130, people hold Kira for others. Okay, this is for others.
Okay. Okay, so in okay. I'm gonna put on the screen exhibit number 130, which was admitted in your prior testimony. Is it?
Right.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, now within the text message thread between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, this is a screenshot that was in that text thread, correct?
This from Kira Pennick's, a screenshot of hers. Is that what this is?
This is in exhibit 130 that's been admitted. These are screenshots with Kira Pennick. And I am asking you, this is a screenshot showing threats to Jennifer Crumbley that Jennifer Crumbley showed to Kira Pennick.
I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing. I don't know where it says Kira Pennick in the title of the image, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is there a copy of the exhibit that you could? Did you say this is in 130?
Your Honor, this is in 130, and I apologize. I am going to have to go in detail through each exhibit. I did not want to do that, but it's very clear I'm going to have to. So I'm going to the top of this. This is a 28-page exhibit. Okay.
Well,
this was
he's having the same challenge you are, is that there's so much paper that
right.
He can't say if there's a hard copy of the exhibit that could help him, right? Is there?
May I approach?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Okay, so this was admitted. These were admitted screenshots through your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. I see the.
Okay.
Does that document refresh your recollection?
horses, correct? Yes.
Okay. She also says she's worried about your horses or hurting you while you're here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that Jennifer and James are afraid of the public's reaction to what their son did.
Again, Judge, form of the question.
I don't understand it.
Well, let me back up. I'm sorry, I can rephrase if that's okay. Okay, so we know the news has been around the Crumbley's home.
Correct.
Okay, so following the shooting, there was media all over their street, correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you if there's media there or not.
Okay, would it surprise you if there was?
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay, there were some nasty messages coming into Mrs. Crumbley.
From the screen, are you referring to, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and Jennifer is saying she doesn't want to put anyone else at risk, and that specifically is on page 15 of the exhibit you're looking at.
Correct.
Kira is telling her about, or is commenting people are ridiculous, also talking about buying horses, other random comments in there. Is that a fair statement? There's some miscellaneous, I don't know.
She also said, be honest about things too.
Yep, Kira's saying to her, the best thing you can do is be honest about things.
Correct.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I don't plan to be honest, right?
Didn't respond with that, no.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I've got a big plan to lie, help me put this together.
It's not in here, no.
Okay, we have no evidence to suggest that Jennifer's telling Kira to lie about anything for her.
Correct.
Okay, so when Kira's saying be honest, she's saying be honest, but you have no reason to believe that Jennifer's attempting to be dishonest at this point, based on that message.
At this point, no.
Yeah.
But they
And
were
then-
taken into custody for a couple days after they were told to turn themselves in.
I'm sorry?
They were taken into custody a couple days after they were supposed to be taken into custody.
Okay, we're gonna get there. We'll get there. Jennifer Crumbley is representing that she's trying to work out lawyer fees, figuring out about being questioned, if she's gonna be brought in, amounts she can pay, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Jennifer is telling her, I'm bawling right now. My son ruined so many lives today.
That's correct.
And he did ruin so many lives that day.
Yes, he did.
And Kira is writing back to her. She wishes she could help more. She's also in shock, correct?
Objection again, form of question, Judge.
Well, he doesn't know if she's in shock. She texts that.
Okay, I'm sorry. She texted, I am still in shock too.
That's what she texted, correct.
And Kira encourages Jennifer, take it one day at a time, and again, just be honest about everything. It should help you through this.
Correct.
And it offers to take care of the boys, which we would guess is her horses.
The two horses at her farm, correct.
Jennifer is thanking her for not judging her, unlike the whole world, correct?
That's what, yes, correct.
Okay, meaning that we can assume Jennifer feels the whole world is judging her.
Again, objection to the form of the question.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know. He knows what the text says. He doesn't know how she feels, but that's what she said.
Okay, that's what the text says.
That's what the text says, correct.
Kira says that she's not going to essentially judge Jennifer. It doesn't remotely make her think it's their fault, correct?
That's what Kira texted, yes, correct.
And then Kira says, it sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid.
Correct.
It's unfortunate this happened.
That's correct.
okay? And Jennifer is texting her back, I wish we had some warnings. Something. That's what Jennifer texted back to her, correct?
Yeah, the hallucinations, back to that, could have been warnings for seeing demons.
Okay. And again, you didn't know these people, you don't know the context, you don't know what they discussed. We've already covered that earlier in your testimony, right?
I do not know them before this prior.
Okay. So you've talked about the hallucinations many times. The jury gets it. There's a text about hallucinations. We all agree those are there. Okay. To you, those would have been alarming. You would have acted differently based on getting that text.
Absolutely, I would have.
Okay. Jennifer Crumbley is texting her friend Kira in this text thread. That's what we're going over right now.
Okay.
And her texts are saying, I wish we had warnings.
Correct?
Correct, that's what she put, yes.
Okay. And Jennifer Crumbley wrote, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision. And there may be typos, but it says, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision, correct?
That's what she typed, yes.
Okay. Kira responds back, there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20. I don't care if you agree with it or not. That's what Kira says. Hindsight is always 20/20, correct?
That's what's typed there, yes.
Then Kira goes on and says, people at the barn are concerned. I'm sorry, I'll go slower, okay? A lot of people have found out Ethan's all over Facebook. That's the next thing she says, correct?
Correct.
And then she goes on to say, people at the barn are concerned.
Correct.
She tells Jennifer, I think it would be best if you didn't go out to the barn, or if you do, you should be escorted by police, correct?
Correct.
When someone's escorted by police, that's usually for safety reasons, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Jennifer says, seriously, those horses are the only thing good in my life right now. And this is after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And Kira responds, I understand that, but we all need to be careful.
Correct.
So it's fair to say there was a concern about safety regarding Jennifer after the shooting, and also other people around her were concerned for their own safety.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say, and if you don't know, please just let me know if you don't know, a lot of people in this state hated Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley when they heard about this shooting.
Judge, he can't possibly answer that question.
Yeah, I don't know how he can testify to that.
Okay.
There was widespread attention.
There was widespread attention.
Yes, there was, that, of course.
And there were many news articles.
Correct, yes.
And people on anything like this are naturally upset to see a school shooting.
Absolutely.
And people naturally are angry to hear that children have died.
Absolutely.
And this was the kind of event that sparked a lot of emotion in a lot of ways.
That's fair to say.
That's fair to say for you personally.
Absolutely.
You would imagine that for other people, they were personally affected by this, very emotional.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that this kind of a tragedy it was just horrific. We can agree it was horrific.
The shooting, yes, it was, absolutely.
Jennifer tells Kira to call her on Facebook. She's on a track phone, needs to figure some things out, correct?
Correct.
if they did have a phone call, you're not aware of it. Well, and I'll slow down. The next message says, "Sorry, I missed your call," from Kira, correct?
Correct.
But we don't know what happened in between the text about calling at 11:23 and the text the following day at 2:34. We don't know if there ended up being conversations or not. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
You can't tell from this
Not
thread.
from this, correct.
So they're going back and forth, talking more and more about letting her know later today, things like that. There's talking horses in between all of this. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And on the bottom of page 22, Kira indicates, "I don't want people to follow you or hurt you."
Correct.
And Jennifer says, "We are out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything." Correct?
That's correct.
She doesn't say, "We are trying to get out of state, we're trying to get out of the country." She doesn't say anything like that, correct?
Not in this chat thread.
Okay. In this, she says, "We're trying to be in a safe place,"
Correct.
which would indicate safety is, of course, a concern to the Crumbley parents.
By saying they're in a safe place, yes, I would say that.
Kira says, "I'm glad you're safe. I care about you guys," correct?
Correct.
She assures her she'll take care of the horses. They'll talk about buying them, figuring out somebody to buy them, correct?
That's correct.
A few more text messages back and forth about meeting before then. And then on page 24 of that exhibit, Jennifer says, "What's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet," correct?
That's correct.
Okay, she mentions that her messenger is probably being monitored.
She does say that, yes.
Okay, and she's talking about she needs to get stuff, discuss the horses, correct?
That's correct.
And let's see, they're going through more about whether cash or checks are best.
What page is that?
It's
I see
on
that, yes, I'm sorry.
25.
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that after the night of the shooting, the Crumbleys went and stayed in a local hotel.
Yeah, correct. They went to a hotel, yes.
Okay, and the next day they went to a different hotel.
Correct.
Okay, which was also, I mean, maybe an hour from here, a local hotel, not out of state, not out of the country, right?
Within an hour, yes.
Okay, and so in the days following the shooting, the Crumbleys did not return to their home in Oxford.
They did not know.
And as far as you know, since the day of the shooting, the Crumbleys have never returned to their home in Oxford.
No, they've never been back.
Let me just see if there's anything else. I'm sorry. Okay, and then the rest of this is talking about possible charges being announced, and things. Jennifer is saying she's anticipating there may be charges announced, criminal charges.
Yes, at the night before, I believe, on page 26, yes.
After the shooting.
Yes.
And when she's talking about charges, she's trying to figure out if they're charges, well, I'm sorry, scratch that. She's talking about charges against herself, correct?
I'm not entirely certain if she's, it doesn't say whether she's referring to herself or somebody else.
Okay, so she's waiting to basically just figure out what's going on.
Because again, counsel can't narrate what she thinks her client was thinking, she can have him read the text message. I admitted it into evidence. They can have it all.
Yeah, okay, so there's a text.
Okay,
Maybe there, yeah.
So the text says, Jennifer Crumbley wrote, "I'm not sure what's happening."
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. From the text message thread that the prosecution introduced between Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Meloche, we also can conclude, and if you can't, let me know, that Jennifer Crumbley was trying to deactivate and delete social media accounts.
I believe she was, yes, I believe they discussed that, yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley is asking Brian Meloche things about, can you still see James's Facebook? Can you see my Facebook? Questions like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. James and Jennifer Crumbley Jennifer Crumbley in her text messages is very clearly making it obvious. She is telling Brian that she is shutting things down. Like that.
I don't remember the language that she used. I know they talked about it. I don't remember if she was afraid of shutting things down.
If a person has a Facebook account that they deactivate, okay, I'm gonna go even slower. When someone has a Facebook account, other people in the world have the ability to see that account, correct?
If it's public or your friends or whatever other security you're setting, well, yes.
However you have it set up,
yes.
You allow who can see the account and who can't, correct?
That's correct.
If you do have an account and you don't want the world to see it, if you deactivate the account doesn't appear when people look for you on Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
So if the Facebook account is deactivated, people cannot send you messages through Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And they can't send you messages through Facebook Messenger.
I'm not entirely certain if you'd have to deactivate Messenger as well. I don't know, because they are two separate platforms. It's under one company, Meta, Facebook, but I don't know if you have to deactivate both of them.
So with Messenger, if Jennifer Crumbley deactivated Messenger, we can agree that people wouldn't be able to send her messages.
Correct.
And in general, if a person is trying to avoid having people find them on social media, deactivating the account makes it so people don't find them, correct?
Correct.
So for example, Instagram. Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account and you testified about that to the jury, correct?
There's a two-factor authentication text message that was found, yes, with Instagram. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm not referring to the two-factor authentication, but you testified that Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account. Well, we can agree, she had an Instagram account.
There were posts that were admitted the other day, I believe, right?
Right,
Yes.
and in that, on Instagram, the whole point of Instagram is to post photos or videos, correct?
Correct.
And we can see the Instagram account that Jennifer Crumbley had with videos and pictures she had posted over time.
Correct.
And when a person turns off or deactivates their Instagram account, other people in the world don't have the ability to see those photos any longer, correct?
That's correct.
Other people in the world don't have the ability to send messages through Instagram to the person that's deactivated their account.
Correct.
So as a computer expert, if a person is trying to avoid having people see them or find them or see posts of theirs, even old posts, deactivating the account will accomplish that task.
Correct.
that Instagram account, you are able to tell from the data that you received other accounts that Jennifer Crumbley followed.
Correct.
So meaning that from her account, Jennifer Crumbley had certain people she was linked up with where she could see what they posted on their accounts, correct?
Correct.
And on the flip side, people she was friends with on Instagram or connected to could see what she posted.
That's correct.
And we know that Jennifer's son had an Instagram account, e.crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And we can tell that Jennifer's account was connected with her son's in a way that she could see what he posted on that account.
Correct.
And we can presume he could see what his mother posted.
Correct.
When you are looking through the Instagram records, you are not able to tell which posts Jennifer did in fact see or not see, correct?
Correct.
So if the shooter posted something and Jennifer Crumbley had not checked Instagram, it's possible she would not have seen it even though he posted it.
Possible.
If he posted it and she looked at Instagram and looked at his account, or looked at his profile, is that what it's called? She would certainly see anything he posted.
Looked at his account, you're saying, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Correct.
But in terms of all of the data you have, you don't have any way to determine which Instagram pictures she did or did not see.
Correct.
Now, if she made a comment on a picture, you would know she obviously saw it because you couldn't comment unless you had seen the picture to put the comment on there, correct?
That's correct.
And on the Instagram photos, there are not comments from Jennifer Crumbley to her son about the posts, correct?
On all the photos or a particular one?
I suppose the ones that we've admitted as exhibits in this case, the photograph of the gun, for example.
Correct.
And there's no doubt the shooter liked guns.
Correct.
And there's no doubt Jennifer posted photos of the gun.
Correct.
And videos.
Correct.
And even with what she posted, we can't tell if the shooter could see her posts.
Possibly, correct.
He may have seen them, he may not have seen them.
That's correct.
In terms of people communicating, we know that people can communicate obviously by telephone, voice phone calls. I don't take many these days because I hate them, but in the old days, we could talk on the phone from one person to another, correct?
Correct.
And there's the ability, obviously, to text. People can send messages from one person to another.
Correct.
And in terms of people's habits, some people may delete texts when they get them. Correct?
Correct.
Some people may keep every text they've ever had.
That's correct.
Some phones will delete texts after a certain period of time.
Not unless the user tells it to, no.
If someone gets a new phone, there are occasions where the old text from the old phone may not come up on the new phone.
I can't say for certain, I don't know. I haven't tested something like that yet, I don't know.
We can agree that everyone's personal habits in terms of how many texts they keep on their phone or don't are individual to each person.
Correct.
So when you're testifying and telling the jury about posts that you can tell or texts that you can tell are deleted or not deleted, you have never sat down and talked to Jennifer Crumbley about her habits with deleting posts or pictures or texts, correct?
That's correct.
The best you can do is look at what's deleted, what's not deleted, and tell this jury your findings.
Correct.
I want to go to March 9th of 2021. You testified pretty extensively about that date. Do you recall the materials from that date? And if not, I can certainly.
Yeah, if you have copies of it, I would prefer that. Yes, please.
Okay. So on that date, I'll approach with copies in just a moment. I just need to pull it up on my computer. I'm going to go to exhibit number 78. Okay. So, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure, I think he has them on his screen.
He does. You said you wanted hard copy.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Okay, oh, okay.
Are you okay with the
That's
screen?
fine.
Or do you want?
I'll have that, please.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So March 9th is one of the dates that you talked about.
Correct.
And the text messages that were introduced make it clear that James and Jennifer Crumbley made plans that day to go out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
And you have photos confirming that they were in fact at the barn, photos of horses they took.
Correct.
Okay, the jury has seen that the data shows the times these photographs were taken, so we know they're taken on March 9th.
Correct.
Okay, you've brought in GPS locations to prove they were there on that date.
Correct.
Okay, and it's on that date that Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, is sending his parents some texts that were admitted through Exhibit 82. Do you recall those texts?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, in these texts, starting at, I'm going to put it up on the screen. This has been admitted as Exhibit 82. At 3:17, we can see that the shooter asks his mom, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I have that one in my hand. Do you want me to trade with you?
I should be fine with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think counsel misspoke.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I'm so sorry. Jennifer Crumbley asked the shooter, "Are you home now?" At 3:17.
So where are you? Yes. Is that what
I'm
you're-
sorry, where are you?
Yes.
Okay. And the shooter responded, it looks like 4 hours later, saying, "Can you get home now?" And then proceeded to send some other texts about, "There is someone else in the house, I think," and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
Now, in between the time of 3:17 and 7:50, okay, we can agree there's a couple hours of a gap.
That's correct.
You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter had phone conversations or discussions over those couple of hours.
If we look at the call logs on their phones, we could possibly find that out.
Okay? If we looked at the call logs and the phone calls were to and from cell phones, we would be able to tell that, correct?
If they, yes.
Okay, but if, let's say Jennifer Crumbley called from her office phone, it would not show up the same as if she called from her own cell phone.
Well, the number would be different, correct?
Okay, and when you and law enforcement went through looking for phone calls, there are not, you provided over several call records, but not call records for example, Jennifer Crumbley's office with Ethan Crumbley.
There were none entered as exhibits. I can't say for certain right now with all the information I looked at, if there were any off the top of my head.
You don't know if there were any?
Right now, I don't know.
Okay. And you also don't know that day, on the 8th, you know that they're planning to be at the barn. James and Jennifer make plans to go to the barn that
Correct.
day after work.
Correct.
Okay, between the time they make these plans and the time the shooter texts, can you get home now? You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley has physically been with the shooter.
Right, no, I do not. From that chat thread right there, I do not know that.
You don't know the discussions on that day that may have taken place in between the shooter and his parents.
Right, from this, I can't tell you that. Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Right.
Correct.
Right. The best you can do is piece together bits of information, but we can agree there's gaps of time where you don't know definitively what happened.
Correct. Right now, yes.
We can agree there are any number of things that could have happened between 3:17 and 7:50 that there would not be evidence to show you what exactly happened, correct?
If there is none there, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Correct.
And the only people who would know if they can even remember the day years ago would be the people who were present. So Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
They would be the only people who truly know what they spoke about or didn't speak about on that day.
Correct.
So when you see these texts, and I understand you find them alarming, I imagine that the texts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you find alarming are the texts about there is someone in the house, I think, someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on. I thought it was you, but when I came in, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Those are some of the texts that you found to be problematic, correct?
In the fact that there's no response in between any of those, yes.
Okay. We can agree there's no response, but you don't know if, okay, we can agree there's no response by text between Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
But you also have no way to tell when you see text messages like this, at what time Mrs. Crumbley read those texts.
Correct. You'll be able to tell that if it was read, but yes, not what time.
Okay, so for example, when the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" And then there's someone in the house, I think, a few seconds later, and then about 30 seconds after that, another text. You have no idea if Jennifer Crumbley checked her phone to see the first text message, checked and saw the second. You don't know which ones she saw or when, correct?
I don't know the time they were read, no.
All you know is that you don't see any response to them.
They're correct, there's no response.
So there's a number of possible things that could have happened in between these texts.
From 7:50 to the end of the last text?
Yeah.
She could have texted back, you mean, or called?
She could have, well, she didn't text back. We agree with that,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. When I say there's a number of things that could have happened, I mean, she could have read the text and thought this is garbage or he's joking and just set the phone down, correct?
She could have.
Okay. She could have not seen the texts because she was busy doing something.
Correct.
She could have been, we know she's at the horse ranch. Are you aware of how strong Jennifer Crumbley's cell signal is out at the farm, at the barn where the horses are kept?
I have no idea about that. No, I do not.
Okay. If her cell signal doesn't work out where the barn is, it's possible these texts are not getting to her until she gets to a place where data uploads into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
So while we see these texts being sent, we cannot conclude that Jennifer Crumbley is reading these as they are coming to her. Fair to say?
I mean, that's the time that they were sent, the 7:50 and 14 seconds, and then 17 seconds and 39 seconds. That's when they were actually sent, and they were received on the other end. That's marked at that time. Otherwise, it would have come in at a later time.
Okay, but my point is, you don't know when she saw them, when Mrs. Crumbley actually read them.
No, but they would have been on the phone at that time.
If the phone had a signal and was able to get text, they'd be on the phone at that time, correct?
It would have been at a later time, at the time that they came in.
Okay, but if the signal wasn't working, she might not have been able to see those texts until she got to a point where the signal came in.
Correct.
Okay, there's times where you're in an area, people can be in an area with their cell phone and the signal is bad and texts are coming into them, but their phone shows nothing. That's a possibility, correct?
Correct.
And then when the person gets to a spot with better cell phone signal, all of a sudden, all the texts they missed over whatever period of time the phone wasn't working will flood into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
And just because they come into the phone at that time, they were still sent possibly hours before.
No, without testing, I can't say for certain.
You don't know.
I can't say for certain without testing, correct.
Okay, so the text messages that were sent about someone being in the house, someone walking into the bathroom, you don't know any of the responses that, or even the thoughts Jennifer Crumbley had when she did in fact read those messages.
I don't know if she would have called back if that was alarming to her. Is that what you're saying, or?
I guess what I'm saying is, so these messages are coming in, and even when she does see them, let's say if she sees them as they're coming in, you don't know what she's thinking about these.
I don't know what she's thinking, no.
Okay, and you also don't know, and obviously we've already talked about it, this has already been asked, but you obviously don't know when she's seen each message. There's no documentation like she saw this one at 8 o'clock, this one at 8:05, anything like that.
Those are the times that they came into the phone, yes.
Okay. The next message we see is a text message on the following day sent to Ethan by Jennifer Crumbley that says, "Where is your dad?" Correct?
Can you just scroll down a little bit?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. I see
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
You know, I feel like maybe I should give the jury a break. You're not close, right?
I'm not even close.
I think the witness could probably use a break as well.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna let you step down. You can't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
Okay, so can we come back at about 5 after 3? Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All rise to the jury.
I mean, see, you know, some of the questions are becoming repetitive, so that's gonna make you lose them.
Okay.
All right, so 5 after 3, okay?
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Right, ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
You can retake the stand.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated.
Recording in progress.
You were still. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. This is not okay. Okay, may I continue? Okay, thank you. All right, so we've been sitting here going over March 9th, 2021. There was also some messages from March 8th, so the day before that you testified about. Do you recall those messages?
I do.
Okay, do you recall, do you need to see those messages, or are you able to answer questions without seeing
I'd like
them?
to see them, not, yes, please.
Okay, so these are going to be, let's see here. This is exhibit 84. What did I do with that? Oh, let me pop it up here. Okay, exhibit 84. Can you see it up on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, these are texts that are between James and Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
Now, these texts are confirming that Jennifer is saying she's swamped at work and is going to have to not go to the barn that night, correct?
I'm sorry, do you have a copy I can, let's scroll.
I don't know what I did with my copy. Let me just, I'm
You
sorry.
don't have that.
Here it is, it's right
You're
here.
just scrolling too fast.
Okay.
Here you go, sorry.
No, it's fine.
This is 84.
Thank you.
Do you want me to take these or do you want to keep those?
Unless you're gonna refer to them, I don't need them.
I'm not sure if I will, so we'll find out. Okay, so on exhibit 84, these are the texts from the day before. March 9th are the texts where Ethan is sending those things saying there's somebody slamming the door, things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, these are from the day before on March 8th, yes?
Correct.
And you testified about these texts from March 8th on direct, and those were admitted through the prosecution.
Correct.
Okay, on March 8th, the parents are talking about Ethan at the beginning of the text messages. Is that a fair statement?
At 3:09, Jennifer asked, is Ethan going bowling?
Okay, so on page 386, she starts off with, is Ethan going bowling? He says, IDK, which is I don't know. We can agree on that. Okay, what do you mean, I don't know? Okay, goes down further, and Jennifer Crumbley on the 8th is asking at 3:12 in the afternoon, why isn't he home yet, correct?
That's correct.
At 3:12 and 51 seconds, she says he should be home by now, correct?
That's correct.
When she's saying he, we know that she's talking about Ethan, correct?
Correct.
And then it goes on at 3:12 and 56 seconds, she says freaking out, correct?
Correct.
And James responds to her at 3:13, so not even a minute later. He doesn't get home until 3:16, correct?
Correct. That's what he says, yes.
So These parents are communicating about when their son gets home down to the minute of when he can be expected. Yes?
Correct.
Jennifer's text back to him is, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, God damn it. Correct?
Correct.
That's Jennifer saying that to James.
Correct.
On this date in March of 2021, Jennifer is working at Princeton at her job that's out in West Bloomfield, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, James at that time is a DoorDash driver working out in the Oxford area.
Correct.
And at that time, James was in between jobs. And if you don't know, please tell me, in between jobs and DoorDashing on the side as he was waiting for another job to come along, correct?
I do recall a text message about trying to be an interviewer or something like that between them, yes.
Okay, and in all fairness, if I ask you something you don't know, just let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to speed it up a little. Okay, so Jennifer's yelling at James, I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. When she says that, it's fair to say you don't know what she means by I don't want him to do anything stupid, correct?
I have no idea, correct.
Okay, and James's response is, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer's texting back again, not even a minute later, does he have his phone? Yes?
Yes.
And James texts back right away, he won't answer while he's walking, I'll let you know the minute he walks in, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer, within a minute of that, is sending another text. I'm serious, freaking out. Is he home yet? Those are the next two texts in succession, correct?
Correct.
It would appear from these text messages that Jennifer is voicing concern over Ethan.
In this one thread, yes.
Okay,
Correct.
and again, we're guessing if she's concerned about it, correct?
The language makes her like she's excited. I would say yes.
Okay, so the next day, when she's not responding to Ethan's text, again, we've gone over this ad nauseum. We don't know why she's not responding or what's going on in her head or if she's getting the messages, correct?
I don't know, yes.
You would agree with me in the text messages between Jennifer and James, and I'm sorry, they communicate way more by Facebook Messenger, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and if I were to say that this is the printed out stack of Facebook messages between James and Jennifer, would that surprise you?
I don't, there were a lot of them, I could tell you that, I don't know what it would look like printed out yet. If you say that, I believe you.
Okay, approximately how many messages do you recall reviewing between them? Thousands?
Yes, thousands.
Okay, and in the messages, you read every one of these messages, correct?
Correct.
And when you were putting together information for the prosecution and for this investigation, you went through and found the evidence that's obviously brought into this trial.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The evidence that's been admitted, these texts are texts you found when you read the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay, and obviously, if there were texts between Jennifer and James that said something like, I think Ethan's psychotic, you would have brought that in to this court, correct?
Just like the text we had where she said she was worried he was depressed, yes.
Okay, so, and I'm gonna get to the text about him being depressed later, but if you saw something in these text messages, like, I think our son is a serious threat, you would have brought that in here to show this jury.
I don't understand the question. I mean, this chat was brought in because for an unknown reason, she's very excited or doesn't want to do anything stupid. I don't know what he would do that's stupid.
Right, okay, so you don't know what he would do that's stupid. Aside from that though, my point is, we're not going to have this jury read all of the text and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley, right?
Correct.
And in prepping for a trial, you bring in the ones that show the point you're trying to make, correct?
Correct.
So to do that, you read through all of them.
Correct.
And you pick out the ones that you think are important.
Correct.
And the ones that you've shown the jury are the most important ones you found.
Correct.
And we can agree that the balance of the messages, there's a lot more information that this jury is not going to see because it's not important to proving this case.
I'm sorry. What was give me the question again?
I'll ask a different question. It's fair to say throughout these texts, there are numerous conversations between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley about their son.
Numerous?
Yes.
I wouldn't say numerous.
Okay, there's many conversations about, is he home yet from school?
There's some, yes.
Okay, there are conversations about him having to go to take headache medication.
I don't recall it. It might be that I recall headache medication. I remember him having a headache.
Okay, there are texts in here about what they're going to eat for dinner with their son.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Correct, yes.
Okay, there's texts about all kinds of things that a mom and a dad would talk about that are not important in terms of proving this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the most important information you found are the papers that have been admitted through the prosecutor.
Correct.
Okay, and in the rest of the text messages, my point is, if you saw something that was more serious, like, I think Ethan's gonna shoot people, you would have brought that into court.
Just like the one, yes.
Okay.
You would have.
So when we're looking at the
Yeah, I
evidence.
just need to object to the form of the question. She's characterizing that he brings it into court. He doesn't bring it into court.
He's the investigator. The prosecutor decides what they're asking to be admitted. So
Right, she's insinuating that he's taking certain things out and not telling anybody else. Everything's been turned over. I mean, it's the
I'm
same
not
argument.
insinuating that.
I'm starting to think it might be shorter to ask the jury to read that whole stack, right? Would that be shorter? Yeah.
Okay. My point and my question is, James and Jennifer discuss Ethan in other text messages.
Yes, they do.
And if there were text messages that showed evidence that either one of them believed Ethan was sick, mentally ill, anything along those lines, you would be pointing them out for this jury.
More than what we have, correct, yes.
Okay, what you have is the best evidence you could find after going through all of them.
That, like was said, that I turn over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay, and that's true too of the messages between Ethan and his friend, correct? In terms of the evidence you brought in, is the most important evidence you thought that was relevant to this case, correct?
Not entirely,
The same objection. It's the witness doesn't bring in evidence what he thinks is relevant. He's already testified. His job is to take the data, he extracts it from devices, and he passes along all the information.
And the prosecutor decides.
Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, it's a technicality. They work together, but the prosecutor is the one who decides what might be relevant and what might be admissible.
Okay. When you went through the cell phone reports, you read all of the messages between the shooter and his friend, the friend that the prosecution has not named, but the one friend that's been an issue in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You read through, there were over 25,000 messages exchanged between the shooter and his friend that came off of the phones.
Correct.
If I told you that this was the amount of text messages all printed out, would you disagree with that?
I would not.
Okay. And when you went through and pulled out, we can agree that there's lots of different topics discussed among these text messages.
Correct.
And the text messages that were brought in and entered as evidence were from this large stack of texts as a whole?
What was presented, I'm sorry.
They're in these,
Yes.
They're from here.
Yes, there was more information that was turned over, but
Right. Okay. So my point is though, the pieces, the materials that have been admitted and that you've been testifying about are a part of all of the messages between the shooter and his friend.
correct.
Judge, if counsel wants to continue with this, that's admissible. And she has asked it for
I
not
think
to
we
be.
need to be really careful, okay? See, this is the conversation we had when we were picking the jury, that we are not trying the case of the shooter. So we've all endeavored to give you the things that are important to this case, that are not specific to the shooter's case. So, I don't want the jury to think that they are not allowed to see something, all right? So I don't want the jury to think that either side is hiding something, because they're not. There have been evidentiary rulings made over the last year and a half in this case, and those are rulings that I've made after extensive research and briefing and all those different things with the prosecutor and defense counsel. So I don't want you to think anything's being hidden. That's not a fair, characterization. So.
Judge, I asked the court to instruct counsel that you can't request certain things and then make this line of questioning without opening the door.
Well, I do not want to try the shooter's case. Okay, so let's not do that, right? Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So we've talked about March 8th and we've talked about texts from March 9th. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then you also testified about text messages that were sent on March 17th. Do you recall that?
I recall the date, yes.
And the overall point of those messages, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that on that date, the parents were at the barn together with their horses.
Those are the pictures, yeah. I don't remember if you have a copy of the text messages that were that day.
I can show you them if you
Can
need.
I make a request?
Yes.
Could you disassemble the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Oh,
Because
sure.
Honestly, it looked like it was. I would hate you to have to reconstruct that. It just looked like it was gonna tip, and then you'd have to try to re-put it together, and that would take. I'm hoping you're going to be drinking a glass of wine in your sweatpants this weekend instead of reassembling that file. So
5 bottles.
it looked like it was going to tip.
Okay.
So.
No, thank you.
All right.
All right. We talked about 3.8. We talked about 3.9. I'm going to 3.17. You asked me what text messages I'm talking about, and these are the exhibits that are around exhibits 83 through 86. Would you like me to bring you the text messages so that you can see those?
If you could, please, yes.
I think the March 17th starts with exhibit 85.
Okay, now on 85, we amended it, so there are texts that were,
yes, ma'am.
okay. And then I'm also gonna hand you right now what's on 86, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, the overall point of these text messages was to show that both of the parents were at the barn on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, while they were at the barn on March 17th, the shooter was trying to get a hold of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on that date, we have cell phone evidence that was admitted in Exhibit 83 that shows, and tell me if I need to slow down, I can break this down more. An hour after the shooter was texting Jennifer Crumbley She called him and had a phone conversation within an hour, correct?
Correct.
And that phone conversation lasted less than a minute.
Correct. I remember that.
And you have no idea what was said during that phone conversation.
No, I do not.
You have no idea what happened after Jennifer left the barn that day or James left the barn.
No, I do not.
You have no knowledge that the family, whether they were together that night or not, correct?
Correct.
You've done the best you can do to put together the information with materials you have.
Correct.
Okay, so we've talked about March 17th. Now I want to talk about March 20th. I'm sorry, the 19th and the 20th. On March 19th, there were text messages that were introduced, and tell me if you need them. They're exhibits 95 through 100, where there's a discussion about Ethan waking up and seeming hungover. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
Would you like me to give you those?
I just like having a copy in my
Yep,
hand or on the screen either way. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's exhibit, this is 95. And I'm gonna put 95 up on the screen. So now we're talking about March. Sean, can you fix it?
And you need your laptop.
You just plug it back in. It just came.
Okay. All right, so we're looking at exhibit 95, okay, which has been admitted. And this is from March 18th, correct?
1995?
Yeah, okay. Exhibit 95 is from March 18th.
Look at it. It says
You know
March
what?
19th.
It goes over multiple days. Okay, may I please approach with 96 also?
Sure.
Okay, there's two that are in order and they both contain multiple days, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm sorry, this is a little bit confusing because we've got two different dates on two different exhibits. Okay, so I'm gonna go to 96 first. These texts actually come before 95. On this date, these are the texts where Ethan says, I just finished picking up the room. I cleaned until shelves or clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I am totally off. I am so sorry. March 17th. I need to be on exhibit 85.
85 is, it says is the thread from March 17th, 2021.
Yes, and 85 is one that I cannot display because it's been redacted. So I'm asking if the prosecution can please put 85 up on the screen.
Can you put redacted 85 on the screen?
I can, I just need a minute, Doug.
Okay, so on 85, this is on March 17th. This is the text where it started off, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Jennifer Crumbley sent that at 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Keese, can you please scroll down? Okay, Jennifer Crumbley's indicating that afternoon, I hate my job. Can you bring Outlast, please? And I don't know what that means. You don't know what that means. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what she's referring to.
I don't either. Okay, can you go down, please? Okay, Jennifer Crumbley indicates at 4:02 that she's left work, yes?
Correct.
I'm sorry, Might be going too fast.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, and then if we can go down more, please. That jumped exhibits.
That's the end.
Oh, I'm sorry. So 85, can you go to the end of 85? Because it jumped to 86. Okay, so on 402, at 402, Jennifer Crumbley said that she left work.
Correct.
Okay, and the important thing about the 17th is showing that on that date, she was at the barn.
Correct.
And the next day is on the 18th, when we have the text messages about, I'm sorry, March 19th, exhibit 95. Do you have 95 in your hand?
I think he does.
I do not. I have.
It would be easier probably just to admit the whole thing and go page numbers, but obviously we're not gonna do that. I'm just having a difficult time with these pages. Do you have exhibit 95?
I do not.
I thought he did.
I have 96.
Okay. I am so sorry that this is a mess. Okay. On March 19th, I've got it up on the screen. This is when Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley are talking about Ethan acting like or seeming like he was way hungover that day, correct?
Correct.
And it appears from the text that Jennifer is asking if he's okay. She says, "How is he?"
Correct.
Okay. Why is this doing this now? I am gonna kill myself. Okay. Okay. So he woke up acting like he had way too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache. That's what James said back to Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And, okay, Your Honor, I need like a minute, and I'm so sorry. Now I've got exhibits that are doubled on the page, and I'm having a really tough time with the exhibits. I apologize to the jury. Can I please have a minute?
Okay, well, I'm probably not gonna excuse them because, are
Can
you
you
able
help
to do
me
it?
get this
Are you
back
able to
on?
do it while they're here? 'Cause-
Yeah, I'm trying to just get it
next
done.
time I excuse them, I'm gonna send them home. I was hoping to finish this witness. I have this task completion thing. So I like to.
You know what, we can just leave it 2 pages on the screen. So right now it's got on 440, page 441's on the left, 442's on the right. Okay, so starting with 441, this is where the text says, "Well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why." This is after they're talking about him waking up, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer Crumbley texts, "All I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, not complain, and he can get his stuff back," correct?
Correct.
And James ends up saying that Ethan asked, "Why was I in your room last night?"
Correct.
And Jennifer ultimately says she gave him a melatonin pill or a melatonin tablet.
Correct.
And James says to her, "I thought you gave him a Xanax last night."
Correct.
And it's evident from this that Ethan, or the shooter, their son, slept in their bed that night.
Correct.
And it appears that on March 19th, as the parents are talking, there was some kind of argument or something happened with their son the night before.
Correct.
And we don't know anything about what happened the night before on March 18th that preceded this whole conversation.
Correct.
it appears from the conversation on the 19th that something was taken away from him because it implies he can get his stuff back.
Judge, objection on the form of the question, he can't testify what it implies or what it appears, only
Well,
what's on the phone.
I'm sorry, I'll restate that. The text explicitly says if he does these things, he can get his stuff back.
Correct.
Okay. All right, now I'm gonna skip ahead to the 20th of March in 2021. On the 20th, we admitted exhibits 97 through 100.
The 96 are text messages dated March 20th. And the 97 starts with some pictures.
Okay, so 96 are the text messages that are up on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it's on the 20th that the shooter is saying things like, I cleaned up and clothes started flying off the shelf. He's making other claims that something is happening that's not normal, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay, he's making claims that things happen when he's home alone and trying to make his mother think things are flying off the shelf.
That's what he said, yes.
Okay, and you don't see any response from Jennifer Crumbley that day.
Correct.
And you showed the jury, we introduced and admitted all of the exhibits to show on that day she was at the barn again, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't know what they talked about before or after she got home from the barn?
Correct.
All we know are that we have these couple of text messages making it sound like something is flying around in the house from
Again,
her
Judge,
son.
I don't know how often I can say this. Objection in the form of the question, he could testify to what he found on the device.
Yeah, he doesn't know beyond that, right?
Okay, I apologize.
He wasn't there. Yeah.
Okay, and so on the 20th, Mrs. Crumbley is obviously at the barn. So we've talked now about March 8th, March 9th, the 17th, 19th, and 20th, correct?
Correct.
So we can agree that from the 8th through the 20th, we're talking about a period in time that's about 12 days long.
Correct.
And we've seen bits of the 8th, the 9th, 17th, 19th, and 20th.
Correct.
Okay. In April 4th are the dates of the texts between the shooter and his friend, correct?
There was a lot of text messages. I believe they texted on that date.
Okay. And I believe it is Exhibit 101. Okay. I have 101 on the screen. Do you recall these?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, these texts on April 4th are between, we agree that they are between the shooter and his friend.
That's correct.
This is not a group chat where Mrs. Crumbley is on it.
That's correct.
There is no evidence that these texts were ever forwarded to Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
There is no evidence to show that Jennifer Crumbley ever saw these text messages.
Correct.
For example, there isn't a text like, oh my gosh, you should see what our son sent to his friend today. There's nothing along those lines, correct?
Well, not in this group. Are you talking about this chat still?
I'm just saying in general, if you found evidence that Jennifer Crumbley saw these texts, that would be important.
If she saw, I would say yes.
Okay, and we don't have anything to show she saw them.
Not that was on the phone, no.
So on this text thread between the shooter and his friend, he talks about how he hears people talking and he sees someone in the distance, correct?
That's correct.
There's no response from his friend.
Correct.
we don't know if his friend saw those texts and didn't respond, or if his friend didn't see those texts and the shooter just kept texting, right?
They came in rapid order, so yeah, they were one after another, correct?
Okay, so this is around, so 11:56, and then we go down 11:57, says, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. Okay, that's one of the texts that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
There are not any texts where the shooter is saying anything to his mom and dad about, I want to go to the doctor.
Correct.
While the shooter is saying this to his friend, we don't have any evidence that it's true, whether the shooter really wanted to go to a doctor or not, correct?
I mean, you said it a couple times. They talked about everything.
In all the times that he talked about it, this jury is seeing, you've brought that in. Well, you haven't brought that in, I'm sorry, I keep misstating that. The evidence in this case is showing the jury what you gleaned from your investigation.
I don't understand, I'm sorry.
Okay. In the investigation, you don't have any text messages where the shooter is saying to his mother anything about going to the doctor for hallucinations or anything along those lines.
That's correct.
Okay, if that did exist, the jury would be seeing that.
That would have been turned over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay, so in this case, when the shooter says, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor, my mom laughed when I told her, again, you have no idea if Mrs. Crumbley ever saw these texts between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
And we can agree, we don't have any more context than just this text thread that exists between these two.
Judge, again, counsel is getting very close to running afoul of the motion that she filed to preclude evidence, Judge. There is a lot of context, but counsel requested motions.
This is making it sound like there's evidence being hidden, and there's not.
Okay, well, I've said there's no evidence being hidden. There's no evidence being hidden. But, okay, so ask the next question.
Okay.
You're not aware of any communication between the shooter and his mother?
No.
Asking for.
Correct.
Okay. And when the shooter texts his friend, I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital and text, I need help. There are no 911 calls, correct?
Correct.
There are no text messages to Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley saying those same types of things.
Correct.
And when he says, I am going to ask my parents to go to the doctor tomorrow or Tuesday again, we obviously don't know if that's true.
Correct.
And when he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices, okay, that's the next text, right?
Yes.
Okay. In his words, he did not send that information to his mom and dad as far as you can see from his messages with them.
Correct.
So when we're talking about this whole text thread, where at the end he says, like, I am mentally and physically dying, you also don't have any evidence that the friend who received these showed them to the shooter's mom, correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence that his friend did anything with these text messages beyond the fact that they exist.
Correct.
We don't know if...
Judge, we just need to clarify. There's thousands and thousands of text messages. She needs to be more specific. Is she asking to comment on the 20-page text thread? Is she asking to comment on certain days? It isn't fair to the witness who reviewed all this information.
Okay, well, is there any evidence that the friend shared anything with the parents? I don't.
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, on April 29th, okay, so we've talked now about April 4th and 5th, the text between the shooter and his friend. Okay, we just finished that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I want to go to April 29th, and this is exhibit number 104. You testified about a text thread that went between Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter's friend's mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this text thread, the moms are, you would agree with me, talking about the difficulties of online school and how it's wreaked havoc essentially on their kids.
Correct.
Okay, and they start off by talking because Jennifer is telling the friend's mother that Ethan is not going to bowling, correct?
Correct.
And she says he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And she says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school. He doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him, correct?
Correct.
She doesn't say anything in here like he's seeing things, he's hallucinating, I'm noticing that he's paranoid, correct?
Correct.
She uses the word, he appears to be somewhat depressed. Depressed is the word she uses.
Correct.
In terms of the word depressed, that could have meanings.
Objection, speculation.
Oh, he's not going to explain what being depressed means.
Well, that was actually my exact question, was just, you can't explain what it means. That was my question.
It means different things to different people, different professions. Right?
You answered my question. That was my question. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, may I continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then they're talking about how the shooter and his friend are happy when they're together, and Mrs. Crumbley was concerned, based on these text messages, that there had been something going on between the shooter and his friend, but it's clear that's not an issue, correct?
Correct.
So these text messages, Mrs. Crumbley is, you would agree with me that overall, she is indicating an interest in figuring out what's wrong with her son.
She's pointing out things that she's aware of.
Okay. And this text thread, there are more texts between Jennifer Crumbley and the friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
And there's one other set that we're going to talk about, but this evidence about, there's not any further explanation of what the word depressed means in the messages or not, correct?
Correct.
All we have is what's in these text messages. I'm sorry, scratch that. Okay, so this is on 4/29. We can agree that obviously on that date, Mrs. Crumbley made representations using the word depressed.
Correct.
Okay. The next set of text messages with the shooter's friend's mother were admitted as Exhibit 105. And we can agree these are months and months later, in October of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
So this jury is seeing texts from April 29th and then October 31st.
That's correct.
On October 31st, there is discussion between Jennifer and the shooter's friend's mother about the decision they had to make to send the friend away, correct?
There wasn't discussion, she didn't reply back till the 4th of November, like Jennifer texted her or sent a message to her.
Okay, send a message to her asking how they're doing, saying they're thinking about them.
Correct.
Okay, and the friend's mom writes back talking about how hard it is. I appreciate you checking on our family, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
And in these texts, Jennifer mentions, I know Ethan misses him, meaning his friend, correct?
Correct.
And she's asking just how things are going for the friend who's away.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at the end of these text messages, there's a few texts from December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Now, those text messages are not about anything related to the shooter being sad or depressed, correct? Those text messages are after the shooting has taken place, correct?
Correct.
And those text messages, there's not many. We're only talking about a couple. The friend's mother asks if Ethan is safe on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So on the day of the shooting, when the friend's mother asks at 3:47, is Ethan home safe? It would be fair, and if you don't know the answer, you can tell me, it would be fair to assume she's asking, is he safe from the shooting?
You can't answer that question, and these are Facebook messages, not text.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Okay. So Jennifer Crumbley says, I'm sure you've seen the news, and ultimately says, I'm sick to my stomach, correct?
Correct.
And she mentions to the friend's mother that they're getting threats all over social media, which is something we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And she also says that they're staying in a hotel because the news is camped out at their house.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
During your testimony, you admitted some GPS location information.
Yes.
And if you need to see the exhibits, let me know, but I think these will be simple questions. When you provided the jury evidence that James was at the gun store on the 26th, we can agree Jennifer was not at the store when the gun was purchased, correct?
Correct.
And when that day, there was a video on the 26th that the shooter made of him holding the gun. It's a short video that was admitted as Exhibit 417. Do you recall that little video?
Yes, I do.
And in that little video, we can't see who else is around while the shooter is filming himself with holding the Sig Sauer gun.
In the video, correct.
And we don't know, obviously, who was present in the home or in the room even with him.
Correct.
That was the day the gun was bought.
Correct.
And the shooter took that video himself, as far as we can tell.
It was on his phone, yes. It was on his phone.
And he, and it was a video that he sent to, it was, I'm sorry, let me back up. There were also photographs taken that day of the gun.
Correct,
The day they purchased it?
correct.
Jennifer Crumbley actually posted a photo that was taken of the gun.
After they went to the gun range?
No, the day before, on Friday, the day the gun was bought. And if you don't recall, you can just, I believe it came in through the witness before you, and so if you don't know, you can just let me know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So the gun was purchased on the 26th, and the next day is Saturday, the 27th, correct?
Correct.
On the 27th, we know that James Crumbley was door dashing that day.
Correct.
That's the day that the shooter and his mother went to the gun range.
Correct.
That is the day where there was posts about a mother-son experience at the range, in terms of shooting the gun, going to shoot the gun.
I remember those, yes.
Okay. Now, there is not any information about where the gun was stored or placed in the Crumbley's home overnight between the 26th and the 27th.
Judge, I'm gonna object. These exhibits weren't introduced to this witness. It's inappropriate to ask this witness of those questions. Agent Brandon testified yesterday. It's the same questions that she asked him at cross-examination. He doesn't have the foundation to give that sort of testimony.
Well, I guess I don't understand the question. Are you asking, is there any communication on that, on a text or a Facebook or a picture about whether the guns were where they were stored or whether they were locked? Okay, so did you?
On the phones, no, I did not find.
Also, the very minimum, he should be given the opportunity to review the exhibit before he's asked the question.
I don't know if she specifically asked him about exhibit.
She was asking about Instagram posts.
Oh, the Instagram post. Okay. All right. There's no Instagram posts about storage or being locked up or anything like that.
Not that I saw, no, ma'am.
Okay.
You didn't see any locked guns on Instagram?
Locked guns, no.
And the evidence that you showed us from the 27th, there's not any information about who put the gun in the vehicle that drove the gun to the target, to the shooting range, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
We don't know anything about who did anything aside from the fact that we know when Mrs. Crumbley and her son went over to the shooting range.
I don't know anything about the transportation of the gun, no.
Okay. We know when they got to the range that Mrs. Crumbley and her son went in and they shot some targets, correct?
Correct.
Well, the ATF guy testified to that. Do you know that? Video?
I do know the video, yes.
Oh, okay.
The gun range video?
All right.
I have seen it.
Okay.
Okay. And in terms of the text messages and all the evidence that you have reviewed, from the night of the 27th to the 28th, there are not any text messages or Facebook messages about where the gun was that night, where it was in the home, where it was in general, correct?
Correct, I don't know anything about that.
In these same days that Mr. Crumbley bought the gun and Mom and the shooter went to the shooting range, from the evidence that you talked about in front of the jury, it's clear one of their horses has some kind of an issue, a health issue going on, correct?
Correct.
So as the evidence is unfolding, about what's happening on those days in terms of what the parents were doing, there's also talk about medication for the horse and things along those lines.
Correct.
When you testified about the search on Mrs. Crumbley's phone about clinical depression, you don't know anything other than what was typed in when she searched for for information about clinical depression, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if that was her looking up information for herself?
Correct.
You don't know if that's looking for information about the shooter?
Correct.
Or if it's looking up information about some other person?
That's correct.
On the 29th, that was a Monday. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of November, you mean?
Of November.
Yes.
I'm sorry, of November.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the day that the voicemail was left that was played as evidence as Exhibit 115 from Miss Fine. Do you know what voicemail I'm talking about?
Yes, I recall it.
Okay. So going a little bit backwards, that day, on that Monday, the voicemail indicates that Ethan was caught looking at bullets on his phone, correct?
That's correct.
The voicemail, we saw lots of evidence, was left on Jennifer's cell phone.
Correct.
We know Jennifer Crumbley listened to the voicemail.
That's correct.
We all heard the voicemail.
Correct.
And the voicemail did not ask Jennifer Crumbley to call back, to return the phone call, correct?
I don't believe so.
That message indicated that Ethan was not in any trouble, but the teacher wanted, or Miss Fine wanted to make Mrs. Crumbley aware that they had had a
the exhibit
discussion.
speaks for itself. He can't interpret the exhibit.
Yeah, that's the best evidence of what was said, right?
Okay.
You can have all the exhibits so you can listen to it again. Yeah.
The conversation, in that conversation, there is talk about I can play the exhibit. I'm just going to ask about one quote, and if I need to play the exhibit, then I'll play it.
Okay, let's hear the question.
At the end of the voicemail, Miss Fine says that it's perfectly normal and healthy.
I can't remember what she was referring to when she said that, but I do remember those words.
Okay. The tone of that conversation was not one that, well, I'm sorry. The content of that conversation did not ask Mrs. Crumbley to come over to the school or anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And then we did see evidence that you testified about showing that Mrs. Crumbley asked her son about that voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And her text to him was evidence we saw as Exhibit 117, where she writes to her son, seriously, bullets, correct?
Correct.
And we saw the exchange in Exhibit 117. The shooter writes back to her, I'm in no trouble.
Correct.
Judge, counsel has to show the witness the exhibits
I can do that. I'm sorry.
in the entire exhibit.
Okay, we'll do the whole thing. All right, so this is Exhibit 117. And as I asked, and I think you already answered, it starts off seriously looking up bullets in school.
Correct.
And the Jennifer's son responds, I already went to the office for that. He admits he was. We can agree that's the content of this conversation, correct?
Was that he went to the office for that? That's the last thing you said.
He says that I already went to the office for that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm moving down and he's explaining, or at least texting, what he was looking up and saying it's because he was curious.
Correct.
In his words, on page 199, he says completely harmless.
Correct.
And based on the voicemail that we heard from Ms. Fine, it sounded like,
Objection, sounded like.
okay, I apologize. I'll move on. Jennifer told her son the school left me a voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And asked her son, did you show them your new gun?
Correct.
And obviously he says, no, he did not. And he says, I did not show them the pic, my God.
Correct.
Okay. Again, says it was a harmless act.
Correct.
Gives more explanation to her.
Correct.
And ultimately, at the end of the conversation, he asks if he can hear the voicemail later, and she says she saved it.
Correct.
After that, there's conversation that was admitted in Exhibit 118. I've put it on the screen.
Judge, if counsel's just going to read exhibits, it's not a cross-examination. And I want to get to my redirect. I want to finish this witness
So we're gonna
today.
finish this witness.
Your Honor, I find that when I'm asking questions, if I don't go step by step, I have to go backwards and go step by
You
step by
have to
step
follow
by
the rules
step.
of evidence. You can't ask the witness to guess.
There's some questions that could just simply be answered, and they're not being answered. So I have to go step by step by step
Okay,
when
let's
it's
do
not
it.
happening.
Let's do it. Well, yeah, but they're sort of hearing the same. Direct, so.
The evidence that was admitted as Exhibit 118 shows there was a conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley about the issue with the bullets at school.
Correct.
We went through the timeline from November 30th, 2021 in great detail earlier. You would agree with that.
Correct.
And obviously, you've collected all of the information you could from the 30th off the cell phones of James Crumbley, Jennifer Crumbley, and the shooter to look at in your investigation.
Correct.
It's fair to say that you did not seek a search warrant for people at the school who dealt with the shooter that day.
Hold on. To clarify the form of the question, seek a search warrant for the people at the school. That's not even an investigative method.
Okay.
A search warrant for who?
For the people, right, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
All right, sorry, I'll back up.
And for what?
Okay, you're aware that Jennifer and James Crumbley went to the school. We saw the video of them walking in for the appointment, correct?
Correct.
You're aware they met with Sean Hopkins.
Correct.
You're aware there was conversation in a meeting.
Correct.
You did not at any time seek the messages off of the devices of Mr. Hopkins, correct?
That's not for me to decide. That's the officer in charge of the case to decide what to collect and bring to me to get data for them.
Okay, so that's not something you did. That's my only question.
It's not something that we would do in computer crime, correct?
Now, when the text was sent at 9:31, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbley, that we can tell she received that morning that was of alarm was the altered map sheet that the shooter had written on, correct?
Can you pull Hold up real quick, just so I can see.
Sure. So that was exhibit 123.
Correct, okay.
Okay, so exhibit 123, now, when we say altered math sheet, the shooter initially wrote things on a math paper that was introduced as a different exhibit. It was introduced as exhibit 74. And I'll open that up. So I've got exhibit 74 on the right, and we can agree that was initially what the shooter wrote on his math paper.
Correct.
And after writing all the writings on exhibit 74, he added to the math paper and added the things that we see on exhibit 123.
Correct.
Now, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbley receives is exhibit 123, which is the altered drawing, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of what's on the drawing, it speaks for itself, but it has things like, I love my life so much, harmless act, we're all friends here. It has a bunch of writings like that on there. The jury can see what's on there. It speaks for itself, fair to say?
It does, yes.
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbley got that, we know that she immediately, because we have the timestamps, sent Mr. Crumbley a message to let him know that something was going on.
Correct.
And in the text messages or Facebook messages, which were admitted as exhibit 125, and I'll put it up. It's specifically, Mrs. Crumbley specifically sent photos over to, I'm sorry, scratch that. Jennifer's first message at 9:33 says call now, now being in capital letters, correct?
Correct.
And emergency.
Correct.
And her next text right after says emergency again.
Correct.
And then we know that Mr. Crumbley texts back.
Correct.
And that's in a separate, it's further down in the thread. And his response is, my God, WTF, which stands for what the fuck, correct?
Correct.
So the parents, we can agree that as soon as the math paper is received by Jennifer Crumbley, there's conversation between the parents.
Correct.
In addition to the messages, there's also phone conversation.
Correct.
And at 10:04, we know that Jennifer Crumbley is heading to the school, physically going to the school, correct?
Correct.
And at 10:05, we can see she's sending texts saying, I'm very concerned.
Correct.
We know, obviously, they get to the school and have a meeting with the counselor.
Correct.
And we know that that meeting only lasted 12 minutes long. That was your testimony.
Correct.
We don't have any kind of record or recording of that meeting in the counselor's office.
Not that I'm made aware of, no. Correct.
After leaving the counselor's office, we have the text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent Kira Pennick.
Correct.
Okay. We have text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent Andy Smith, which were introduced and admitted.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley is telling at least those people about what's going on with her son, or that she's dealing with something.
Correct.
Now, we know Jennifer Crumbley goes back to work. We saw the exhibit showing her re-entering back at her office.
Correct.
Okay. And we know that at some point, there's obviously a notice out that was admitted. The Oxford High School has there's an alarm of an active shooter, correct?
Yes, correct.
Upon hearing that, we saw all of the evidence about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley heading back to the school, correct?
Correct.
And all of that evidence speaks for itself in terms of the timeline of events that happened. And you went through those times on the record already, so we don't need to do that again.
Correct.
In those messages, there was not anything from Jennifer Crumbley saying anything along the lines of, I think Ethan might shoot people today.
Object to the form of the question, anything along the lines.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Jennifer Crumbley, the text messages that we have are the extent of the text messages. You've provided everything from November 30th. Everything we've gone through, there's not more text messages that this jury's not seen. Is that a fair statement?
Well,
On November 30th.
Correct.
Okay. And we can see the messages that Jennifer sent over to her son at the time. You introduced those when you testified.
Correct.
And there's various exchanges, obviously between them, that speak for themselves, and the jury can read those.
There were changes, yes.
Okay. And there is a message that says, ultimately for Mrs. Crumbley, and if you need to see it, you can let me know, Ethan, don't do it.
After he was in custody, yes. She said that message was sent.
And at the time that message was sent, we don't know what Jennifer Crumbley knew in her head.
Correct.
All we can do is look at the evidence and read what's before us and what's been admitted in the testimony.
In the text messages?
Yes.
Correct.
You testified about alarm images in exhibits 149 and 150. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna just put up 149 and 150. Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. This was an alarm clock on the track phone. Is that right?
Correct.
So this is an alarm clock set for 6:30 in the morning and 6:45 in the morning that would have been for Saturday, December 4th.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so these alarms, from what you can tell, were set on the day before, on the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. And then again, there was some testimony, and I believe we've mostly covered this. Ultimately, when you looked at the cell phone between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, you testified, I believe, that there were 26 messages still on the phone.
Correct.
And from the data, you could see there was actually 4,047 that existed at one time between them.
Correct.
So obviously, many messages had been deleted between Kira and Jennifer Crumbley by Jennifer Crumbley on her phone.
That's correct.
And again, there's not any texts or anything that say that have explanations about deleting things. All we know is that they were deleted.
Correct, you said yes.
May I have one moment, please? So there's also, I just have one point of clarification and then I'm done, promise. There are some messages that say that they are unsent. What's the difference between unsent or deleted?
Deleted would tell me that it's just not there anymore. You would delete the message that says it was unsent even.
Okay, so the unsent messages, it's possible for someone to send a message to someone else, but before it's received to unsend it and recall it back. Is that a fair statement?
I believe also if it was received, that you can unsend it, you can pull it back, yes.
Okay, and throughout some of the evidence we've seen, it appears that messages were unsent at times.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Tell me how long you need for redraft.
I'll finish today.
Okay.
Just give me a few minutes.
All right.
Okay. Now, let's talk first about the deleted messages on the message between Jennifer and Brian Maloche. So when you looked at the return, it didn't just say unsent, it had the red X insignia next to it. What does that signify to you?
That it is deleted.
Okay, so clearly Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete those messages.
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, she deleted ones that said, "We're on the run again."
That's correct.
And "We're fucked."
Correct.
Okay, and I want to talk to you just really quickly about this word right here. It was a harmless act. That signify anything to you?
Yes, it does.
How so?
It was also written on the modified math paperwork.
Harmless act, right there. Okay, that's exhibit 123. And Jennifer was sent that.
Correct.
And she was sent that on November the 30th before the shooting.
That's correct.
She was also sent this, People 74. On People 74, the shooter wrote, "Help me."
Correct.
She was sent that, and she saw that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then she communicated about that with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked lots and lots and lots of questions about, is there any evidence of, did you find any evidence of certain topics? So, specifically with deleted content, you can't tell if there's something that was deleted but unable to be recovered by search warrant.
That's correct.
And we've already established that Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete. In fact, she did delete certain messages.
Correct.
All right. And one message in particular she deleted to Kira Pennick was that picture of this drawing.
Correct.
Okay. And speaking of that exhibit between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, that's People's 130. In those exhibits, they're in front of you if you want to look at them. There's about 28 pictures. They're screenshots. So there are many communications regarding her horses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the first things she does after the meeting is say, I can't, or after the shooting rather, is I won't be able to make it there tonight. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I can look it up.
Take a look. And tell us the time that came in too. You know what? I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, I don't see it real quick.
That's all right, I'll pull it up for you. $2:36 p.m. Kira, I won't be there tonight. Okay, it's on the screen.
Okay.
That's part of Exhibit 130. And that is, the shooting ended at 1 p.m. So that's an hour and 36 minutes after he was taken into custody.
Correct, I see it now, yes.
That's 6 minutes after she arrived home from the substation, after she was brought there.
Correct.
And that's the last time she saw her son.
Correct.
6 minutes after, okay. So you were asked about a lot of questions about this Facebook chat here, including a particular message where Jennifer says, "I wish there had been some kind of warnings."
Correct.
Okay.
Remember that?
But she sent this to Kira, and this is the picture where he said, "Help me," with a picture of, or he wrote, "Help me," with a picture of the firearm.
Correct.
Okay, and she deleted that though. She later on deleted that particular text that she sent to Kira.
Correct.
But you were asked a lot of questions about this big stack of these messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Do you remember those questions from council?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked if there were certain messages about any messages that Jennifer had about my son's going to shoot up the school, things like that.
I remember that, yes.
Okay. You have had a chance to review some of those messages, or all of those messages.
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in the messages indicating they were going to take him to see a therapist?
No, there was not.
Anything in there indicating they were worried and they wanted to take him to see a psychiatrist?
No, there was not.
Was there any time they tried to set up any mental health counseling?
No.
In the phone logs or text messages from the period after the school meeting till the shooting, were there any indications that they researched any mental health professionals?
No, there was not.
Did they call any counseling offices?
No, they were.
Did they call any psychiatrists?
No.
I'd like you just referring to that message, and Judge, for the record, again, I'd like to omit the entire thread as Exhibit 423. That's the entire Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley. I'd like to have that available for the jury if they want to look at that.
Your Honor, I would have no objection to that as long as we redact the things that this court's already deemed inadmissible.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Okay, I don't recall specifically what those are, but if there's already been a ruling and things have been redacted, then I would like those taken out.
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly. Sir, if you could, referring to that, what would be Exhibit 423, contrast for the jury, please, the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses with their messages regarding their son.
Your Honor, I would object. There needs to be a foundation that he can even determine this or has data to support this.
Sure.
Did you look at the messages?
I looked at the messages, yes.
Okay. Are you able to contrast the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses versus
Your Honor,
their son?
I would object. This is misleading and speculative, and there's been lots of talk about things that have been deleted, that we don't have all the messages. So I would object, Your Honor.
Judge, for the record, the point is that counsel asked, is there any evidence of when this witness has already testified, so things are deleted, and he's going to testify what's actually on thread.
Okay, I'm eating your dust a little bit here. Okay, first of all, you want 423 text messages between
Facebook messages.
Facebook messages between Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley admitted in a redacted form. I'm going to ask that the redacted form be verified by Ms. Smith, and then I'll admit 423 because you do not object.
Thank you.
Okay, you want him to ask him. He's going to be estimating, obviously.
I'm asking for an estimation.
And Your Honor, I was not allowed to ask his interpretation of topics or words that were in there. And so for the prosecutor to ask this question, that's asking him to interpret how often they're talking about various topics. That's the same kind of question I was asking, and I was prohibited from asking.
Well,
so
you asked him to interpret something that someone said or what they thought, which you can't do.
I also asked questions about, in those text messages, there was nothing about I believe our son could be a shooter. And that was objected to, and he wasn't able to.
He answered.
There were other questions along the same lines where I was not able to talk about.
No, he answered that there were no communications like that. He answered that. I mean, if you had another example, he reviewed all of these the text messages. He also said some were deleted. He looked at the Facebook, right?
423 is going to be admitted, so it can be argued later. I will withdraw my objection.
Could you contrast for us the amount of messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses with the messages regarding their son?
I would say there was a vast majority of just discussing their horses and putting ointments on their legs and getting the vets to see them. If I had to put a number on it, it'd be upwards of 75, 80% of the conversation.
Over what period of time, if you know?
With that volume right there.
Oh, okay. When does that start and when does it end?
It's early of 2021.
Early 2021. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Now, what about the percentage of time expressing concern over their sons?
Your Honor, I object. This is speculation, and there's no way he doesn't have data on this.
Do you have data on this?
Just the conversation after the pictures were sent, they drew on the math paper, and there's a couple other conversations about him having a headache and that, but other than that, I can't remember any more conversations.
So I have some data.
You're gonna make us listen to data?
No, well, this is just the one question. Does this sound right to you that?
Your Honor, I object to leading this witness into this. If he has data, he can testify about it. If he doesn't have data, this is inappropriate.
People are entitled to lead.
Ask a non-leading question.
Okay. If you were to put a name search, because it's a PDF, right? So you can do a name search.
Correct.
And if you were to do a name search of their son, you could find how many times their son was mentioned.
That's correct.
Okay. And if you were to do a name search of either their horses' names or horses, you could find how many times that was mentioned.
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is going so far beyond the scope of.
No, it's not. This is you asked about this. You asked about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Would it surprise you that it's thousands and thousands and thousands different?
It would not at all.
Thank you. Now, you, sir, were asked a lot of questions about March 9th, March 8th, March 17th, March 19th, and March 20th. It's that area spring of 2021 that we talked about where the defendant's son was text messaging his mother and where James and Jennifer were at.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember, yes.
So you were asked specifically, are you able to tell if Jennifer Crumbley saw those messages come in? You remember those questions?
Yes, I remember those questions.
Okay. I want to make clear that all of that information, all that evidence that was admitted on those days came from Jennifer Crumbley's original phone.
Correct.
Okay. So if she wouldn't have received it because either her phone was off or no service, it wouldn't have had the same timestamps that we see in here.
Correct.
Okay. So the timestamp of 6:03 on her phone, the exhibit, that means that's the time it actually got to her phone.
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you something, sir. I don't think you need to be an expert to identify this, but when you take a picture, do you have to open your phone?
I mean, you have to take the picture, yes.
Right. You have to look at your phone?
Not necessarily, you just push the button on the
You
side.
have to hold it up and push a button.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we have pictures on Jennifer's phone from the exact same time that her son is sending her text messages, what does that tell you?
That she would have seen them.
Right. Now you were asked about the alarm sent on December the 4th of 2021, and it was up on the screen. That's an exhibit.
I remember.
It was set for 6:30 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. on December the 4th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and it said when it was set. It said from 7 hours and 30 minutes from now.
Correct.
So then we can tell that she actually set that alarm at around 11 p.m. on Friday, December the 3rd.
That's correct.
Were you aware that Detroit police were actually on scene at that date and time, at that specific time, at the location where she was found?
Your Honor, I object in terms.
If he knows.
I would.
What is the objection?
Well, the objection is lack of foundation about whether he knows.
Well, you can tell us.
Well, he could tell us if he knows. I don't know.
I was not aware when Detroit police was.
Okay. You were aware that they were on scene that evening?
Yes, I was. Okay. Yes, I am.
You were also asked about what counsel referred to as threats and Jennifer Crumbley receiving threats You remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't just review the Facebook messages between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennant. You also reviewed other Facebook messages, other chats. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And including the chat where she was communicating with a neighbor of hers on East Street, and James and Jennifer Crumbley met her at the Red Naps in Oxford the night of the shooting to exchange pet food.
I remember that.
Okay. Now, how close is the Red Naps to her home?
It's just down the road.
It's right in downtown Oxford, right?
Correct.
Like a block away.
Correct.
So you were asked specifically about Exhibit 130 here. If Jennifer Crumbley expressed some sort of concern over what her son did. Right here, I'm bawling right now, Kira. My son ruined so many lives today.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, that was substantially after she was asking to sell her horses for cash.
Correct.
Asking cash stats. I think it was stats.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any text messages at all in this exhibit expressing any sort of sympathy over the victims after this?
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the conversation continues about liquidating her assets.
Correct.
And it continues about her not being able to see her horses.
That's correct.
And expressing how upset she is that she can't see her horses.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down. You're excused. Are you speaking hearing in open county? All right, ladies and gentlemen, during this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they can contain incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or the other. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. You must not go on social media, you must not post, you must not do research, you must not discuss the case with anyone. We're moving quickly. Please follow my instruction. It's so important. I don't want to have to put you in the local holiday inn. All right? I can still do it. Okay, so follow my instructions so that we don't have to do that. Okay? I'm gonna have you return 8:30 on Monday. Don't look at anything over the weekend. I should have served you some vitamins with your lunch. Please stay healthy and go Lions.
All right for the jury? Your Honor, I want to make the court aware.
You can be seated. You can be seated.
Because I know the court, are we still on the record?
Yes.
Okay, I know the court does not like, objections in the midst of testimony. There is an officer that is going to be testifying. I have numerous objections to many of his exhibits that are proposed.
Who is it?
Stoyak, I'm not sure I'm saying Stoyak, I'm not.
Stoyak.
Okay. And Your Honor, I just want to make the record clear. I received all of the materials in this case in over 30 discovery, sets of discovery given to me.
Okay.
Okay, I went through all the discovery obviously as it came in.
Okay.
I did not get the exhibits that were being used in this trial. They weren't identified. I didn't get them until after day one of jury selection. So I have done my best.
Wait a minute, there's a scheduling order in this case.
Judge, all of the exhibits come from the discovery. This digital evidence was turned over 2 years ago.
Well, she doesn't say she didn't have the evidence.
I'm not saying I didn't have the evidence. I'm saying that it wasn't identified until after day one of jury selection. So I just want the court to know I'm doing my best to object and to handle the evidence.
I don't envy your job, Ms. Smith, at all. I don't. It's a lot. I don't envy their job either. It's sad. It's voluminous. I know it's very difficult. But so tell me what you're asking.
Okay, so the issue is I have numerous objections to exhibits they intend to admit. I know the court does not like to have objections, but
no, that's not true. I didn't want to rule on I didn't want a surprise ruling on a motion this morning. I would have been more prepared and also would have told the jury to come later. I don't like the jury waiting for us. There's nothing wrong with objecting to an exhibit as someone attempts to introduce it.
Judge, we handed over the exhibit list with very precise pages, and we did that. We weren't required to at a certain time, but we did that. I think the first day we were here, Ms. Smith told Mr. Keese she would be providing her exhibit list to us that night. We did not receive it. So I'm not sure what the purpose of providing an exhibit list is if she's not going to actually go through it and say, these are the ones I want to object to, these are the ones I have an issue with, and we can talk about it, and then the court knows that there's something to argue about before we bring the jury in.
Your Honor.
Okay, well, I think that's what she's trying to tell me now.
I'm trying to tell you that now, and also every time we've been off the record, I've had conversations with Mr. Keese during this next witness. I'm not objecting to any of these exhibits. Mr. Keese, I plan to object to a lot of the photos with Stoic. I haven't talked to Ms. McDonald, but that doesn't mean I haven't communicated to them when I have objections.
Okay.
That is just misleading, and I'm tired of it.
Okay, I'm saying,
the jury
I just want to know what the objections are so we don't have it. It'd be great if we could know that before.
Can they, how long are we going to be here? Because the jury, I got to release, the jury's waiting for her to be brought down. So I'm pushing my luck with the deputies here.
We have a few more things. We're just asking, let's hear what the objections are about the exhibits.
I'm going to release the jury.
Okay.
For one thing, these walls are not, or paper thin. And the deputies are, I'm going to owe the deputies donuts every week for the rest of my career. Jeez. Yeah, let's let the jury go, okay? Can we let the jury go?
Your Honor, I have just a suggestion. I think there's going to be evidentiary issues with some of these exhibits.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if maybe the jury should come back at 9:30 on Monday or something.
Ashley, can you tell the jury to come back at 9? Tell the jury to come back at 9, okay? All right,
Just so we have time. I know the court doesn't want to waste their time.
Well, you do handle one exhibit at a time. There's nothing wrong with that. People do that in trials all the time. But obviously, if we can streamline it in any way and not do it while the jury's here and have them not moving in and out since there's 17 of them, that would be good. I guess I don't know who the first witness is going to be on Monday. There's an Officer Stoyak who is with what department?
Sheriff's Office, Judge. We don't know if it'll be first witness.
No, and she's let us know she has some issues with some of those pictures, and we'll figure if she just tells us which ones, then we'll decide if we want to stipulate. If not, then we can handle it before the jury's.
Oh, I can already tell you they're not going to stipulate. I can tell you we're going to need time on the record.
I think that
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
No, I think that the prosecutor was saying that you might stipulate to the admission of some of them, right? And you have a right to object to something being admitted, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm looking at the list.
There's many photos from inside the home.
Okay.
That I believe are contrary to the orders this court has already given. Like the messiness, there are irrelevant photos. There are photos of the stairway to the basement, completely irrelevant to this case.
Why do we care about the stairway to the basement?
Judge, counsel and I, she indicated she was going to create a list of which exhibit numbers, they're numbered already, and just tell us which ones she's object to. We'll review that. If we agree, then we'll strike them from our exhibit list.
Okay, and then be prepared to talk about it at 8:30 on Monday morning, because maybe we
could get a list before that, then we might not have to argue about it.
Your Honor, part of the problem is they won't tell me who they're calling. They gave me the exhibits after the trial, the list of exhibits after the trial started. There's one of me. I have co-counsel that has not been with me this whole ride. And so I'm doing the best I can, and I have to sleep at night. And
Okay,
I've
well-
been here for 8 hours a day this whole
We've all
week.
been here. I've spent many hours on this case, and so
I
as a
know.
prosecution, I know there's only one of you, but you're also retained counsel,
I
right?
understand that,
Yeah.
but I need, and this weekend, thankfully, I'll have time.
Okay.
I will get them the list of objections.
Okay.
But
All right,
when
that helps.
when I don't even know which witnesses are being called the next day.
Okay, I don't know of a rule that obligates them to do that.
But we did.
Judge, you asked us to communicate.
And you did.
We did.
You did. Okay.
She knew Wags,
Wigorowski.
Wigorowski was good. I mean, we did tell
Okay,
her.
all right. So over the weekend, hopefully they're gonna do the same. Over the weekend, will you tell them the witnesses you're gonna call Monday? Will you do that?
We tell her every single day when she
No,
asks.
they
These are our
tell me
lists.
at
But we
nine-
do. if I
9:30
could-
at night.
If I could just finish.
Okay,
If I
I'm
could
sure
just
they
finish.
don't know yet exactly.
We
who.
have, we already changed that today. I mean,
Okay.
that does change, but we, if.
When are you gonna tell her by?
When we can confirm childcare for our witnesses.
Okay.
And confirm, we have one person with COVID right now, we have one person out of the state. We're rearranging witnesses in real time.
Okay. What objection, non-responsive? Can you tell her Sunday by noon?
I hope to have those answers by then.
Sure.
And I'll communicate as soon as I have the answers.
I don't think they're obligated to do that. On the other hand, it is a courtesy, and it is something that helps the trial move quicker.
I think it should just be fair.
It
For
would
instance,
also-
we
Oh,
don't
no,
have.
we don't want this to be fair.
We don't have an exhibit list from the defense. She said she provided the same time we did that night. We don't have it. We
I
just, we
didn't
just
say
want
I
to be
would
treated.
provide it that night, and
Okay.
I didn't know what exhibits I would need until I saw your list, and I haven't had time this week because we've been in court or.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm obligated to be fair to both sides, right? This exhibit list, regardless of when you got it, to me has been very helpful. It's descriptive of
Thank you.
where and when, and because, some of it,
You can
some
thank
of them
Natalie
overlap.
for that.
Some of them
You're sitting
overlap,
Your
right?
Honor,
It's
I don't disagree, but also some of mine don't match what's been put up on the screen. Like it's not as simple and as clear cut. I have this weekend, which is going to give me time.
Okay, good. Yeah, okay. They're gonna communicate with you, and if you tell them which ones you object to, I don't know if I've seen some of these. Some of these are in the house, some of them might be relevant, some of them might not be.
I don't think you've seen any of them, Judge.
What's
I
that?
don't think you've seen any of them.
Judge, listen, if she just make her list, we'll be happy to review it with her, so you don't have to click.
Okay, so you're gonna be here at 8:30 on Monday morning. We'll talk about as many exhibits as possible. In general, they can go question and answer and all that, but if we can agree on some beforehand, I'm just going to pray that by Monday morning, there are no issues. Can I do that? Can I go to the river in Egypt?
Judge, regarding Exhibit 423, counsel indicated that there are certain messages she wants redacted. Counsel can indicate what messages they are. We'll be happy to redact them before the actual exhibits turned over to the jury.
Thank you. I think that it was based on messages that were already excluded via previous motions.
I don't recall any specific messages previously excluded by this court from Exhibit 423.
There were
Counsel can- hang on.
topics.
It would be
Counsel's-
hard for me to compare this right now to my orders.
Right, that's why if counsel's requesting for it to be redacted, I just ask counsel to tell us what to be redacted so we can do it.
Okay.
Your Honor, then I need them to send me this proposed exhibit.
You have it, you already have it.
423.
Yep, you had it in January of 22.
Messages between.
Wait a second.
Wait, you guys wanted someone said they want all the.
It's
You
the Facebook
you said
messages.
you want all the Instagram messages between the defendants admitted. That's what you said.
Facebook.
And that's,
Facebook.
Your Honor, that's totally fine. All we have to do is make them compliant with the other orders of the court that have already excluded evidence.
Okay, that's fine. You're
Yeah,
the one
I'll
who asked for it
reject
to come in.
But
Yeah.
I'm asking them to give me the original file of 423, because I don't have 423, and I will go through and redact it. I'll do it tonight.
Judge,
Okay, but
they
you
have
can't
it.
You can't just redact it. They have to know
Well,
what they're requesting to be.
Judge,
I'll mark off what
the
needs
truth,
to be
the
redacted.
truth should matter. She has 423. It's the entire Facebook message string between Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley. It's the thing that she piles up. She has that string. So
The court would like we can produce a proof of service first thing Monday morning.
No, and I'm not saying I do have it in the evidence. I don't have it. They're talking about it as if they've given me a 423. They haven't. It's buried in the stacks of evidence.
Okay.
That's fine. I'll dig it out. I will go through it tonight. I will let them know what I want redacted.
Okay.
All
You
I
can send
want
an
is
email.
redactions.
We provided a digital
It's a
copy.
thumb drive.
I don't understand.
There's a thumb drive that has 420.
Yeah.
Yeah, they handed it to me today while we've been in court for 8 hours. So
Okay, but you're the one who asked for it to be admitted, right? You're the one that asked for it to be admitted. So, which I'm happy to do if everybody agrees. So, all right.
We have just a couple more things right now.
Uh-oh, here comes the cavalry. What else?
Just one thing I think is important. I asked this court to instruct counsel to show the appropriate decorum in this particular case. The jokes indicating I'm going to kill myself in the joking manner. I'm drinking five bottles of wine.
It's just there are parents who had their children
That's my
murdered in this courtroom, and we are the people who communicate with them after we leave
I
here.
said something about wine because I was looking at her exhibit and it was teetering, and I was trying to nicely suggest that I would like you.
But making a joke about killing yourself in this courtroom at this time, I understand. I'm
I
sure
didn't
it
mean
wasn't-
it like that. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I did not mean it
Stop
like
yelling
that.
I don't
I
wanna
did
be
not
that.
mean it like that, and they know I didn't mean it like that.
Okay.
We're responding to literally just sitting here, the amount of messages we get from victims in the community, and I just think just to be at a abundance of respect and caution, if we could just not say things like that. I'm not accusing anyone of any malice or any bad intent. I'm just asking that we just not engage in that, because this is hard enough for the people who are sitting here now and who will be sitting here next week.
I understand. It's very hard.
Your Honor, I am not joking around about anything.
Okay, I think it was a slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue, right? Emotions are running high. We also, a lot of people are saying Ethan instead of the shooter,
But Your Honor, I
that's
do want to
hard
make a
too.
point. I'm not making an objection because my emotions are running high. In fact, I'm not having an emotional response here. I am simply asking that we be respectful to victims. That's it.
Your Honor, I am being respectful. So that is implying I'm being disrespectful. Me saying I'm gonna kill myself. I didn't mean in any way to offend.
I know you didn't.
These families.
I know you didn't. It was a slip of the tongue. She's just.
It was absolutely not related to them.
I know.
This shooting is awful. It's the prosecution that's parading all of this up here and putting the victims through
The
this.
shooting is the result of the defendant's gross negligence. That is the case.
They are the ones putting the victims
everybody
through
needs to-
re-seeing all of
everybody
this
needs to
over
go
and
home.
over
Your
and
Honor.
over.
Whoa! Everybody needs to go home. Everybody needs to go home. All right.
I understand, but we're not putting victims through anything. And I'm sorry, but that just because everybody's disagreeing doesn't mean everyone is inappropriate. We aren't putting victims through everything. We're prosecuting our case,
Okay.
and we're trying to do it in the
And
most efficient way
And
possible.
she's defending her case. I think that was a slip of the tongue. Everybody needs to take a deep breath and go home. Everybody go home. I'm going home.
All rise.